whose keys are these? Ah, you're getting into the thing. That's great. You're welcome. All right. Welcome, everybody, to the 24th Annual Sonderegger Symposium here at Northern Michigan University. And I want to thank you early risers for coming to hear our welcome remarks and also my presentation. It's much appreciated. After all this is said and done, we tape everything and we put it up on YouTube. It's actually be streaming live on YouTube right now, but we'll be putting things up live that you can watch later if you miss any of the presentations today. Or if any of your friends did and wanted to see them, we'd be happy to have them see it later once we get that up. My name is Dan Truckee. I'm the director of the Beaumere UP Heritage Center, and it's my pleasure to put this symposium together, have some fantastic presentations coming up, and I want to thank all the presenters who are giving their time and energies to present today. But before we get started, I'd like to introduce to you and welcome up to the stage, or the podium, I should say, my boss, but more importantly, the Dean of Library and Instructional Support, Leslie Warren, to give some welcoming remarks. Leslie?
Good morning. Let me first echo Dan's appreciation that you're up early this morning. I hope everybody caught the beautiful sunrise as you were coming in. I think that's a good sign for the day. So thank you for joining us for Sonderegger Symposium 24, celebrating 125 years of Northern Michigan University. As Dan said, I'm Leslie Warren, Dean of Library and Instructional Support, and it's an honor for me to have within Library and Instructional Support two of the offices that help us preserve and share the history and culture of the Upper Peninsula. So we have the Beaumere UP Heritage Center, which is run by Dan, and we have the Central Upper Peninsula and NMU Archives run by Professor Marcus Robbins, who will be speaking later in the day. So we know, of course, that the story of our community starts long before the story of Northern Michigan University. The story of our community starts long before the United States, before Canada. We have archaeological evidence of indigenous people's presence in the area dating back thousands of years. The place we now know as Marquette is on the current and ancestral homelands of the Anishinaabe Three Fires Confederacy of Ojibwe, Ottawa, and Potawatomi peoples. The United States entered into multiple treaties with the Anishinaabe Three Fires Confederacy. These treaties continue to be relevant and active today. Northern Michigan University was founded in 1899 on Anishinaabe land that was ceded by treaty to the United States only about 55 years before, in 1842. When we opened our doors in 1899 as Northern State Normal School, we had 32 students and we had 6 faculty. Now, of course, we have close to 7,000 students, and we have hundreds of faculty. We have over 180 degree programs. That gap of the 125 years saw us continuously change to make sure that we continued to serve the needs of the Upper Peninsula and of the state. We became Northern State Teachers College in 1927. In 1942, we grew a little bit bigger with Northern Michigan College of Education. And then in 1963, the state constitution actually established university status and autonomous board of trustees control to Northern Michigan University. So we are one of the constitutional universities in Michigan. As we look today at our strategic plan, our compass, we can continue to see that our path forward for the next 125 years continues to value our community, continues to value our place, and continues to value our students and our people. And you can see that pattern of growth, of change, of adaptation, of resilience continues today, and that's reflected in our strategic plan. As we listen today and learn today, I appreciate that we'll have that chance to reflect on where we have been, our rich history, some of the challenges that we've faced, and then the resilience that's moved us forward. So please join me in thanking, again, some of the same people that Dan thanked. I do want to thank the Sonderegger family for its continuous support of the Sonderegger Symposium. I want to thank our presenters. I want to thank you, of course, for being up early. But mostly right now, because he didn't do it himself, I'd like everybody to join me in thanking Dan Truckee for his tireless efforts in making sure that we have this exciting day forward. So thank you, everybody, for joining us, and please have a great day.
Thank you, Leslie. Those are wonderful remarks. I really appreciate it. All right, everybody. Well, I have the pleasure of the 8 o'clock slot, as they say, and that's okay. It wakes me up for the rest of the day. But I'm also excited because I just love this topic, and that is early women faculty at Northern and their lasting influence at the university. Why I chose this topic was because we currently have an exhibit at the Beaumier Center, which is on 125 years of Northern, some of these same topics that you're going to see today, and certainly not as fleshed out as this presentation is, and that's why I wanted to do it, because we feature a section on early women faculty at Northern, and it's, an exhibit, so I can only go into so much depth, and so I wanted to flesh it out a little bit more and give you more of a history behind this influence that they had. Because I think what many people forget is for really the first 3 decades of this university's history, it was dominated by women. Not only the student body, which were predominantly women, but also the faculty members. Of course, the administrators were all men for the most part, with the exception of Ethel Carey, who, if you don't know who she was, you'll meet her in just a little bit. But I'm going to read my presentation, if you don't mind, because it'll just be easier that way. I won't remember all this stuff. And there's some context I wanted to create for this. There are nearly 6,000 colleges and universities in the United States. Each has their own identity, though one does have to ask, are they all really that different? This question seems particularly relevant when looking at our regional state institutions. Is there really that much of a difference between Northern, Eastern, Central, or Western? Geographic and demographic natures aside, are the differences in their identities really just a school mascot and the color of our uniforms? No, I believe that the students, faculty, and staff of our universities over time have truly have a huge impact on creating a unique identity for our university. Over the past 125 years, Northern has gone through some obvious and monumental changes that have greatly altered its nature and at times its mission. And at its core, however, Northern is a place where teaching and connections between the student and the faculty are central to its identity. It is a place that values creativity, social interaction, and mentorship. I would argue that these qualities are not something that was established. I would argue that these qualities are something that was established in the first 2 decades of the university's history and continually inform our mission to this day. I would also argue that it was the dominant presence of women on Northern's campus that played a role in defining that identity. Northern certainly was not unique during this period of time. The role of women in the teaching profession, whether it be in public schools or normal schools, was important from their inception in the early 19th century. The idea of the normal school, specifically referring to institutions where teachers are trained, dates back to the late 1839 in Massachusetts, when the first secretary of the Board of Education for the state, Horace Mann, established the Lexington Normal School to improve and standardize teacher training. The normal in the name refers to the norms of pedagogy and curriculum that teachers needed to learn. Mann felt women were the perfect teachers because they were perfectly capable of mastering the art of teaching, which he considered to be the most difficult of all arts and the profoundest of all sciences. Not only could they master the role of teacher, they were naturally inclined to succeed in this role because of their God-given roles as mothers and designated roles as moral guardians. Female teachers would benefit the state as well. They could cost much less than male teachers did. He wasn't as progressive as you think he might have been. Contemporaneously, between the 1830s and 1870s, over 50 women's colleges were founded in the United States. These schools were not normal schools, but rather liberal arts institutions founded to educate the daughters of elite families, primarily in the Northeast and the South. Still, it shows the importance that was starting to be placed on women in education. Also, because the nature of these schools, such as the Seven Sisters, Barnard, Smith, Mount Holyoke, Vassar, Bryn Mawr, Wellesley, and Radcliffe, the colleges hired women to serve on the faculty of the institutions. Where none of these schools are strictly female today, the influence of their female faculty and students have made a lasting impact on their identities today. In addition to hiring women faculty, these institutions were the first to hire female administrators, the most prominent being the position of Dean of Women in the 1890s. As we will see, this office would become an important one at Northern in its first 60 years of its existence, and would be the highest office held by women at the college during that time. The responsibility of these deans from the years of 1890 to 1930 were multifaceted. They were to oversee the relatively new minority population of women, which involved insulating the men from the women, and at the same time protecting and guiding the women. Most of the deans were faculty, so their primary responsibility was teaching. These deans had the scholarly development of the women at the forefront of their concern. In response to this demand, in 1916, the Teachers College of Columbia University established a graduate program to train deans of women, and teachers' colleges produced some of the very accomplished researchers and skilled administrators. One of Northern's future Dean of Women would be a graduate of that program, but I don't want to get too ahead of myself, for there is more to consider in the context as we think about Northern's earlier days. Miriam Chamberlain, in her introduction to the collection titled Women in Academy, or Academe, wrote, "The public school system, which since the middle of the 19th century had been rapidly growing throughout the country, produced a demand for teachers and for educated women who could fill this demand. Formerly, women who had taught only at the most elementary levels in the private dame schools, now they began to teach at higher levels. And although college training was not required in all circumstances, a degree meant better job opportunities. School superintendents, faced with increasing demands for teachers, hired women because they could afford to teach for one half or even less the salary which men would ask. Moreover, teaching was seen as an appropriate occupation for women, seeming as it were a natural extension of their mothering role. In 1880, 57% of the teachers in the United States were women, and by 1918, the figure had grown to 84%. Though there was an increase in women and students at co-ed collegiate universities, the increase of female faculty was not easily accepted by the largely men-dominated campuses. They were still relegated to teaching the soft subjects, such as literature, arts, and home economics. Female science and math teachers were almost unheard of at normal schools well into the early 20th century. There was also the belief that the presence of women on campus would ultimately be a distraction for men and would lower the educational performance and standards. Chamberlain, however, writes, "Events proved otherwise. Indeed, their rising numbers and successful performance on campus raised new fears at the turn of the century that women would overrun higher education." At the University of Chicago, the percentage of women students increased from 24 to 52% between 1892 and 1902. During the same period, women received over 56% of the Phi Beta Kappa awards. In 1899, Northern Normal School was founded, and in its first year of operation, it had 6 faculty members, which includes the university president, Dwight B. Waldo. His wife was also the first librarian at the university. There were also 2 women hired to teach at that first year. Flora Hill taught English, and Martha Ackerman taught courses in art. Flora Hill had received her BA from the University of Michigan and was particularly interested in English literature and children's literature. In 1906, she published her own textbook for her children's literature course. She often took leaves of absences to travel in Europe, in particular England, where she would study the homes and countryside of her beloved English poets. She also returned to the University of Michigan to receive her master's in 1905. And I want to comment on this because I saw this, and a lot of the early faculty took several leaves of absences and study abroads. This is something that I found really unusual, especially the fact that many of the women who taught at Northern did not come from money and were paid so little. And yet they were leaving for semesters or whole years even at times to go and study in Europe or during their summer breaks. So I'm not sure how they could afford to do that, but they made it a major priority to do so, and maybe the university helped them out financially to do that. I don't know, but I haven't found any evidence of that. Martha Ackerman was a graduate of Michigan Normal College in Ypsilanti. She took a leave of absence in 1902 to continue her studies at Columbia University. However, once there, she was married to fellow Northern history assistant Paul Leland Hothard, who was receiving his PhD at Columbia. And back then, if you got married, that was a sign that you should probably consider not teaching anymore. And certainly after having children, no, there's the door, thanks for teaching, bye. Her replacement was Grace Spalding. Grace Spalding was born in Chicago, Illinois in 1872 and had a great love for art of all kinds. As a young woman, she left for New York City and received her bachelor's degree at the Columbia Teachers College and Columbia University and the Pratt Institute. Before coming to Northern, she taught a few years at Evanston College in Illinois. When Spalding came to Northern State Normal School, there wasn't a big focus on art education. She changed that, and just 4 years after the school started, she was leading the art program. Spalding created the majority of the department's offerings, which included drawing, advanced drawing, composition and design, history of architecture, and history of painting. And you can see her, she's the one with the hat in the chair. She loved to wear hats and was known for them. Very stylish lady. Spalding furthered her art education by taking several sabbaticals and summer trips to study in Europe. She went to Florence, Italy in 1907, and in 1921 studied at the Académie Colarossi and Académie de la Cluse and the studio of Richard Miller in Paris. She also studied at the University of California, Harvard, and the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. In the article, The Aim for Art Instructions in Schools, written by Spalding and published in the Western Journal of Education, she wrote, "As a nation, we have fully realized that it is far more worthwhile to educate 100 people to appreciate than to create one artist. That is the worth, the expense, and the time to the nation to teach the masses to have feelings about the things they see around them. That artisan is better citizen is a better citizen who is able to judge between a work of mediocrity and one of artistic value. For it is through such an ability to judge and select that the respect for the work and the workman is attained. Grace Spalding would teach at Northern for 35 years, ending with her retirement in 1938. Though she never married, her constant companion for most of that time was the Dean of Women, Ethel Carey. Soon after Carey came to the university in 1924, they became close friends and began sharing an apartment in the home of D.F. Charlton at 438 East Ohio Street. They would live together for over 20 years, eventually in a home purchased by Ethel Carey at 636 West College Avenue. Actually, I think it was 30 years they lived together, almost 30 years. One of Grace Spalding's students, Timmy Oslin, who graduated in 1937, said this in an oral history. She was very dignified, but she was very strict, very strict. And when she said something, you did that. But she was so good to me, honestly, and she used to live with Miss Carey, the Dean of Women, and they were both so nice to me. I remember one time in the auditorium, I was studying, and all of a sudden, Miss Carey was over on the other side with Miss Spalding, and she came over and said, Timmy, come over here. We want to talk to you. So I went over, and she said, we want you to come and go to school in art. I thought, well, I guess they know better than I do, and they think I can do it. So I switched to art right then. Leslie, could you give me my phone? I don't want to run out of time. Forgot to grab it. Thank you. All right, I'm doing okay. Northern's first Dean of Women was Catherine A. Maxwell, who was appointed to the position in 1904, as well as being an instructor in history and civics. She was the head of the history department until 1918, when she unexpectedly died on a trip to Chicago. The January issue of The Quill, which was Northern's newspaper in the 19-teens, featured a full-page memorial to her. Her work in the Northern State Normal School has been very successful. While here, she gathered around a large number of friends among the faculty and students at the school and in the city of Marquette. Miss Maxwell had a signal degree the faculty of making and retaining friends. She was extremely loyal in her friendships and received loyal friendship in return. Miss Maxwell had a great sense of humor, and few could tell a story more delightful than she, and none of her friends will ever forget the power and the charm of her stories. As Dean of Women, she was a great friend and splendid counselor for the students. It is only after the students had entered into their life work that they fully realized the wisdom and friendship Miss Maxwell had given them while in school. Sophie Linton began teaching at Northern in the fall of 1900. A graduate of Wisconsin State Normal in Stevens Point, she taught music, trained vocal and instrumental performers, and sang at civic and school functions. Living in the Northern dormitory, she encouraged the other residents to form the dormitory glee club. A number of singing groups organized by her sang at school assemblies, local churches, and even the state prison. Singing was so important to her, she also instituted the curriculum policy that all students had to take chorus, which lasted until 1915. She retired in June of 1923, stating, "It is time for someone younger to take over." And she passed away in Plainwell, Michigan in 1948, where she had been living. Now, in one oral history I found, we had one oral history of somebody who was really, let's just say, a gossip disher about some of these women. And she said of her, it turns out later on she was on the dope. I guess she was on some type of drugs and was addicted to maybe laudanum or something of that nature, because she always had a glassy look in her eyes. This is the dish. I don't know if that's true, but that's one of the things I heard about Sophie Linton. But she was a great professor. Like so many other faculty members, Linton had spent time in Europe, and it is surprisingly common how many faculty members took leaves of absence and studied abroad, especially considering that most did not come from wealthy families and certainly were not paid very much. In 1936, which is many years later after these women taught, the average salary of an instructor at a state college was $1,500, which was the equivalent of $33,000 today. So imagine as a faculty member being paid $33,000 a year today at Northern. Almost all the women who taught at Northern had to live in rooming houses around Marquette. Some of these places were very large and had many faculty members living in the same building. Sometimes families would take in 1 or 2 boarders in their home. Other faculty members would choose to live together in larger apartments. It was not uncommon for female faculty members to rent rooms for their entire career at Northern and had to switch locations on a regular basis. Those faculty members who did ascend to professor status or had positions in the administration made enough money to buy their own homes later in their career. And as you see here, this is actually Northern's dormitory, which Sophie Linton lived in, and I think Catherine Maxwell also lived in while they were working at Northern. And this is located in the parking lot of St. Michael's Church is where that was located. And it was Northern's dormitory till around 1918, and then they actually, it wasn't owned by Northern, it was owned by John Longyear. And he rented out the rooms, and they had so few students who were using it that he decided to close it. He sold it to the diocese, who then later used it for the nuns in the diocese. Lastly, where most men who taught or worked at Northern were married, almost none of the women were married, especially if they were instructors. In fact, it was the general policy at educational institutions during this period that married women could not continue to work as professionals. It was different for secretaries and support staff, and certainly not after they had children. For this reason, the vast majority of women who taught at Northern in the early 20th century chose never to marry so that they could continue their careers. Where this might have been a sacrifice for some, there is some evidence to show that this was a good option for women who had no desire to raise a family or to engage in a heterosexual relationship. Yulee Rushmore was born in Natick, Massachusetts in 1872. Though we have no information on who her parents were or her maiden name was, her husband, Charles Rushmore, was a bookkeeper, and in 1896 they lived together in Lansingburg, New York. By 1900, she was widowed and working as a teacher in Buffalo, New York. Though she had a daughter, Louisa, in 1905, Northern hired her to take over the new Department of Expression and Physical Training. The physical training was required of students to correct abnormalities, develop physical strength, and increase the elasticity of the muscles. She stated her interest in developing her pupils' personalities and a fear of the pernicious result of unduly suppressing the emotions. Rushmore's greatest contribution to Northern was the development of the first theatrical productions at the college. These included early productions of Shakespeare classics like Midsummer's Night's Dream, As You Like It, The Merchant of Venice, and Twelfth Night. Because there were so few men at the college, most of the roles were performed by women. The early productions were all held in specially designed room in the rebuilt Longyear Hall with a seating of 100 and a platform for a piano. In 1912, she took a sabbatical to study theater in Ireland and the British Isles. A year later, her students performed the Irish playwright William B. Yeats's Land of Heart's Desire. After retirement in 1925, Rushmore moved to Pennsylvania with her daughter's family. However, she returned to Marquette each summer for the rest of her life, and it was in Marquette that she passed away in June 26, 1932. In one of the early yearbooks, there's some poems. There was a little verse about her. R is for Rushmore, whom we all do adore, and her readings and virtues we'll praise evermore. She was also a poet and wrote and published poems in the Quill. And this is one of hers, Quem Port. Pause you a moment at my window ledge to list my music, my crippled lyre, and did your sound rekindle and expand the tune to my poor music's fire, and did your eye grow bright, your step more free, your life more full? Because of me, then 'twas well. Although I strove in pain and sought through tears, my slighted lyre's lost soul again. Ethel Carey, there There are few people who have had more impact on Northern than the longtime Dean of Women from 1924 to 1956, than Ethel Carey. She grew up the daughter of a sawmill worker in Harbor Springs, Michigan. While in high school, her school superintendent was James Munson, who would become Northern's third president in 1923. A graduate of Elma College in 1911 and then from Columbia University with a bachelor's in philosophy, she taught at Fenton and Harbor Springs high schools and then Central Michigan Normal School. President Munson hired her to be Northern's Dean of Women in 1924. Like her close friend and roommate Grace Spalding, Ethel was a refined and strict disciplinarian known for her code of conduct and rules for matrons, which were legendary on campus. However, there were reasons why she was so strict. Many of the young women at Northern were from small rural communities across the Upper Peninsula and beyond. She believed that it was important for them to be taught proper social etiquette. She held regular refinement sessions for the female students where she gave instructions on proper table service and behavior at tea parties. However, her greatest contribution was the encouragement of student social groups to entertain each other and the faculty. She also created several campus traditions, most importantly the Rose Ceremony each spring, which honored all the female graduates. This tradition continued at Northern until 1973. Ms. Carey's most difficult challenge stemmed from an automobile accident on the Big Bay Road in 1934, which killed her visiting mother. Carey was unconscious for several days, suffered severe injuries and disfigurement of her face. She took an extended leave of absence from the college to recover, and her face had to be rebuilt at the University of Michigan Hospital. She returned and continued to serve as the Dean of Women until her retirement in 1956 and passed away in April 1962. Olive Fox, a graduate of 1920, said of Ethel Carey, she had high aspirations for her girls. She wanted them to look well, speak well, not to be roughnecks. She wanted real ladies. I can remember seeing her putting on her gloves. There was another, Mr. McClellan for the economics department, had a group of girls that she kept right on their toes. They had to be dressed well, I mean clean and neat. They had to speak well. They had to have party manners. Thomas Snaus, a graduate in 1954, however, had the other side of her. Christmas lights decorated the second and third balconies of K Hall. On Dean Ethel Carey's instructions, the lights were green and yellow and white. The use of the color red in any form was not allowed. Carey thought that it increased and promoted passion amongst people. Around 1949 and 50, a number of male students decided to play a joke on Dean Carey and the students. They entered K Hall at night and painted every white light red. Most of the women wore some red on their person. In the Carey Hall dining room, female students were required to wear dresses from Sunday through Friday. Only on Saturday evenings could they wear slacks. It's now time in my presentation to address the relationship of Grace Spalding and Ethel Carey. Sometime before 1930, Grace and Ethel began sharing an apartment in the home of the famed architect D.F. Charlton on 438 East Ohio Street. Where it was normal for faculty to share apartments and certainly live in the same boarding house, it would be unusual for this to be a long-term arrangement. Grace and Ethel, however, lived together for the next 27 years until Grace's death. The last decade, they lived together in a home that Grace bought at 636 West College Avenue. There is no evidence that Grace and Ethel were more than anything but good friends. But this is not something that either they nor anyone else would have shared. This is a time when being outed as a homosexual would have had a devastating impact on a person's life, including losing their career and potentially facing legal punishment. Grace was 17 years older than Ethel. It may have simply been that Ethel felt the need to care for Grace. What we do know is that Ethel was brought to Northern by President John Munson, and oral histories from the past allude to the fact that he was interested in her romantically. However, they never became a couple, and around that same time, her and Grace began living together. These oral histories also include comments about how the women were very beautiful and refined, and they couldn't understand how a man hadn't snatched them up. What we do know is that there was a gay community in Marquette on Northern's campus during this time. One former student from the early 1900s in her oral history continually referred to the mannish female teachers, and especially a physical education teacher who always had a couple of cute girls with her at all times and used to peek into their dressing rooms and showers after gym. Whether this was paranoia or reality is something we'll never know, but it shows that the belief that a lesbian culture existed was not unheard of, and it was even if it was considered taboo. One faculty member that we do know was a lesbian was a member of Northern's first graduating class, Frances Russell. One of the most fascinating characters to teach in the early days of Northern. She was a daughter of James and Catherine Russell. He was a journalist who eventually became the warden of the state prison in Marquette. Frances grew up in Marquette, attended Northern Normal, and was a member of its first graduating class. She then attended the University of Michigan before returning to Marquette, where she taught at the 3rd Street School. In 1905, she was hired by Northern to teach as an assistant in the English department. Around 1910, she left that post, and her activities during the 1910s were vague, only that she was living with her family at the state prison. It was during this time she befriended a Marquette woman named Winifred Tucker. In December of 1920, the pair moved to New York City and took over a former antique store at 21 East 8th Street in Greenwich Village. Over the next 2 decades, their cafe, the Jumble Shop, became a busy and popular hangout for bohemian writers and artists in the village, such as Thomas Wolfe, Daniel Chester French, Martha Graham, Willem de Kooning, and Stuart Davis, amongst many others. The couple lived together in various locations in Greenwich Village until 1937 when Winifred died. Frances would sell the Jumble Shop in the 1940s and retired to Laguna Beach, California, where she died in 1956. The influence of female faculty on the academics of the university would continue after World War II, with many faculty members such as Grace Spalding and Ethel Carey teaching at the university for well over 30 years. Still, men continued to dominate administrative posts and science positions. However, after World War II, there was a growing shift to a more male-dominated faculty. This was the case at universities across the country as men came back from the war and began to pursue education with their GI Bill in hand. This also had impact on some of the schools having fewer openings and scholarships for women. Where there definitely was a shift in the gender balance at Northern after World War II and the Korean War, there still was a very strong female presence on campus amongst the students and faculty. This is some of the GIs lining up. And this will show, this is the men to female ratio. As you can see, up until 1937, and this only goes back to 1927, when the earliest records we have on genders on the university. Until 1937, 1938, women dominated the university ratio-wise. And then after the war, during the war, of course, it was almost entirely women. Immediately after the war, you can see that it's shifted to men being dominant presence on campus. And that continued. One of the most important female faculty members from this time was Mildred Majors, the daughter of Dr. Samuel Majors, head of Northern's biology department. She became Northern's first faculty member to receive her PhD and a full professorship at the college. Born in Texas, her father moved her family to Marquette from Ypsilanti in 1912. She graduated from Graveret High School, attended Northern, where she received her life certificate. She then received her bachelor's from the University of Illinois, master's from Pennsylvania State College, before she joined the faculty in Northern in 1928. She had already taught at Ann Arbor High School and was an instructor of English and history at Canton Christian College, or the Canton Christian College in Canton, China. Majors would teach at the university for the next 30 years in the Department of Language and Literature. In her early 1940s, she began work towards her doctorate at the University of Michigan. In 1943, she took a leave of absence from Northern to teach at Western Michigan College, in part to finish her degree, but also because the college had so many few faculty members during the war. She returned to Northern in 1944 with her PhD and became the first female professor at the university. During her life, she traveled extensively, including tours of the Eastern Mediterranean and Britain. In 1951, she studied at the Shakespeare Institute at the University of Birmingham and did additional graduate work at Yale University and the University of Chicago. On January 29, 1958, Dr. Majors was walking into Longyear Hall to give an 8 a.m. final exam when she collapsed and died of a heart attack. In the Northern News, there was a memoriam for her. Miss Majors was not only a dedicated scholar and a stimulating instructor, but also a sincere and sympathetic friend to both faculty and students. Although constantly enlarging her sphere of knowledge and interest, she was never content with learning for its own sake. Many graduates and students of Northern have felt the broadening and enriching of their intellectual vistas through contact with her teaching. Informal gatherings in her home were often the means of Miss Majors employed in extending and interpreting to students the benefits of her study and her experiences in world travel. Always eager to share her ideas, Miss Majors made these gatherings the scene of a very profitable instruction. By the late 1950s, the ratio of men to women instructors was continuing to grow in the male's favor. In 1957, there were 47 male instructors and 25 women. However, with the retirement of Ethel Carey and the death of Mildred Majors, there certainly was a passing of the torch, as they were the last survivors of Northern's first few decades. However, it was in that same year that Northern hired its first female math teacher, Beatrice Boynton, who just happened to be the wife of the department head, Holmes Boynton. By 1964, Northern had grown exponentially, and so did the faculty, but mostly on the male side. And in that year, there were 105 male instructors and 35 female. With more academic programs and degrees available, Northern was hiring, but the true demographic shift had started to take place. This is a wonderful picture from 1919, I believe, of the faculty and staff. So in closing, what lasting influence did these female faculty have on our institution today? Well, I believe the greatest influence was the teachers they trained and the lineage that continues to this day, because so many of their students went on to come to Northern, and then their students came to Northern, and their students came to Northern, and I think that was their greatest legacy. I think a focus on teaching and continuing education, it was a really important influence they had. The deep interpersonal connections with their students, their creativity and innovation, the traditions and organizations that they started on campus, and their strong connections with Marquette's community. I just want to close up. In 2023-24, the ratio of women students is 61.9% to men. And the ratio of faculty is in 2022 was 261 women and 259 women. So I like that we've gone back to kind of the way it was in the beginning. Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions? I hope I could maybe answer some, but I may not be able to. Yes.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I think it was the second slide that you had.
All right.
Photo of the library. This has nothing to do with women at Northern. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes, second slide, photo of the library, nothing to do about women, but the bust that's sitting on the bookshelf in the center of the photo. Is that the same bust that's in the Beaumere now?
No.
Oh,
no,
too
that
bad,
is
because I was going to
not.
steal it back for the library. So, okay, never mind. Thank
You're
you.
going to get all of our statues and busts eventually, when we move into the new library. So.
I had known the story of Frances Russell and Winifred Tucker. How on earth did you find out about that? Because I only learned about their relationship in the Jumble Shop on McDougal Avenue or McDougal Alley in Greenwich Village through a family member.
That is the glory of the internet. People who think that the internet is terrible, it's ruined research, they're insane. The things that you can find now is incredible. Of course, you got to do your work and making sure that it's accurate. And that's the key. That's what I work with students about, is just saying, you know, Ancestry.com is an incredible tool. You can find incredible information on there, but you have to make sure it's accurate. And you have to back it up with other research. But it's incredible what you can find online. And so, yeah, it was just from a little thing that I read somewhere that I was able to expand it into all this just by sitting at my desk going, do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Yeah, it's an incredible tool. Veronica?
I have a question related to hiring and hiring announcements. And how did they know back then that, let's say, Northern had an opening?
Hold on, Veronica.
It's for the
We're using the
stream.
microphone because we're recording
Okay,
this, and
perfect.
it's live streamed, so.
Thank you. So I have a question related to hiring and hiring announcements back then. How did the women know that Northern had openings?
That's a great question. I never even thought to look into that. I don't know. I imagine that there was some distribution at other colleges and places, but I think a lot of it had to do with networking and had to do with who you knew. A number of the people who taught at Northern were students at Northern originally, and then eventually came back and taught. But I think a lot of it had to do with networking and people knowing, oh yeah, I know someone, we should have them come. But I'm sure there was some type of, information service out there that was providing information in the newspapers. But I don't know. That's something to look into, is how that information, how it got out there. You didn't have to have a bachelor's degree to teach at Northern back then. Most of them did not. And so, in fact, you didn't have to have a bachelor's degree to teach in schools. Many came just for the summer sessions and would then go off, like my grandmother came to Northern in the summertime, took the summer session, then would go to a one-room schoolhouse somewhere in the UP and teach for the year and then come back the following summer. So she never received a degree. She just got the training necessary to teach for the oncoming year.
And I have one more question.
Yeah.
Do you know when was the first international woman who started working at Northern?
Ooh. No, I don't. But I know that early on there were some, especially in languages, I believe. Miss Lubert?
She was pictured here.
I don't know. I don't know that.
French?
Maybe from Quebec. I really don't know. But that's something more to look into. And for our exhibit, we did a lot of research into trying to find who were the earliest international students who came to Northern. And it's really difficult. We don't have many resources other than the yearbooks and some of the newspapers, like the Northern News. And I do want to say, you mentioned research, the NMU Archives Uplink program has been an incredible thing. I could not have done the research that I've done on this project or the exhibit without the uplink. Because you can literally type in a name and have every resource in their archive that's been digitized pulled up. So if I wanted to find out, when did Ethel Carey die, I could type in her name and all the Northern News come up to have her name in it, and I could eventually narrow it down to, oh, that's the date that she died. And so that's just incredible information. It's just an incredible resource. If you haven't used it, I highly suggest you try it out. It's really important. So, any other questions?
Maybe a question you can answer, I don't know.
That's
the
more than
letters.
likely.
The letters behind the names are not common to me.
Right.
Could you explain a little bit about what maybe those letters stand for? A period, M period?
Well, AM is, it's,
Yeah, there's a variety of different letters. I
yeah,
noticed.
AM, there's MPD, which is not a doctorate, it's a master's in philosophy. And AB was actually a term more commonly used for bachelor's degrees at that time. I first came about it when I had my first professor from Harvard, and he had an AB, and I'm like, what the hell is that? He's like, well, at Harvard, that's what we call a bachelor's degree, So AB would be a bachelor's. I'm not sure what some of the others were. PhD was a philosophy, also a philosophy bachelor's, not a master's, but philosophy bachelor's degree. So that's the best I could do. Yeah. Well, it's a Bachelor of Arts degree. It's just a different, they just flipped it around. Yeah, it's the more traditional way, I guess. More research to be done. There's always more research to do. I'm not sure about an AM. Maybe that's a Master of Arts, again, flipped.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, yeah.
Thank you for doing this. For some of us that are Northern graduates,
Oh, yeah.
it's particularly fascinating, and I graduated in the 60s. I'm wondering what you're looking to do for the extension of your research here for the perhaps 50s, 60s, even 70s. Because in the 50s and 60s, women were still very prominent in teaching positions. And there are many of us still alive who would like to know more about, or have a review at least of what took place then. Is there any plan to do that?
I don't have a plan to do that. I really hope we can find a student in particular who would be interested in doing that research. Because I think that is another story altogether. It's a different time, a different place, especially with the students. And that was a time when Northern was growing like, I mean, we went from 500 students in 1955 to 7,500 by 1967. I mean, it's just an explosion.
Related to that is the fact that many of the buildings don't exist anymore. Longyear Hall and that stretch of buildings. I think from an alumni standpoint, that would be very important for Northern to celebrate some of what took place then, because there are many people that might be interested in donating to the foundation.
Oh, I agree. And quite frankly, knowing my parents who were graduate of Northern, after they tore down K Hall and Peter White building, they did not give $1 to Northern for about 20 years. They were absolutely incensed by it. And Northern lost a lot of alumni support when they did that. You know, they had to wait it out to people who didn't remember those buildings anymore to start getting support from alumni again in a mass number. But yeah, a lot of people just were so angry about that. And so yeah, more research and more writing and more celebration of that stuff. We need to do it.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have another question. We're gonna have to turn it over real soon so April can get settled, but one more question.
Oh, I was just wondering about if there was a women's fertility on campus during this time.
Oh, geez, I don't know about that. Do that research.
Okay.
Yeah, I wish I could do it all and knew it all, but I don't. But I'd be really interested to know about that. There's so many stories we just don't know, and as Hartley has said, the limited resources we have about that past. But keep digging, keep digging. So, thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it. So April is going to be up here in just a minute, so let's get started at 9 o'clock again. Yeah. Yeah.
She wrote a lot of books that I have, but she did any teaching or not? She
No.
said,
No, not
said
that.
she was a music instructor. But I don't know where.
I don't think so at the university.
She graduated in Northern in 1910.
Okay.
But
Yeah, I didn't really do any research on her because
yeah,
she
I was just interested because
wasn't
I
on my list.
picked up her books early on, and I was sort of wondering what she had to do with this area other than going to school here.
I don't know. Something to do. More research. Thank you. Okay. I'm gonna find somebody because I have to run at 9:30. Fixing to give at 9:30. I'll probably be back in time, but otherwise I'll find something. Do you want me to leave this? Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Here's the HD.
Great.
Good seeing you.
Yeah, hi.
Whoops. What's your name?
I'm Sai.
Hi, I'm April. Nice to meet you. Anything we need to do here? Or?
No, we're just making sure it's
good. Me too. There we go. Great.
weird. Let me just double check that we have it back on.
Yep, absolutely. I'm gonna go grab a glass of water anyway, so. Good morning. Minogajep. April Lindela Nindijnakas. So my name is April Lindela. I'm a professor here at Northern Michigan University at the Center for Native American Studies. However, I feel distinctly positioned to speak on this matter of the establishment of and some of the history of the Center for Native American Studies as a 3-time alum of NMU. I was here as a student when the establishment of the first Native American Studies program, the Native American Studies minor, began. So I do feel, and I've not left since then, so I do feel like I'm very much a part of like a lived experience here. And so even though 30-some years might not be the same in trajectory as 125 years, let me also be the first to say that that doesn't mean Indian education, of course, was not here and around the Upper Great Lakes region. It looked different, it is different, and I think that's one of the things that the inclusion of Native American Studies as a discipline and the Center for Native American Studies, I think the inclusion of that is one of the gems that make Northern Michigan University distinct and stand out. I've titled my talk Glimmers and Reflections, purposefully because I want to acknowledge this story of when I was first in the early 1990s. The minor had just been established, and I remember hearing a story from one of our language teachers about a word that is so kind and gentle. What it says is the lights at sunrise that dance on the water. There's one word for that. And I don't remember to this day what that word actually is, what the translation is. But I thought that because the people had that word, that it was a reminder of being thankful for the glimmers that we have in our life, and when the natural world presents us with those glimmers. So this is a little bit about that journey. As you'll notice, I have the tribal nation flags shared. This is in what is currently Whitman Hall. And some of these tribal nations were actually not recognized when Northern was established 125 years ago. And when I say recognized, I mean recognized by the federal government. They themselves, of course, recognize who they are in their own clan systems and in their own ways, in their own governing ways. But it is also a testimony to NMU's commitment to have a relationship with these tribes in having these tribal flags on display near the Center for Native American Studies. There is a written history that Dr. Marty Reinhardt worked on with Dr. Russ Manyagi. I have also contributed to that. Amy Cree-Dunn has contributed to that. This is going to not necessarily be a recap of that. This is going to be a little bit different. And so as a complement to hopefully what is already put in writing on our website, I hope that you'll enjoy this more of a visual memory lane with my presentation this morning. But do take a look at this website to read some of the history of the Center for Native American Studies as well. It is customary within the discipline of Native American Studies to open with giving thanks. And so I do want to do that and recognize and give thanks to our elders, our academic aunties and uncles, miigwech to our ancestors, miigwech for you for your attention today, and miigwech for your graciousness for any mistakes that I may make. A distinct statement of gratitude is to the countless faculty, mentors, friends, allies, and administrators who contributed in some way to build and make our humble center at NMU a shining star of success. No one person can do this work alone. I have pictured here who some of us consider to be the grandmothers of Native American studies. Both of them my faculty. On the left-hand side is Dr. Melissa Hearn, and on the right-hand side is Lillian Heldreth. Both of them taught in the English department for some time, and so we recognize them as really the ones who helped to establish the first minor in Native American studies, as well as purposefully establishing an autonomous center. They did that with guidance from elders from a Keweenaw Indian community, from a Hannahville Indian community, and we met at, I remember this as a student, we met at the little village community building that's right off of Wright Street. I can't remember what the other street name is that runs north and south, but there's a little community village building, and we met in that building as opposed to on campus. And I can theorize, I can't say for sure, but I would think that if I interviewed Melissa or Lillian, one of the reasons they might say that is to make the community members traveling from the tribal nations feel comfortable, because academia and Indian nations have a history that is full of tension. This is partly due to boarding schools, as well as other things in history I don't want to touch on too much. Joe McGuanaby from Hannahville Indian Community was one of the elders there at the time. And one of the things I distinctly remember of him being present is that they gave him space. Lillian and Melissa recognized that they could be vessels to help us with a message, but that they themselves would not create the message, that the message had to come from the Indian community. And the Indian students, including myself and others, we recognized we weren't going to be that voice either, that it had to come from the community elders. And so I didn't mean to miss out. Larry Matrius was also included in those meetings. Larry Matrius from Mille Lacs, Minnesota, but he was living in Hannahville at the time. Him and Joe McGuanaby were very, very instrumental in some of those early meetings. I also invite you, if you are interested in your own visual journey of some of the more recent years of the center, we do have a album on Flickr, which has close to 40,000 images. So after the Native American Studies minor was established in 1991, this was established because a number of classes had already existed. Some would argue that Russ Manyagi may have taught one of the first Native American topic classes in the entire state of Michigan. I don't know if that is a true statement or not. I need some students as well to do history on that. But I feel pretty confident in that because he had been doing so since the 1970s. Marla Buckmaster was teaching anthropology. We had Eileen Roberts teaching in art and design, Native American art and architecture. We, of course, had the English department with Melissa and Lillian both teaching Native American literature. And so Melissa Hearn in particular saw the opportunity to put a minor together, an interdisciplinary minor together, but taking advice from the community and having an autonomous center and having an autonomous Native American Studies discipline was at the forefront. The first Native American Studies class was UN 204. And the reason for the designation of UN was university studies because the discipline of Native American Studies did not exist yet. And so the first faculty who taught UN 204 was also hired in the English department, Dr. James Spresser. And he's currently teaching at a Lakota Tribal College. He was here for about 4 or 5 years in the early to mid 1990s. I actually don't have any photos of him, so I'm going to have to call him up and ask him for a couple. So some of our first Native faculty that was hired is at the top left. Donald Chosa was our first Anishinaabe language teacher. He taught all day on Saturdays. So we would come to class at 8 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, have a lunch break, and then continue on till 5 in the afternoon. For those of us who were starving for Native American content, we did not mind giving up our Saturdays to spend with him. And it was a really community building class that was in the fall of '93, winter of '94. Next to him, I'm pictured there, a much younger version of me, with Dr. Dennis Tibbetts, who is Wind River Shoshone and White Earth Ojibwe. Dr. Dennis Tibbetts was the first director and department head for the Center for Native American Studies. He was brought in July of 1996. And as I mentioned, Melissa Hearn and Lillian Heldreth recognized the call and need from the community to have an autonomous center that would be for Native people, led by Native people, that would harness and foster the conversations within the field of Native American studies. Dennis Tibbetts was a very kind, soft-spoken, gentle individual. And I remember Joe McGuanaby, the elder I mentioned earlier, in his interview asking Dennis particularly, "What's your clan?" Not something you often hear in a job interview. And so after he was hired, Dennis Tibbetts hosted an event called the Moccasin Blessing at the beginning of the academic year to welcome new Native American students to campus. And I remember him distinctly asking Joe McGuanaby, "So why did you ask me about my clan? Is it okay that I'm Ottertail?" "Otters are good fighters," Joe McGuanaby said. And so that was a stamp of approval from the community that Dennis was meant to be our first director, as I see it. So in addition, Dr. Dennis Tibbetts introduced American Indian Law Day. He also started the Gay-Kandasachik Alumni Association, a short-lived association that some of us were a part of for a time. Gay-Kandasachik translates from Ojibwe to those who are learned, or the learned ones. And so he wanted to see an alumni association to help mentor current Native American students at NMU. And I thought that was a really wise decision because, in essence, he was sort of by himself with a longtime student affairs staff member, Nancy Hatch, who was an assistant dean of students, but also would be the key person helping Native students navigate student affairs at the time. But he and Don were the only ones, but Don was traveling and commuting from Baraga. Again, we met on Saturdays, so we didn't get to see Don during the week very much. After Dennis Tibbetts left, Leanne Loonsfoot, who I'm pictured with in the top right, was an interim director for 1 year. And she is a citizen of the Keweenaw Indian community, also was an alum of the program. She and I had gone through some of the first classes together in the Native American Studies minor. And so it was really exciting to see a friend and colleague taking part in leadership to kind of keep the momentum going of the Young Center at this time, because Dr. Tibbetts left, I want to say about 1999, 2000, probably about 2000 if I remember correctly. And so he was only here for about 4 years in that role. So Leanna took the helm for 1 year, and then followed by the individual many of you know, Dr. Martin Reinhardt. He is Professor Emeritus now from Native American Studies. That's a picture of him when the Whitman Hall Center first opened in 2003, so it's a couple years after he started. He started in July of 2001. Under Dennis Tibbetts, let me back up for one more minute. One other thing that Dennis Tibbetts did was establish a Native American admissions counselor, and that was a 2-year position to help with recruitment of Native American students to NMU. That position actually was held by myself for 2 years. Marty Reinhardt, when he came in, he established an assistant director of the Center for Native American Studies. The person in the photograph next to Marty Reinhardt, who is the gentleman on the bottom left, center bottom is Tracy Madej, Bad River, and Red Cliff, I believe, are her two tribes. Marty, of course, being Sault Ste. Marie tribe of Chippewa. Tracy Madej was the assistant director for a short amount of time here at Northern Michigan University. And so even though we have, over the years, requested that position be reestablished, it wasn't to be for some time. We have a little bit different setup now, which I'll explain here in a minute. After Martin took a position in 2000, very early 2005, it was January of 2005, I became the interim director thinking, oh, this is a nice 6-month gig for a while because I actually was working in diversity student services under the direction of Coach Bill Hill. Some of you may know from the Gwinn area, a former Air Force officer at KI. And so I was in diversity student services for 4 years and worked closely with Marty and Tracy on a number of projects, including our summer youth camps for Native students. So I took over as interim director thinking I would have, 6 months maybe, and then I had to find another job. Well, that 6 months turned into a year, which then turned into a year and a half, which then turned into April finally is working on her terminal degree and I received an MFA, earned an MFA, I should say, in December of 2006, which then made me actually eligible to apply for the position. And I'm distinctly honored that my career for 13 and a half years, I served as the director for the Center for Native American Studies. I bring this picture up to take us back to 2003. This is the first picture of the Center for Native American Fire Site, we believe. Marty agrees with me, so I'm going to go with it. You'll notice there are no benches. This is before the benches were installed. People were talking about buildings being torn down. These stones, from my recollection, are from the Long Air building. And so we recognize the need to keep history talked about and going, and those stories, even if it's that physicality of having the Long Air stones present, it's still that connection to the deep history of Northern, even though the building itself is no longer in existence. And those stones still sit at each cardinal direction at the fire site. So you'll see here for those of you with good long memories, individuals like Dr. Michael Lokinen, Fred Joyle, Ann Joyle, Terry Seetoff. And this is the first time we actually lit that fire in 2003. This fire site was established by Marty Reinhardt, and it was in response to the year memorial and commemoration of 9/11. Native students and Native faculty and staff at the year commemoration in 2002, we were invited to not actually do our ceremony on campus. So we went and everybody drove to my home to do that commemoration. This fire site is a response to that by saying, Marty said, we need to have our own place to have ceremony and commemoration. We need to have our own space to do it on our terms, and what that looks like is a fire site. Since the buildings, we were moving from Majors Hall, the Center for Native American Studies was moving from Majors Hall to Whitman Hall. This was the perfect time to establish this fire site. But a lot of people may not recognize that history or know that history and that story of why the fire site came to be. This is the ultimate lemonade from lemons situation is how I see it. And that Marty took that up to say we need to have our own space. Really speaks to our longevity at Whitman Hall now, being there for more than 20 years. We were invited generously by Dan Truckee to move when the Beaumere moved. And our faculty, this was one of the reasons our faculty said, we want to stay in Whitman Hall. We want to be close to our fire site. we are responsible for it. This is our space that was designated for us in a time of need, and we have an obligation to this fire site. And so this is one of the reasons we actually did not move when the Beaumere moved to the center of campus. So I hope people understand and respect that decision. Lots of words here, and I apologize for that. I will say one of the things that Dennis taught me as a director and Marty taught me as a director, they both taught me wonderful things. And I also have to give a shout out to Don and Karen Rybacke. They were my faculty members, and Don was also the Associate Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences, and he was very, very much a mentor for me when I was starting as a director and department head for the Center for Native American Studies. So big love to Don and Karen Rybacke from the communication program, of which I'm a graduate. So 3 strands of one braid is something that I really felt the center represents and still represents to some degree. Dennis and Marty both taught me about the need and distinction for Native American studies as a field on its own, so academics and research being the first strand of that braid. Student empowerment, that is something I think I brought with me from working in student affairs. Also having been navigating NMU as a student for as long as I did, that was something I really felt strongly about. But Dennis and Marty and myself all very much, and Melissa Hearn and Lillian Heldreth very much believed we need to be in relationship with the tribal nations. So community outreach and engagement was critical. I often said when I was director, if I don't have, and when I started as a director, I went to all the 5 tribes in the Upper Peninsula and told them I was taking over as a director. I provided elders and culture committees with tobacco and gifts and said in 2007, when I was hired permanently, keep an eye on me. Keep an eye on me. Because if I don't have community approval as a director, I need to pack up and go home. If I don't have community support, if I don't have and foster that continuous relationship, we're performing on this campus. So that's how strongly we believe in tying what we do with that community stamp of approval. As a whole, the university, we might look for approval in a similar fashion, but really the watchful eye on our university is the Higher Learning Commission, if you will. To us, that's the community. That's the tribal nations. They're our Higher Learning Commission. So we have, over the years, done multiple projects under all of these areas. We have continually fostered interdisciplinary programs. So our minors, we have multiple minors. We have a baccalaureate degree that was established, the first in the state of Michigan. First of the 15 public universities to have a baccalaureate degree solely dedicated to Native American studies. And what I mean by that is our colleagues at other larger institutions may have a comparative degree in American studies where you can get a track of Native American studies, but you have to then have your minor complementary track in another area of study that compares. And we feel here at NMU there is more than enough to dignify the discipline with its own solely dedicated pathway and discipline. So some of the ways that we have amplified academics and research has been through really distinct research projects. Some of you may have heard of the Decolonizing Diet Project. I would say that is still ongoing, but one of the first projects to look at and question food sovereignty across the United States, Canada. And I will say, Marty received calls from Australia, Japan, from all over the globe when he was running that particular project. I was grateful to be not only on the staff for that, but also volunteer research subject. My family, on the other hand, wasn't too excited to continually have bison meatloaf night after night, but I'm gonna tell you what, that was the most transformative research project I ever took part in. Some other things we did, we produced the Voice on the Water anthology. We introduced the Elders in Residence initiative, and this was based off of initiatives that I saw were happening in Canada. Above the medicine line, First Nations are doing amazing things in higher ed, and so I keep an eye on what's going there up there. Of course, we invited many King Chavez Park's visiting professors and hosted them in alignment at the time. The visiting professor program was in the academic affairs office, and so we would work with academic affairs to offer KCP visiting professors. The Zadkey project. This is a distinct project that we did with the U.S. Forest Service and with the Cedar Tree Institute. Many of you locally may know of the Cedar Tree Institute. One of the things that we are most proud of is being a small part of their giant effort to replant 1,000 cedar trees across the Upper Peninsula a number of years ago, and we were part of that. Two of our students, who I'll talk about, you'll see pictures of later, actually then went on to get jobs at Great Lakes Indian Fish and Wildlife as student interns, and were part of a published collection of books that celebrated language and stories from the earth. So Zadkey is that love for the earth. It's two words. It's the word for love and the word for earth put together, and so it's talking about our love for the earth, which I think is central to the discipline of Native American studies. People may think it's about Native people and Native nations, and it is, but it's really about Native peoples and Native nations' relationship with all of creation. So you can see some of the other things under student empowerment. One of the things that we included was a Native American Student Empowerment Initiative. We received grants, 2% grants from the tribes for these. And what we would do is we would ask the students, what types of activities do you want to see? What will, in essence, what will keep you here in school? Because just because that history was tense doesn't mean that we don't still feel the effects of Native students trying to navigate a predominantly white institution. There's still tensions that are there. And so I and the staff around me were and faculty around me, we were very interested in, all right, students, what do you want? What is it going to be, and what is it going to take for you to stay here? So we created the Native American Student Empowerment Initiative. We've supported over the years 3 student organizations, the long-running Native American Student Association, ACES, the American Indian Science and Engineering Society. Membership and chapter existence wanes depending on the students, of course. And the Native Language and Culture Club, which also was wanes depending on student interest. Community outreach, way too many things to mention. Probably what we're most notable for, and this began in the 1980s, the late 1980s. Northern Michigan University worked with Natawaush Hannahville Indian School in presenting summer leadership programs for middle school and high school Native American kids. And so even as in the late 1980s, this was something that we continued to do during the summer for 2 weeks for many, many, many years. Boy, I can't even tell. A lot of the pictures coming up are going to reflect that, so I don't want to talk too much about that. A lot of these that you see are going to be youth-centric. You can see that by the names. As well as some of the conferences that we used to host. We used to host the UP Indian Education Conference. We also offered the Indigenous Earth Issues Summit. Summit was chosen on purpose to take action. And then also the Walking to Path Together that was dedicated to mental health in the tribal communities. So overall, we've done a lot of work in that community engagement and outreach. This is summarizing the previous slide, but in a more indigenous manner. One of the things that was great about doing a lot of the programs that we've done is the interdisciplinary connections that we can make in doing so. So for example, our Indigenous women working within STEM, many, 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 many of the STEM programs, biology, chemistry, surge tech, and health programs, lots of the STEM areas were involved in helping us put those programs together. And so we couldn't really do it without them. And so that's just one example. But we've also done amazing close work with the School of Art and Design, definitely the Department of Social Work. And so this is kind of that storytelling of all of the things on the previous slide. But at the core of it, you'll see that circle of identity, community and culture, language revitalization, and traditional ecological knowledge. These are the core components that help drive our decision-making within the center and the discipline, here at NMU anyway. And so, but I wanted to kind of show how interdisciplinary we can be within Native American studies and working with multiple areas on campus. All right, so visually, this is some pictures dedicated to the Decolonizing Diet Project. Martin Reinhardt, you'll see there on the left-hand side with, and then also with Ken Pitawanakwut, one of our language teachers formerly. Tina Moses, the better half of Marty and Tina, I should say, she was our secretary for 9 years in the center. So with Marty and Tina and myself, we were this really solid three-legged stool that was, we felt pretty tough, pretty solid. But that's Tina pictured in the boat, and then I'm a picture of me blueberry picking. And then a visual of our Voice on the Water anthology. We received a Michigan Humanities grant for that. And had a number of voices from the Native community included in this particular textbook. And just until recently, maybe the last couple of years, we've used this for our NAS 204 Native American Experience class. Lots of pictures here again. I'm trying to showcase students when possible, but I'm also showcasing some visitors. So on the top left, you'll see one of our former students, an alum. She is featured in a video on the center website. Her name is Anna, and she is one of the last students to be at NMU when it was only a minor. And she says this in her video, and so she was a little jealous that the following semester, students could enroll in the NAS major. She was merged environmental science, with Native American studies. So that was her combination. Next to her, our former provost, Susan Cook, with Dr. Jessica Rickert, the first American Indian female dentist, visited our campus. I talk a lot about relationship to earth. One of our classes is named Kino Mage. That is a very important word in the Ojibwa language. It represents the word for teacher. It represents the word for education. The etymology of the word is earth shows us the way. The earth is our oldest teacher. The earth is our oldest being that we learn from. So that class spends its time outdoors. It's offered in the summer and early fall. It's been a very, very popular class. I see Jackie Medina's here. She could probably testify. Her outdoor recreation people love this class when they figure out that they're going to be outdoors, 99.9% of the time, as do our environmental studies students and others. Visitor to campus, Joseph Connolly, a Mohawk individual who works for NASA. He's very distinguished now. This was back in his younger days. But you can see he was here and helping us with one of our leadership programs that we had for middle school students. The next two on the bottom left and center are tied to the Zodkey project that I was referring to with the U.S. Forest Service and the Cedar Tree Institute. I'm with, at the time, a woman by the name of Rose, who was at that time the oldest living matriarch in person at the Lac Vieux Desert Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa. She's Giwe Martin's mother. And so I was very honored to be able to interview her. Technically, I was the chauffeur. The students did the interviewing. They did the work. So I just made sure everybody got there safely. But it was really nice to be able to see our students doing that kind of oral history work with these elders. Similarly, we traveled to Lac du Flambeau. This is a picture in the center with 3 of the students. You can see the camera there. With Nick Hawkins, and both of these I should be saying Ba, because Rose Ba and Nick Ba, they have passed on into the spirit world. They are no longer with us. And so having the ability to take students to the reservation communities and talk and meet with these people is really important. The bottom right is a visit with the Tribal Law and Government class. Every spring semester, they visit the Keweenaw Indian community, and Keweenaw Indian community with the Zadke Project, with the Cedar Tree Institute, with the Forest Service, and the Center for Native American Studies, we built a mini dome greenhouse. So we'd love a mini dome greenhouse at NMU too, to kind of be a little sibling to the Superior Dome, but we haven't got there yet. But we know how to do it because we were up there doing it with Keweenaw Indian community. So their Department of Natural Resources is happy to host our students from Tribal Law and Government to every spring they'll go up there. And so that's inside their greenhouse. Some of you may have seen the Presque Isle artwork at the opening of the drive. The Center for Native American Studies actually played a part in that as part of the Mikwendagwazi To Be Remembered project. Pictured here is Sherry Lunsford Aldridge, who is Keweenaw Indian community citizen, and she painted the sign. And as she was painting the sign, we worked with a number of students and local photographer and artist Christine Granger to document the process while teaching the students how to use 35mm cameras. And so we created a book, Mikwendagwazi, of them using the cameras and practicing with the cameras, not only of Sherry doing the painting, but throughout Presque Isle as an island. So that was, for us, a kind of fun youth project that we did. The center picture in the middle on top is from our Voice on the Water release. This is where people came and heard from, these are all the authors that are included and were part of that reading. If any of you know our current director, Tyler Detloff, he is in that picture, but you may have to look for him. The next picture is the Student Leadership Fellowship Banquet. The Native American Student Association and their two advisors, Grace Shalier and Tina Moses, attended that on multiple occasions, but I wanted to get and make sure and recognize Tina and Grace serving in capacities beyond Grace was one of our contingent adjunct faculty, and Tina being our secretary, but they co-advised the Native American Student Association. They didn't have to do that, right? They volunteered to do that, and that was very amazing of them to do so. The below, with the big northern bus, is two of Marty's classes, NAS 212 and NAS 488, going up to help with Sugarbush. I have another picture of Sugarbush a little bit later up at Keweenaw Indian community. The center is a little boy. He's made his first moccasin, and this is part of the Creating and Learning Art in Native Settings. This was a grant we received from the National Endowment for the Art, and we actually hosted the camp at the Lac Vieux Desert Band of Lake Superior Chippewa at the community roundhouse. And then also something a little bit more contemporary, but focusing on health, Native Dance Fitness. And that's was introduced in 2016. So you can see this idea of like intellectual well-being, physical well-being, emotional well-being, cultural and spiritual well-being through all of these activities. Again, more pictures of visiting guests. One I'm going to point out in particular is in the green shirt with the microphone, Helen Roy. She's on the top, kind of right center there. She's holding the microphone. Helen Roy was supposed to be here last week for the Indigenous Perspectives Symposium and was unable to make it because her partner had an injury, and so she wasn't able to join us. She was a language teacher for a long, long time, and she joined us for one semester for being a language teacher when we lost one of our language teachers had to depart quickly. I point her out here because the NMU powwow that was established in 1992, the Learning to Walk Together powwow, one of the things we always tried to do was recognize and honor elders and recognize and honor women. So there's this big push in Indian country in the last 2 years, 2022 or so, about women being MCs of powwows, because that's not something you necessarily see out there. And I'm very proud to say that in the early 2000s, our student team, the president is in the purple top right there, Peggy Baugh. She just passed on earlier this month, or late last month, sorry. But you see, Helen Roy was a female MC at our student powwow. And I think that's because our students wanted to recognize and honor Helen's gifts of language teaching and humor and just the delightful personality that she is. So even though she couldn't be here last week, I hope that some of you have the opportunity to be graced with her humor and her presence. She's a dynamic lady. You can also see here we've met the first NASA astronaut who's Native, who went into space, John Harrington. He actually visited NMU a couple of times, but one during our youth program. And so at the Children's Museum, and I can't remember where else there are plaques on display with his visit being commemorated. We at the center actually don't have one because we ended up giving the 3 that we ordered to other people. So we don't have one of those plaques. But I remember the Children's Museum definitely has one. And here's just some other experiences with young people in our effort to tie students not only to the natural world, but what does that mean for them in coming to campus. You'll see on the far right picture, I'll point this one picture out here. There's 2 pictures I want to point out here. The far right, you'll see the students building an interesting contraption there. Jeff Horn, the late Jeff Horn, who taught in the math department, was very instrumental in year after year helping us with our summer leadership program and STEM programs for Native kids in middle school and high school. And so he was teaching math and doing so in this sort of 3-dimensional way, and the students really, really appreciated that. The other picture that I wanted to point out here is the one in the bottom center. The significance and importance of language, I cannot overstate that. We brought in Nayaksit Gray Morning from Montana, who is known for his accelerated language, second language acquisition. He himself, being Blackfeet, has this pedagogy and how to teach language, and Ken Pitawanakwat, myself, and our dean, Terry Seetoff at the time, wanted to emphasize language as so important for Native peoples. And the picture here in that center is representative of Hopi, Navajo, as well as other tribal nations. We actually didn't get too many Ojibwe that came, but we got people from all other parts of the United States to come to the second language learning acquisition workshop with Gray Morning. And so that was really cool because there's one lady in the back there. I don't know if I can point out which one she is, but she's a taller woman in the back. She's Hopi. And one of the pictures that Gray Morning had was of a boat. And she said, "We don't have a word for boat." And so for the Ojibwe in the room anyway, we were like, "What? How is that possible?" And then we're like, "Oh yeah, different land, different territory." And so just little things that we learned and things and, again, glimmers of these memories that I remember from these events. In 2014, already 10 years ago, we honored 3 faculty who contributed greatly to the discipline of Native American Studies. You'll see Dr. Michael Luukkonen, Dr. Russ Manyagi, and Dr. Elda Tate. Each one of these individuals taught classes and or did research in and among Native nations. And so we held a gathering for them to remember them for their work. And the gathering name, I would have to look it up, and translated into Ojibwe is "those who stood with us." And so this was an honoring for those faculty who, through their time at NMU, really helped us grow into the discipline we were. All right, I'm going to move a little bit quickly because I got the 5-minute sign. Okay, so lots of pictures through here. I want to point out on the bottom right-hand corner of this particular slide, this is a Maori from New Zealand, Victor Stephenson, who was here for our Indigenous Earth Issue Summit. He came with two other Indigenous people from New Zealand and a scholar from New Zealand. And so it was a real honor to have individuals from across the world. We have had guests, you can see on the bottom left, from Alaska. Alaska natives have been here, as well as the center picture on the bottom includes faculty from Salish Kootenai Tribal College in Montana. There's our Sugar Bush picture. So you saw the picture of the bus. There's the crew out getting maple sap that will be boiled down to maple sugar. Our Elders in Residence program is represented in the top right there. Howard and Elizabeth Kimmelwan stayed with us for 5 days and lectured in classes, visited the DeVos Art Museum, and did workshops with students throughout the week. And so I really hope that that would be something we could bring back at NMU as well. Other than the kids in science, as I mentioned, I can't not give a shout out to my colleagues in science education and science all around. These are students taking part in the College Prep Medicine Wheel Academy. And so it's pretty cool because some of the folks that are in this picture actually went on to be health professionals. 2 of them went on to be teachers, which is also exciting. More guests and speakers. I'm going to point out quickly the Chez Nous picture because we were doing the decolonizing diet at the time, and somehow we convinced President Haynes to allow us to feed the board of trustees a decolonizing meal. I think he was nervous, but he didn't let on right away. But after we were done, they all loved it. So that was one of the things that we did. And so we worked very closely with hospitality management and Chef Kibbet, not only on this project, but all of the events that we did, such as a First Nations food taster we supported the students on, and the NASA Powwow Feast we supported the students on. Ada Deer, one of our last distinguished honorary commencement speakers from Indian country. That was in 2012. She has also since passed on. And then some other speakers from Haudenosaunee territory that were here with the DeVos Museum having work on display. We just really want to empower our students as much as possible. So, being able to meet with and see role models from Indian country who are successful scholars, who are successful professionals is very important to us. And so these pictures represent that. Here's a sample, not nearly close to the entire representation of faculty of Native American Studies who helped make the discipline what it is here on our campus. Currently, we have a recent shift in transition. For 5 years, Joe Lubig was our department head, and for a number of months, Amber Morsaw was our director. So the position that I held as academic department head and director were split into 2, and now we actually have our own academic department head, yay, and our own director, Tyler Detloff and Caroline Laporte, are a dynamic duo, and I'm very honored and privileged to work with them. And why do we do it all? Because of our students, because of the messages that we have to share that aren't brought up in other spaces. But this is really it. So the picture on the top left, the 2 there, I never met those students in person. Those are Global Campus students. And so to be able to, after years having a relationship with them over Zoom, to be able to meet them at their graduation was actually very moving for me. Jolie, top center, wins the best prize for reaction at commencement. I sit in the front row, so I get to take pictures of all the students as they walk by. But just the students and the alumni represented here represent just an amazing cadre of talent, and they're out there doing amazing things, not only for Indian country, but for the world. And so with that, I'm going to say miigwech. Thank you.
Thank you, April. So does anybody have any questions for April?
Oh, we have one up here, yes.
Hey, Miss
Good morning.
Ann, how are you?
Despite the fact that I just walked in, it's because I turned off YouTube at home.
Oh, okay.
Your audience went down one there. But
That's okay, but you're here.
I wanted to tell you that Lillian Hildreth died last week.
Oh, my gosh, okay. Thank you for that. I did not hear that news, so. Lillian and her husband Leonard were very instrumental here at NMU in many, many ways, and as I mentioned, a grandmother of this program.
Yeah, and there's no question, this was one of the things she was proudest of in her entire life. No question about it.
Yeah.
Many people in our French-Canadian family were disappointed to find out that they had no ancestry DNA markers. Mm-hmm. And I was wondering, is there a database? Do you hear this complaint by others, thinking that they had elders in their family and then only to find that there's bleached out DNA, or have you been familiar with that?
Yeah, so as you remember from that one slide, that's the circle slide of all the different activities at that core, the top one was identity. Identity absolutely is something that is central to so many of our conversations. We do have some I've been here a long time, but we've had some people that I think identity was more about, well, what's in it for me, identity people, and then we have identity of what's in me for the community. And so that's the difference, right? And so I think those people who may think of their history and their oral stories and all of their storytellings, here's what I'm going to say. As much as I do want to give a thumbs up to science, I personally am suspect of the DNA tests. Not because I don't think they're accurate. That's not what I'm saying. But because of how they position around, they might say Native American, but they can't say Shoshone. They can't say Pueblo. They can't say Cree. They can't say Mohawk. And so I think that adds to the confusion of what it means to be and identify as Native, because as Marty always taught us, identity is based on not only our biological and our sociocultural, but our legal political. And by that, it means we are not just members of tribes, we are citizens of tribes. And that's where the confusion comes in, right? Of somebody who says, well, my family said this, and then they're disappointed. What I would say is be who you are and be the best accomplice and ally you can be, regardless of what those stories tell you. That's what I would suggest. Thanks for the question.
All right, we have one back here.
Thank you, April. Still teaching. Love it.
Yes.
My question is about the land acknowledgement. So I was a student a long time ago, even before the Native American minor existed, and I don't recall any signage, any language, none of that. And even in my time as professor here on campus, seeing more of it, I'm hearing more of it, I'm seeing signatures on emails being shared that I really appreciate. So could you speak just a moment to the history of how that came to be?
Certainly.
It might take more time, I don't know.
I'll do my best to be brief. Land acknowledgements from my own research had come up from Canada. As I mentioned, I keep an eye on Canadian Indigenous academics and scholars. I teach a lot of Canadian Indigenous academics and scholars in my classes. The practice has, from my recollection, really started as a movement in about 2010 in Canada, made its way to the States about 2012. But then about 2015 or 16, people, especially in Canada with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, started to question why are these land acknowledgements, they should be a first step to a larger solution. They are, I think what they do and what they have is generate conversation, but where do we go from there? What's the next step? We are very fortunate that we, under Director Morso, Amber Morso, worked with Academic Affairs and Carrie Schuling to have a couple of signs put up around campus to acknowledge the center, which is actually recognized as the place of the heart in the language. If you know the language, that's what it says. It's the place of the heart. It doesn't say Center for Native American Studies. It says place of the heart. And then also our land acknowledgement sign that's near the McClintock and Music Building over there in the center of campus. I think we hope that it's a step towards critical thinking and critical consciousness to larger questions. And it doesn't land with just that acknowledgement, that territory acknowledgement. And I say territory to include water, because, hey, we live near that beautiful, big, amazing lake. So territory acknowledgements are, I think, a first step to a wider conversation. And sometimes people are uncomfortable with that wider conversation. But I think that's why we need to have Native American Studies as a discipline, is to have those conversations that others won't talk about. And continue to be brave to have them, depending, no matter what our society looks like out there. We need to continue having those conversations. So I hope that's satisfactory for the history that I'm aware of.
We have time for one more question. This young lady here at the...
Bonjour, Monica.
Bonjour. This is kind of like random and a little bit off topic, but did the hairstyle mohawk come from Native Americans?
Oh my gosh, what a great question. Yes, if you actually look at the Haudenosaunee people, when young men would go through their transition from young adulthood into manhood, they would actually make different types of hairstyles to distinguish their young selves from their adult selves. The actual, what we in society know as the Mohawk now, came from all of the Haudenosaunee people, not just that nation. So there's 6 nations. And so all of those young men would make that transition. But it's not the only hairstyle. So it's one of many that the young men would take on. That one seemed to stick, though. So punk out.
Punk
Yeah.
out. April, thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, for your
fantastic.
attention.
So we're going to get our next speakers up here. We'll be starting in a couple of minutes. So. Anna, Michael. Okay.
probably the first, it's probably the first time sharing. Yeah. Not sharing. Screen. There we go, got it. Duplicate. Yeah, Windows P. Yeah, that's. I'll never remember that. Okay. Well, that's what I'm here for. Just want to make sure this is the actual version we're using. Okay. I think that should be good then. Cool. Actually, just let me give this a short. Oh, I know I was not going to start. I was just saying, okay, I got that. Oh, yeah, give it to me like you want.
We're going to start in a couple minutes, so if you want to get some coffee and a snack and then or use the facilities, we'll get started again. All right. Well, thanks everyone for being here, and thanks again to April Lindola for that wonderful presentation. Such an amazing history. We are so gifted to have a Center for Native American Studies. I heard, this may be a rumor, but I heard when Northern announced that we were going to have an Anishinaabe language major, that the University of Michigan went ballistic. They're like, what? We're supposed to be the ones who offer that program. And Northern said, yeah, can you hear this? So I thought that's a great story. I don't know if it's true or not, but I hope it's true. Anyway, our next speakers are going to talk about the history of the NMU Honors Program, which I've had the great honor of teaching in myself. We have Professor of Spanish, Michael Joy, who has degrees from Carleton College, his bachelor's and his MA and PhD from the University of Minnesota, so he's obviously from Minnesota, right? Okay. And he began teaching in 2006 here at Northern and loves to teach the golden age of Spanish literature, especially Don Quixote. And we have Anna Zimmer, who also went to Carleton College for her bachelor's degree, but she went to Georgetown for her master's and PhD. That's fantastic. Very jealous. She began teaching here at Northern in 2015. She is an associate professor of German and loves teaching beginning, intermediate, and advanced undergraduate learners in that language. So would you please welcome Michael Joy and Anna Zimmer.
Thank you, Dan. I'm obviously not Michael Joy and Anna Zimmer. I am just Michael Joy. We will be dividing the presentation up between the two of us, and there's really only space for one person up here. So for now, it's me, Michael Joy. Thank you for coming. I see a few familiar faces in the audience, so that's gratifying. Earlier this week, I dived back into my emails, and I noticed that Dan had issued the call for proposals on March 28, a solid 7 months ago. And we submitted our proposal on July 24th with the vision of months of research in the archives and leisurely poring over newspapers. And then within a week, Anna and I both discovered we were teaching overloads this semester. So this became, this became a sort of a passion project that we worked on between grading and class planning and conference going and all the rest of it. The original title of this presentation was even harder to say. It was A Wealth of Well-Read Wildcats. I like alliteration. So thank you, Anna, for suggesting we remove the wealth part. Well-Read Wildcats, A History of the NMU Honors Program. I want to emphasize this is not the complete history of the honors program. It is a brief and incomplete history of the program. It's a work in progress, something that a person could, in fact, apply for a sabbatical to work on. It's occurring to me this morning, so maybe one day one of us will do that. Our hope is that you, the listeners, will leave knowing a little more about the honors program than you did at the start of this presentation. That's obviously a pretty low bar to set because I'm guessing most of you don't know a whole lot about the program, but we have 100 years of honors history here that we'll go over in the next half an hour. There will be time set aside for questions and comments. I'm in fact curious if any of you were around when some of these discussions about the honors program took place here on campus in Marquette. And before we get going though, I do want to acknowledge, I put down Anna Zimmer's name and my name back in July when we submitted this. I should have put down essentially the entire honors team. So I do want to acknowledge that our administrative assistant, Sam Marier, who is also an alum of NMU, and our honors student ambassador, Erin O'Donnell, both of whom are in the room, provided crucial, really crucial archival research and technical assistance. This truly would not be happening if it were not for the two of you. So thank you for your work and for being here. Here is the plan for today. It's a very ambitious plan, perhaps too ambitious. We'll talk a little bit about honors education in the United States, and actually in the world, as I think about it, starting from the 19th century until the 1950s. Not much is available for NMU in this period of time. We start with our NMU efforts in the 1960s into the 1990s, and then we'll talk about the early years of the honors program. I guess, spoiler alert, the program was started in 1998. We'll talk about the first 16 years of the program. And then the last half or so will be our chance to tell you all about the program as it exists now and the wonderful things that our students are doing in the program and beyond. I will start with a bit of data for you, maybe a little hard to read from where you are. This is the current situation of honors education in the United States. NCHC, the National Collegiate Honors Council, is what it sounds like. It is the national professional organization for honors education in the United States. We are a member of the NCHC. We go to the conference every year, and they do a census every year of honors programs and honors colleges. You might notice this says 2016. There has been a census since then in 2021, and there's one going on right now, which I will fill out after I get back to the office later today. But the 2021 slide that I found was not nearly as user-friendly, so we're going with the 2016 data, but the information hasn't changed a whole lot. The same general patterns hold true. A couple of things I want to point out to you here, especially for those in the back. There are 849 or so members of the National Collegiate Honors Council. Not every honors program in the country is a member of the NCHC, but most of them are. You will see that most of them are honors programs, not honors colleges. 523 honors programs, 136 honors colleges. We are an honors program. We are not an honors college. And that makes some sense when you look at the size of the institution. If you go directly underneath honors programs, size of the institution, the average size for honors programs is 6,663 students at that institution, which is almost exactly what we have here at NMU for undergraduates. So we fit in nicely there. And then the average size of the honors program itself is about 385 students, which is almost exactly the number of students that we have in our honors program here at NMU. So I was about to say we are kind of an average program. That's not what I'm going to say at all. We are a stellar program. However, statistically, in terms of number of students, we are almost squarely in the mean, the norm for honors programs and students. You will see that 65% of students are women in honors programs. We are even slightly above that. We're about 70% or so, or 75% women in our honors program. We are cognizant of that fact and working very hard to find students of all kinds to come to the program. And then there's some other information. But basically, master's universities like NMU are a key sort of type of institution that has an honors program. Some small colleges have them, some larger universities, but many, many schools like NMU have an honors program or an honors college. And honors education, it's like any other academic field. There's a whole thriving subculture, you can tell I'm getting excited about just thinking about it. Conferences, journals, workshops, retreats, all sorts of honors, email discussion forums and things like that. So that's kind of the world that we live in here in honors, and it's very exciting. And now we're going to dive into the early history of honors education in the country, leading up to what we have here at NMU today. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Anna Zimmer.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you, Dan, for organizing the symposium today. We'll move into the history a little bit. So I wanted to provide you with a little bit of information. Honors education in the United States really starts already in the 1880s. And a precursor to honors was the tutorial system at Oxford University, which started in the early 1800s. In the 1880s here in the US, there were kind of initial honors education attempts at Harvard, at the University of Michigan, Princeton, and Columbia University. But they didn't really take off at that time, especially in public schools. And Anne Rinn, who has done some work on the history of honors education in the United States, offers some hypotheses about why that might not have happened. One is that independent instruction in honors required a great amount of time from professors, often interfering with their regular course loads. And if our dean were here today, he would say that is still the case in honors education. Also, there was no monetary allowance in the budget to compensate the professors. And also, the 1890s were a period of rapid growth in colleges and universities, and the system of individualized honors education really didn't fit nicely into the development of courses, grades, and the credit system, which were really kind of new at the time. But then in the early 1900s, there were many American Rhodes Scholars that had the opportunity to study at Oxford University, and then they were exposed to this tutorial system and returned to the United States. Many of them went into higher education and brought back some of these ideas to the US. So we'll move into the 1920s. Frank Idelot is known as the originator of honors education in the US. He was one of these Rhodes Scholars that brought some of these ideas back to the US from Oxford. And he was the president at Swarthmore College. At the end of the First World War, there was an increase in college students in the United States. And some said that this led to kind of this average intellectual pace. So, which maybe wasn't great for what you'll see later is referred to as the superior student. It's occurring to me now, that's interesting, we haven't used this vocabulary of the superior student. Here in the UP, we call a lot of things superior, but I'm not suggesting a new marketing campaign for the honors program, but so Idelot brought back some of these characteristics that he saw in the tutorial system at Oxford to Swarthmore College. And for him, key components of honors education included active learning, a seminar method with lots of discussion between faculty and students, a so-called pass or honors approach. So as students graduated, they would either pass their exams or be awarded an honors designation. Self-education, really independent learning. Also what you called reading for honors, and that's sort of where our title of our presentation comes from today. And finally, just exposure to knowledge at a deeper level than in perhaps an average honor or an average college class. The first honors programs at Swarthmore started in 1922, and by 1940 they had expanded to all departments at that college. You'll see a nice picture here of Frank Idelot, and I wanted to share this one quote with you from him. He stated, "The academic system as ordinarily administered is for these better and more ambitious students a kind of lockstep. It holds them back, wastes their time, and blunts their interests by subjecting them to a slow-moving routine which they do not need." I think it's interesting, we don't use language like this anymore to describe our honors programs or to describe our students in general, but at the same time, some of these ideas still do influence honors education. All right. The 1950s and 60s saw rapid growth in honors education in the United States. While Idelot is known for bringing honors education to the US, Joseph Cohen at the University of Colorado is really known for spreading honors education to larger public universities. And in 1957, he was instrumental in establishing the so-called Inter-University Committee on the Superior Student, or ICSS. And between 1957, well, let me say one more thing about that. In 57, also the Rockefeller Foundation supported a summit that happened at Boulder, in Boulder, Colorado, that brought many honors educators together for the first time. And there they drafted a document that looked at came up with 16 so-called features of honors education. And some of these we still have today in what is known as the NCHC's shared principles. So even at that time, there was a lot of kind of definitional work going on about what is honors and how do we define it. So following that summit and the establishment of this organization, there was sort of a growth spurt in honors education between 1957 and 65. Honors institutions went from 90 to 338 in that time period. And then in 1966, the National Collegiate Honors Council, which Michael has already alluded to, was founded and kind of took over for the Inter-University Committee on the Superior Student. It's shortly after that we, in our university archives, were able to identify discussions of honors education here at Northern. And the first comes from the Northern News in December 1966. And you might be able to see in this highlighted section that there were a number of proposals from the undergraduate subcommittee of the Faculty Senate, and they were looking into the possibility of establishing an honors college. The article states the honors college would be a college organized within the university, which would conduct special classes for more gifted students. And we don't have any concrete evidence of this, but in the 1960s, President Edgar Hardin was pushing this philosophy of right to try, and we wondered whether honors education or these discussions surrounding honors education here at Northern could have been a reaction to that. So these are some of the great things that Sam and Aaron helped us find in the archives. You can see here the Northern News in 1967. This was the precursor to the North Wind was welcoming Snow Queen candidates to campus. Make note of the Snow Queen because they reappear later in the presentation. But here, again, we see language in this article of discussions of the so-called superior student, and the faculty senate begins working on proposing an honors college or honors program. Okay, so this is an excerpt from a so-called CUP proposal, or a Committee on Undergraduate Education proposal, to start an honors program here at Northern a little bit later in 1967. And I wanted to read just some of the highlighted sections here so you're aware of some of the discussions that were happening on campus at the time. CUP said, Northern student body is very heterogeneous, and here they're talking primarily about academic heterogeneity. Superior students are placed in classes in which the greater number are average or below in ability and motivation. And later, an honors program is a way of giving recognition to academic excellence in an environment where the athlete, the beauty queen, maybe the snow queen, and the builder of snow statues receive the most recognition. The interests of other students, the great majority of the student body, should not be neglected. And finally, they were hopeful that honors education would exert a favorable influence on the general climate of learning. And some at the time, especially with Hardin's right to try philosophy, were concerned that that might be detrimental to the general climate of learning at the university. All right. So shortly thereafter, we have the actual Senate proposal, faculty Senate proposal, to start an honors program at Northern. And my apologies if this is a little bit hard to read from where you're at. I wanted to point out a few things that you'll see here in the meeting minutes from the Faculty Senate. There were a lot of concerns, in a way, of some of the things that could go awry with starting an honors program at Northern. For example, there was a concern that a disproportionate amount of money and attention might be given to a favored few. Also, there was a concern that Northern should really be concerned about effectively teaching all levels of students, including those of low and average academic competence. Again, maybe language that we don't use as much today. And finally, at the very bottom, you might be able to see it, there were some objections that an honors program might generate so-called snob appeal. And I think that's something that even today we work hard to counter. Despite some of these concerns that we see here in the meeting minutes, the proposal was approved 6-2. All right. So we'll then move into the 1960s and 1990s. Despite these 1967 proposals to start an honors program or college, they didn't materialize. And then in the 70s and 90s, there were continued discussions and proposals, but the actual program was somewhat slow to launch. Here on the left, you'll see an article from the school newspaper from 1978. And it says that there has been a recommendation to establish an honors college, but that it wasn't going to move forward because of financial reasons. And that's perhaps not unlike many schools in the 1970s in the US. There were a lot of financial difficulties at that time. And in addition, higher education saw a more egalitarian focus And open enrollments were something that was tried out at a number of institutions across the country. So in some places, those trends ran a little bit counter to honors education. In the 1980s, NCHC membership grew immensely, from 214 member institutions to 535 member institutions. And then in the 1990s and 2000s, there was more modest growth in new honors programs around the country, but there was an increase in transitions from honors programs to honors colleges. In 1995, there was another official NMU proposal to start an honors program, but that didn't materialize. But do not fret, it did eventually. In 1996, we had the so-called UPC, or the University Priorities Committee, and they proposed yet again to start an honors program. As it says here in the article, the Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences, Michael Marsden, stated, "It would give some of our brightest students the chance to work with our brightest faculty. I guess it could be called a varsity education of sorts." And I think it's interesting the way in which honors education is sometimes juxtaposed with university athletics, and there's this feeling that academics should receive as much, if not more, attention than athletics. All right, I'm going to turn it back to Michael to talk about the early years of honors in the program.
I hope you're all ready for the quiz at the end of the presentation. So yes, as Anna alluded to, the program was finally approved in 1998. We're not sure what the delay was from 1996 to 1998. Those of you who've worked in academia are probably used to things taking 3 to 10 times longer than they were supposed to take originally. But at any rate, in the fall of 1998, the program finally came into existence with 12 students. And quickly grew. As it says, the university will take its time in establishing curriculum, and they had taken 3 decades getting to this point, but they continued to take their time. But it really did start to take off and gather speed. Part of this may be due to the fact that institutional commitment to the program was increased in the late 90s and early 2000s in the form of scholarships. And that truly is something that when we talk to prospective students, and we talk to many, many prospective students, scholarships are very important to them. And so the Campbell family started things off with the Campbell Scholarship. The Campbells have been very generous donors to the university for decades. That was a $1,000 scholarship, which over the years and the growth of the stock market is now up to a $2,000 scholarship, renewable for 4 years. That is a need-based scholarship that we give out in the honors program. And so maybe as a result of that and other factors, from 1998 to 2009, the program grew 10 times in size, from 12 students to 146 students. We sort of ran out of room on the slide for photos, but there are a lot of fun photos of trips to Black Rocks and trips to Chicago, and sort of fun. There was a honors homecoming ball for a while in the 2000s, which we have discussed starting again with mixed reaction from the students, so we'll keep trying. Maybe people have bad memories of their homecoming, I'm not sure, but it looked like a lot of fun. So a lot of things were tried out in the 2000s and some abandoned, like the honors homecoming. And then another important event for us was the creation of the John and Shirley Berry Scholarship in 2000. The same Berry family for whom our events center is named is also a supporter of the honors program, a very important sponsor of the honors program. And they cover a couple of $5,000 renewable scholarships that we run a competition for every year, involving interviews and essays and sort of academic competition. And as well, the Lundeen Fellowship. Rich and Anna Lundeen are also longtime supporters of the university from class of 73 or 74, I believe, before we had an honors program. And they still support us with money for summer research fellowships. And so students in the honors program who don't want to work at Frosty Treats or McDonald's or whatever else they do in the summer, they can get paid to do summer research in their field and actually earn academic credit for it as well. And in the early 2000s, we streamlined the curriculum, and this is something where we run the risk of getting into the weeds on curriculum here in education, which I won't do. But needless to say, the original honors curriculum was perhaps a little clunky. It required students to take an extra semester to graduate, things like that. And so the feedback was received and was listened to, and so we have a very streamlined program that I'll tell you about in a little bit that works well with all students of all majors. And so our theory is that the combination of scholarships and the streamlining of the curriculum led to, as you can see, even more growth during the first half decade, starting in 2010, up to 230 students. And 2014 was kind of a turning point in the honors program because we created the position of assistant director of the honors program, which was me in 2014. And so that was in recognition of the fact that our student numbers were going up and more administrative efforts were needed in the program. It basically became a year-round operation as opposed to simply a school year operation. And now, the honors program today, which we define as in the last 10 years, the curriculum hasn't changed, but we've continued to grow. 279 students 5 years ago when Anna Zimmer joined us as the assistant director of the program, and actually Sam Maurier joined the program as well. So because of their contributions and the rest of the team, we are now up to 380 students in the program out of, I checked yesterday, 6,700 total undergraduate students, which is about 5.6% of all undergraduate students are in the honors program, which is right in the suggested number by the NCHC, which is 3 to 7% of your undergraduates should or could be in your honors program. We had a very large cohort a year ago. We had our largest ever cohort, which was 120 new students in the fall of 2023, which was actually a little too large. And so we aim for around 90 to 100 new students every year because we want our honors courses to stay small and we want the students to get to know each other. Needless to say, the program is doing well enrollment-wise. We have increased support from the university. I mentioned our curriculum. I'll tell you a little bit about it. Again, I don't want to get into the weeds, but there are many paths through honors that students can take. They can do what's called lower division, which I will recognize as not an ideal name for this division. It's on our list of things to do, is change the names of the divisions because there's nothing lower about our honors core courses. But nevertheless, that's what it's called. Students can take 4 core courses. That's 16 credits. That's about 12% of their undergraduate load, and that's how you earn lower division honors on your transcript. Upper division honors is essentially research in a student's major. So every student has a major. Every student is going to be taking psychology 350, neuroscience 350, English 400, and they can turn those courses into honors courses with research of their design, working with the faculty member. And the idea there is to prepare the students for what comes after NMU. That's really part of our job, is to help our students, as soon as they get to NMU, think about what they want to do when they graduate. So when we meet prospective students, as I did last week and we will next week, we talk about what do you want to do in the year 2029, which is a little intimidating, so I don't usually use that line actually, but we're thinking about what they're doing in 4 years when they get to us. Full honors is just earning both designations, and then we also have a fair number, actually many of our honors students who are also interested in language study. This is quite gratifying because almost everyone on the team is involved in language study in one way or another, and so students who who can show intermediate high fluency or above can earn a World Language Studies designation on their transcript. We started, by the way, the photo on the right is this year's cohort, the fall of let me just double check. Yes, that's the fall of 2024 cohort on the stairs right behind you. We've started doing an opening banquet the night before classes start to kick the year off with a bit of ceremony and pomp, low level of pomp, but a recognition of the fact that these are some great students who are starting their time here at NMU. As you can imagine, when we had 120 students a year ago, it was even more chaotic. Fitting them probably violated safety codes. The courses I mentioned, so these are some of the core courses I wanted to give you. Just a sample. This is a very small sample of the honors courses we offer. They rotate through. Rotate is saying too much. They change every semester. Dr. Zimmer does a well-received course on art and literature after 9/11. In fact, Anna Zimmer is teaching that course this very semester regarding culture and literature and art around the world in response and reaction to 9/11. As Dan alluded to, he has taught for us in honors the Upper Peninsula in Popular Culture, a course which was also called, I checked this morning, the Upper Peninsula and the Written Word. I like both of those titles. We are cognizant and aware of the fact that we are in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. We are not, in fact, snobs, as they worried in the 1960s. We are welcoming and grateful to be here in the UP. So when we can, we try to incorporate Upper Peninsula-related courses and activities. If you are a Harry Potter fan, you probably know what the word Muggle means. Muggle Social Science Perspectives on the Wizarding World is essentially a course about Harry Potter and its impact on culture and life today, and taught by Petra Hendrickson from the Political Science Department. Petra Hendrickson also does an honors course on Star Trek and modern life, which as a Trek fan I would like to take, but I have not yet. I teach a course, Dan Truckee alluded to my love of the novel Don Quixote, so quite selfishly I inflict a course called How Don Quixote Made Our World on honors students, which students read the entire novel, which is 900 pages long, which is a neat trick in 2024 to teach a 900-page novel. But we get through it in about 7 weeks, and then we look at other books and movies and songs and plays and science that has been affected by the novel Don Quixote. And I guess it's Truckee Day, or Paul Truckee from the Theater and Dance program is debuting next semester with a course called Great Musicals in Performance. And if you know Paul Truckee, you know that's a very appropriate course for Paul Truckee to be teaching here at NMU. I don't think it's going to be sung through. I think he'll be speaking in the course, but there will be viewings. He'll probably break out into song occasionally. So I'm excited about that. All these courses are courses that I wish I could take, but cannot, but I hear wonderful things about them. I should say, by the way, we ask our students who should teach in honors. Who are some of your favorite, best instructors you've had here at NMU? And we then take those instructors to coffee at Starbucks. That's all it takes. Coffee at Starbucks, and we say, would you like to make a dream class and teach it to some of the best students at NMU? As you might imagine, they all say yes, and we work them in as we can into our rotation. A little bit about the contributions that the program makes to the university. Our persistence rate, which used to be called retention, is now called persistence. That is the number of students who stick around on campus. 98% of our cohort, of that large cohort I mentioned, is here on campus this semester. That is a phenomenally high persistence rate, and it contributes to the overall NMU rate, which was also very, may have been a record. I read the email. I can't remember if it said a record. I'm kind of looking in the back of the room. 78% was the overall university persistence rate this year, and so we contribute to the university's goals of attracting and retaining top-notch students. And this is where we're sort of tooting our own horn a little bit, I guess, but honors students, 4 of the 5 outstanding graduates from last year, the Board of Trustees outstanding graduates, were honors program students. So again, we are not living behind a moat in Whitman Hall. Our students are very involved all across campus in a wide variety of departments. Actually, the only award that they didn't get was for the global campus student, and we don't really have a global campus student in the honors program. So we got 4 out of 4. Let's say 100% of the outstanding graduates were honors program students. Our students go on to all sorts of great things. I picked the 3 Ivy League universities I could remember off the top of my head that we've had students go to for graduate school, but they go to that large institution down in Ann Arbor. Many of them go to grad school there. We've had students go to New Zealand to earn a neuroscience degree. We have students go to law school. We've had students get full rides to law school, veterinary school, business, MBA. Many of our students are just in the world of work doing wonderful things, entrepreneurs, teachers, and everything else. So they really do make an impact, not just here on campus, but really around the region and around the country and around the world. In the 1960s, again, some of my colleagues from 60 years ago were worried that we would be snobbish and separatist as honors program students. Not the case. I want to show you a few more examples. Oh, that's 2 slides from now. I'll get to that. We also sponsor some extracurricular activities. We take trips to Minneapolis, Milwaukee, and Chicago, and other places to see plays and concerts. Just last night in the Black Box Theater in McClintock, we had an honors night at Frankenstein, which was very well received. I'm told the play is fantastic. I'm also told it's essentially sold out. So maybe I shouldn't mention that. But at any rate, we do things here on campus as well. I'm the coach of our Quiz Bowl team, which is sponsored by the honors program. So this is very selfish. And I'll keep mentioning this for at least 3 more years, that in 2021, the Quiz Bowl team finished 15th at the national championships. It's very hard to get to the national championships. You play against schools like Michigan and Wisconsin and Minnesota, and we don't just play against Division II type schools. We finished 15th. We beat Harvard University. I can tell you they did not take the defeat well. Warren, anybody you know who's considering Harvard? Actually, I think I see at least one Harvard grad here. It's a good school, but we defeated them pretty handily. We sponsor Meet Your Professor lunches, where students can meet each other and meet the professors who will be teaching them in upcoming semesters. A brand new thing in the spring, we did the students organized a Bob Ross painting night. You can see them in the upper left there, all happy holding their canvases. Apparently it was a wonderful way to relax and take some of the stress out of the end of the semester. And then, of course, many other sort of smaller scale things happen. Panels, just sort of chatting, advising as well, I should say. Students get extra advising if they're in the honors program. So Dr. Zimmer and I meet with many students all the time. And now here, speaking of students, this is what I wanted to mention. Our students really do make an impact. McKaylee Kuhn, if you're a basketball fan, you know, is the all-time leading scorer for the women's basketball team here at NMU, and she is also an honors program graduate. She took my Don Quixote class in the fall of 2020, which was a great semester to be teaching. I'm kidding, it was not. We were 18 people in an auditorium that seated 90 people, separated. Half of the students were in Zoom. She was there, she read Don Quixote, and went on to score 20 points a game or something that season. So the all-time leading scorer is a honors program grad. Gwen Feemster, some of you might know, she kind of does all. She's still here doing a graduate degree. She was the ASNMU president. Many of the ASNMU presidents are and have been honors program students. So definitely not living behind the honors program wall. Kata Rothhorn, another recent graduate, was for 2 years the editor-in-chief of the North Wind, which is the student newspaper here at NMU. So we really do make an impact across campus. I put these 3 pictures up, and then I thought of a 4th I should have put up, but I will mention Rosie Frankowski from the class of 2013, a student of Spanish and an honors program graduate, and a Winter Olympian in the cross-country ski environment. So we, in the honors program, how grandiose to say, we have produced an Olympian. That's maybe stretching it a little bit, but our students have been in the Olympics, I'll put it that way. Just one more slide, and then we'll open it up to your questions and thoughts about the program. Going forward, of course, there are challenges and opportunities for us. One challenge is that many students in high school these days have the opportunity to take AP courses or enroll, dual enrollment in colleges, and so they come to NMU with a lot of credits already. For complicated reasons, this makes it a little more difficult for them to take our courses because they've already met general education requirements, but we work with them, and we're flexible enough to allow them to have an honors experience. Clearly, the pandemic affected our operations as well. We're still seeing that, delayed learning. Students in school are reading fewer long texts. That's just documented nationally, and so that affects how we teach and how we help our students. Fitting honors into students' schedules. Some majors have many classes that they require. Some majors are a little smaller and more flexible, so we just are always advising our students and doing what we can to give them that honors experience. In a more exciting way, December of 2025 is what I think the sign says. We'll have the new Hardin Hall, the renovated Hardin Hall. Anna Zimmer took this picture over the summer. It's not up to date. They've since been adding and taking down things, but that will be our new location, our new office, overlooking the center of campus there. We're currently in Whitman Hall. Some of you may know Whitman Hall. It was Whitman Elementary for many, many years. Many students never go to Whitman Hall, frankly, so we're excited to be moving to a more central location with, I assume, a view as well, so that'll be kind of nice. Curriculum updates and modernization, we're just always looking for new courses and ways to make our courses fit into our students' experiences. And we're always working to create a more diverse student body as well. We've been doing some sort of statistical research as to where we're at now and how do we reach out to a broader base of students to come to NMU. Those are some of the challenges, but really it's a very exciting time to be in honors. It's always exciting. It's my predecessor, David Wood, who had this job as director, said that being director of the honors program was the best job on campus, and I've waited 5 years to decide this, if I agree with him, but I do agree with him. Being the director of the honors program is the best job on campus, especially and mainly because of the team that we work with. We really are an honors program team. We work well together on everything, essentially. So with that, and I will ask if you have any questions or thoughts on the honor. If you were here when these discussions took place, I would love to hear that too.
William?
What is the gender breakdown in the honors program?
Well, I believe as of this semester, it's 75% or close to 80% female. I'm kind of looking, we've seen many, many numbers, but it's definitely a skewed towards female students, and that's just looking at universities in general. There are more women than men, and that's something that has effects, and we need to consider what can we do about that. But yeah, it's many, many more women than men in the program. And that was always the case. I think 30 years ago or 20 years ago, it was also 63% or something.
Oh, back here, and I'll come get you.
During your colleague's presentation,
oh, sure.
Like a few slides in, you mentioned the reading for honors program. Can you tell me what that looked like? Sure. Thank you.
So reading for honors, really in early honors programs in the United States, involved a lot of independent reading by a student. And in some universities, this developed into kind of these great books or great works courses. But part of early honors education, especially influenced by the Oxford tutorial system, involved a lot of independent reading on the student's part that then would be discussed either one-on-one with a faculty member or in really small groups with a faculty member. So it was kind of a move away from being lectured at as a student and taking a lot of responsibility for one's own learning, often through a lot of reading. Any other questions or comments?
Sorry, I was taking a text. Terrible things.
So one of the challenges I missed out on teaching by a timely retirement was the whole bit with ChatGPT and other forms of AI. And I was wondering how folks are dealing with those issues in the honors program.
That's a good question. Well, I have to admit, generative AI is something I've been playing around myself with as a faculty member. This summer before, as I was putting together my syllabus for this class on on art and literature after 9/11 from around the world. I asked ChatGPT to create me a syllabus for this course. And at first I was a little bit horrified because one of the novels I teach was the first one on ChatGPT's list. But then I kept reading, and all of the other novels that they suggested have been published since 2001, but otherwise had no thematic or historical connection to 9/11 whatsoever. So I refined my search terms, but determined that I can create a better syllabus for the course than ChatGPT can. Here at the university, especially the Center for Teaching and Learning and the library are offering support to faculty in figuring out how we utilize generative AI ourselves as faculty members and how we might use it productively with our students. But we do not have a university-wide or even honors program-wide guidelines or rules, I guess, as far as AI is concerned. I think at the moment, it's something that faculty members are grappling with more independently in their own courses, but it might be a good suggestion to get our excellent honors faculty together to brainstorm about what this looks like more in honors education. I don't know if you want to add anything.
I'll just add a couple of things. Honors courses, sort of by their very nature, are, and we should have said this or could have said this, are very discussion driven. And in other words, a lot of what a student needs to be in class, and a student needs to be there to discuss. And obviously, that can't be done by AI. You need to be in class speaking with your fellow students and with the instructor. And the other thing is that a lot of the courses have elements to them that I don't think AI would be useful for. My Quixote class, we have a final project, which is often a creative project, and so students physically make something themselves, which maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there would be a way AI could do your art for you, and there probably is. But I think that by its very nature, a lot of the assignments in honors require students to move beyond what AI can do easily. But you're right, this is something that we do have to grapple with.
I think you do. We have a nephew that teaches the tech, and my husband, having been out of this business 30 years, asked him, that was the first question he recently said, and he said they are really grappling with that up there. They're seeing it come through.
Sure.
But they're trying to decide what they're going to do with it.
Yeah, as are we. No.
Are there any other questions for Michael and Anna? Well, if not, we have someone I couldn't see.
So you mentioned that ChatGPT, and you agreed. What was the name of that book or that item?
Actually just finished discussing it last week with 2 sections of Honors 201. It's called The Reluctant Fundamentalist by Mohsin Hamid. Yeah, excellent book. Highly recommend it. Yeah.
Well, if there's no other questions, thank you so much for your excellent presentation.
Thank you.
So we're going to take about 5 minutes, and next will be our keynote address by Mr. Sandy McLean. So please stick around.
I'm not trying to plug in. I'm using this to read something. So, and I don't think he's going to have a PowerPoint. No, I don't think so. No. Okay. Hey, Mark, how are you?
I'm glad it's recorded. I missed that session on, I taught in the honors program.
Sure,
briefly,
sure.
But I did. But,
Yeah, we'll be
expected phone
posting.
call from Poland and, yeah.
We'll be posting that soon. So.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm staying for the next.
Okay, excellent. Hey, how are you doing? Good. So we got a few minutes before I've got to introduce our next speaker. So if you want to run and do something real quick. All right, everybody, we're going to get together again and for our keynote speaker. I do want you all to know that after our keynote address, we will have lunch next door in Ballroom 1. You are all welcome to join us. It is free. We'll have sandwiches and soup, I believe, and all the fixings, so we hope you'll join us for lunch next door. All right. I'll introduce you. Well, thank you very much. I'm so excited to present to you our keynote speaker, a gentleman I've known for several years. When I came back to Northern in 2007, I met him for the first time, and I found out that we have a deeper connection because he went to school with my parents here in the 1950s and knew them well. And so I just having that connection automatically was great. And when we were looking for a keynote speaker for this year, people are throwing around names like, oh, how about Tom Izzo? And what about, Steve Mariucci? And I'm like, I don't know. And Robin Steele, our director of alumni relations, said, Sandy McLean would be a good choice. I said, yeah, that's it. And I was so happy that he accepted. Sandy McLean is a 1956 Northern graduate who received the Distinguished Alumni Award from Northern in 1986. A noted administrator and educator, he has been a highly respected member of the academic communities of Ypsilanti, Michigan, and St. Louis, Missouri. His contributions to his profession include frequent contributions to professional journals, presentations at national and regional conferences, and the development of innovative programs and techniques to assist universities and the students they serve. Since his graduation from Northern in 1956, he's made numerous contributions to the educational system of our country. This includes service to collegians as director of men's residence halls at the University of Northern Iowa, head counselor at Indiana University, assistant dean of students at the University of Missouri Columbia, Dean of Students and Associate Vice President for Student Affairs at Eastern Michigan University, Dean of Students at the University of Missouri St. Louis, and the Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs at the University of Missouri St. Louis. Would you please welcome Mr. Sandy McLean.
Oh, thank you for the generous introduction. As I look into this audience, I see old friends and people out. About half of you came here to hear me, so I'm stunned. This was much more difficult than I thought it would be. I, I'm 90 years old, and although I may not look like it, it has taken its toll, and among those things is my memory. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little bit of reading, and then I'm going to call on people in the audience who I know to tell me more about the 1950s. In 1944, my family moved to Marquette, Michigan, so my mother could get a job at a clothing store, and my oldest sister could go to Northern while living at home. Based on the recommendations of my aunt and uncle, I enrolled at John D. Pierce, the training school for Michigan's Upper Peninsula. When I graduated in 1950, there was no question where I was going to go to college. I was going to go to Northern Michigan because I could walk there. Tuition was $45 a semester. Tuition and fees were $90, $45 for fees and $45 for. Now, since I signed up to be a teacher, I didn't pay any fees. I had to pay student fees, but it was only $45, so it was very reasonable. The atmosphere at Northern was positive for learning. Without exception, faculty at Northern were interested in their discipline, interested in student learning, and very approachable. There was not any pressure to publish and which was in the graduate programs at Michigan State and Indiana, where I got Michigan State. I got my master's in Indiana and my doctorate. And I think that took away from their teaching. I had a few exceptional people, but generally, I didn't feel they were as good as the people at Northern. Now, the most memorial person, person I recall at Northern was my roommate, Edward Lubombersky, Big Ed as we called him. He was 6 feet 5 inches tall, very muscular, and extraordinarily strong. He was 26 years old and had been in the service for a number of years. He came to Northern based on a recommendation of one of the fellow service people. Big Ed had no patience with immature young men. He made it clear that when he went to bed around 9 o'clock all week, anybody who woke him up was going to pay for it. Big Ed had an extraordinary writing talent. He volunteered for the student newspaper, and he wrote a weekly column called Sunset in Scandia. And I roomed with him, and during the latter part of our relationship, he showed me a contract he had where he could have written, where he could sell a book called Karen. Water here, my throat. Okay. Yeah. So the hardest working and most underappreciated person in Northern was Coach Red Money. He was full-time football, basketball, and track. He was also on campus 10 to 12 hours a day. He had no support for administrative or clerical, and he also ran a modest intramural program. I had a fairly close relationship. Oh, good, this is going to help. Thank you. Forrest Roberts taught me to do that, to drink before. I had a close relationship with the family. My mother knew Mrs. Money. I knew his son Bob, and he became a friend of mine. My freshman year, Coach Money assigned me to room with Bob on our long basketball trips between semesters. I thought he did, hoping I would adapt Bob's outstanding scholarships. It didn't. I continued to receive my gentleman B and C grades. Okay. I did hear that Professor Bob Bundy became an outstanding history teacher at Lake Superior State. Okay. Okay. I thought that although the graduates, the World War II graduates had pretty well left Northern. There's only a few, but a lot of male students had gone into the service for 2 or 3, 4 years in order to get the very generous, we'll say, veterans benefits. They did offer a maturity to the Northern campus that I thought was particularly good. I felt Northern had an outstanding social life. A number of students living in Marquette or Marquette County had a camp, cottage, or what, on Lake Superior or a nearby lake. They took turns hosting parties for Northern students. During the warm months, Northern students built fires on the shores of Lake Superior. Beer and soft drinks were available. It seemed to me I could plan a party almost every weekend. Okay. I admired the students from Nagani, Ishpeming, and Gwin. They would go to school in the dark, and they'd come home and go again in the dark. And they were some of our best students because they were so committed to getting a college education. One of the students, when it was there, we had a few students who were non-traditional, 25 or above, who came out of the mining, they were miners in West County of Marquette. And one of those students was at the Indiana University when I was. And he taught a course. He said the name of this course is the labor and the law. He said, my way I teach it, labor is the law. Unquestionably, the best lecturer I had was Dr. Odell of the history department. His reputation as an outstanding lecturer preceded my enrollment. I heard that his outstanding reputation maintained well after I left. Teaching history is very difficult. I know I taught it for a year after I went to the service. I taught it to junior and senior high school students, and it was very difficult. I always felt a debt to my faculty advisor, Dr. Pierman. He always made time for me. He probably expected that it was unlikely I would go into social work. I want to say that I went to Northern and I had no idea what I was going to do. So at the end of my first semester, I had all C's and one B. The B was sociology. So that was my major. And regardless, it got me into Indiana University and Michigan State University. And Dr. Pierman knew that I probably was not going to go into social work, which Northern had a very outstanding social work preparation program. So he worked it out so that I could do that and be a teacher as well. And so he worked out the schedule. And I had to take a very rigid number of courses, but clearly he's responsible for me graduating on time. Okay. All right. As many of you know, my mother was a house mother here for 10 years. And it worked out very, very well for her. It provided enough money so that she could retire in comfort. So, and there are some stories out there that I'm going to call on people to talk about with my mother. Because previously I hadn't heard get feedback. And I was at her wake, I guess you say, call it. And a woman came up to me and said, I came here because I knew your mother. She said, and she was the house mother at Northern. She said, I was scared to death of her. And that's all I heard in all my years, that somebody was afraid of her. So, Dan Truckee has told you that there were rumors of closing Northern in the late 50s. I heard those in 1956. I don't think it would have been as easy as they may have thought it was, because Northern, there were people at Northern who got into politics, and they built a very strong sort of support system in Lansing for that. Okay. the northern size when I was there was 500, at my freshman year, was 562. And now it is an outstanding university with 7,000 students and a full faculty. I interviewed some faculty and students yesterday, and I was very pleased. The students I interviewed were very, very bright young people. We're fortunate that we have them. The faculty, I mean, it was, we had relatively few people with the doctorate, but these people were much better qualified in academically than the years that that I was there. Northern prepared me very well. So when I went to graduate school, I didn't have to worry about being first in the class. If I could hit that midpoint, that was fine with me. So, okay, I'm going to call on some people who knew me. Fritz Wilson.
Here you go, Fritz.
What about Northern at your time?
Well, it was a great time to go to school. You know, I was a John D. Pierce graduate as well. So it was a natural. I only lived a couple blocks from the university.
Yeah.
And C.V. Red Money, one of my favorites. He was like a father figure to me, just like you. And he really took care of us well and made sure that we had the opportunities to be involved in extracurriculars, and he was a special man. And he was that way with most. Most people benefit from his leadership and opportunities that he provided. Thinking back at my days at Northern, they were wonderful. And just like you, we were well prepared to go into the fields. I was an educator for 40 years. It served me well, and Northern prepared me well to function in that program. So
okay.
Very grateful for the connection I've had with Northern all these years.
Okay, are there other people who were there in the 1950s? Looking around.
Anyone else from the...
There we are.
Oh, yeah. I know these guys. A graduate of Felch High School. My father-in-law went to Vulcan High School, and he said their cheer was Squelch Felch with a belch.
Good morning. I'm David Blomquist, Mary Lou. Came to Northern in 1958. One of the first people I met was C.V. Red Money. Again, you think about all the responsibilities he had. I mean, he was not only the football, basketball, and track coach, intramural program, and head of the Department of Physical Education. Every major was his person. I mean, he was director of men's residence halls. And he and his wife lived in Spooner Hall, where I live. Yeah, those were great years. I enrolled, became the first class to reach 1,000 students.
Oh, yeah.
And our room, board, tuition, and fees was $1,000 a year. And our minimum wage for employment at the library and/or the kitchen was 45 cents. So 45 cents an hour and $1,000 a year, it's almost the same now. Great experiences there, and of course, I had a chance to practice. As you can tell, with my stature, I was a basketball player. And I had a chance to practice with Fritz his senior year. I was not on the team then, but I had the experience of Stan Albeck, which some of you probably remember. One of the great coaches of all time here at Northern, and went on to great success in the professional field. And after my second year, I went to him and I said, "Coach, what do you think? What are my chances of playing next year?" He said, "Well, Dave, if you were a little taller, a little quicker, tougher on defense, I could shoot better. I could really use you." He said, "But we do need, we would like to have somebody from our department in student government. I want you to run for student council president." I did, and I was elected. So
Oh, good.
proudly defeated Jerry Gorlitz that year. So, yeah, so many memories. And, we used to call him Digger Odell. I don't know what you guys called him. Dr. Odell was a fantastic professor in those years. And we had and Sonderegger. Dr. Sonderegger was advisor for the student council. And if you have another hour, I'll keep talking. But otherwise, I'll give the phone back.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any other messages? Oh, there's
Oh, in back.
one way back there.
It's great to have Sandy here. I'm Terry Langenberg. I actually lived right on this property back in the 50s. I was not a student then, but my dad and Sandy were classmates together. And we lived in Vettville here. And I remember how the campus was. And when my dad graduated, he and Sandy, their first teaching jobs were down in Lower Michigan in Crystal. And they taught together there. And it's been great to have him here again and to share. We were sitting here sharing stories before. What a change in the Northern campus from the 1950s. And now I just live 3 blocks west of here on West Fair and have seen this whole university grow over the years. It's tremendous and great to have Sandy here and to share a few memories of him and my dad together as classmates and when I was growing up here on the campus.
Okay, let me explain how I got to Crystal. I was in the Army. I was drafted like everybody else, and Tom Cook, among my very best friends, was superintendent of schools at Crystal, Michigan. They had promoted him, and he knew I was coming out of service, and he asked me if I would want to be a history teacher and coach the junior varsity. And I said, "Oh, I'm pleased to do that." So I taught history to the juniors and seniors, anyway, I had like a 5-course load a day, and then I had to coach at night. Now I coached the JV team, and I had a 19-1 record, 19 losses and 1 win. I said, you can't get any worse than that. So I went off to graduate school at Michigan State. My first semester, I got B's and 1 B and all the rest is C's. But I loved the academic atmosphere. And I said, if I ever have the chance, I'm going to go into higher education administration. And I had that chance easily at Michigan State because I had been the RA of the athletic dorm, and then I spent my senior year in Spooner Hall, out of the vets, out of the athletic programs. The first thing when the person whose name was Wayne Tinkle. Now, he was a big guy, very big. And the first thing he said to me, he said, "What is this resident assistant of the athletic dorm?" And I told him what I did. But so he put me in with the football teams. But that really sort of launched my career and the experience I had in residence hall. Was what took me all the way. I went to Indiana University, and I was a head resident there, as you heard about this. So that it was that experience in Northern that got me where I was able to go. Now, is there one more? I don't want, yeah, go ahead.
I was a faculty brat in the 1950s.
Yeah.
My dad was Earl Hilton in the English department.
Oh, yeah.
And I have to tell you that my very best friend was Molly Pierman. And Molly and Pat and their brother and sister and Jean and Valier lived in Vettville. And we were going to Pierce, you know, and so there's just great pictures of them. And I'm still good friends with the kids, and they will be just thrilled to hear your kind words about their dad. They'll be just thrilled as could be. But you're really right. I wanted to put some perspective, though, on the low tuition and fees. So when my dad came to Northern in 1950, his salary was, in fact, $3,500. So, you know, there was a reason that the tuition and fees could be low. I remember very distinctly when his salary hit $10,000, because it was 1960, and it was the very first time ever in my life that we went out to dinner in a restaurant to celebrate his great achievement of reaching a $10,000 salary. But it was a great time there. I loved hearing your memories. I'm sure we could go on about all the people we knew in common. But it really was a terrific time, and thank you for presenting.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Sandy, would you talk about the sports dorm? Could you tell people a little bit about the barracks?
No.
What?
I was the RA of the barracks dorm, and I reported, of course, to Coach Money, and Coach Money's orientation was, he said, if it's a serious problem, contact me. Otherwise, I don't want to hear from you. So I was, and at that time, you know, women had hours, and they were really sort of cloistered together and what have you. And so we didn't have any women residents, but there were a few young ladies who visited the athletic barracks when they really shouldn't have been there. So there was some interesting life to it. So I apologize for being selected as speaker, etc. I have worked on this for 50 or 60 hours, and it takes your toll when you're 90 years old, and that's where I've had sort of my problems. So, but I'm glad to be here, and I'm glad to see so many old friends, and thank you for asking me.
Thank you, Sandy. I'm sure we'll have some questions for you, and I want to start off with one here.
Okay.
Earlier, I talked in my first talk about Miss Ethel Carey.
Yes.
Who I know you knew, and if you could tell us a little bit about what your experience with Ethel Carey was like.
Well, she was like the dean of women, yeah, and it was such a cloistered environment there. I was in student housing for 18 years, or I mean, a lot of time, and they had women's hours, and one sidelight of that is that the two doors in women's residence hall, you went into the inner door before that, but you couldn't. The women had to be in by 9:30, and or 12 o'clock. So you get into that space, and we were all jammed together. There must have been a dozen of us kissing and necking and what have you. Not doing anything very serious, but it was so. Yeah, I knew her, and she was the typical house women's leader then, and sort of like a dean of students of women, and she was very, very strict. So, any other questions?
Yeah, other questions for him?
I have a
Yeah.
I was an RA for Mrs. McLean, and I give her a lot of credit for all that Sandy has done in his life, I would have to say. But anyway, she was a blessing to me in that I was working the switchboard and she came and asked me to be an RA. And that meant free room and board. And to me, that was a really big gift. No matter how little it was big at that time. And so then I tried to please her. She'd have me in for tea and her Pepperidge Farm turnovers. And that was like, when you're in college, that's big. And so we would have many conversations, and I heard Sandy, Sandy, Sandy. My best friend was Sandy. She was a female, and it was just, I had to learn that Sandy was Mr. McLean. And, but we had many conversations, and she was very proud of you. So I don't know what you were doing in 60, 61, but she really was proud of you. And we were sitting in the lounge. I just started to date Dwayne, my husband, and he had his arm like this, and I always wanted to please her. And so we were in the lounge one evening, and she walked in, and she saw his arm like this on the back of the couch, and she said, "I'm sorry, that's inappropriate behavior."
Yeah.
Well, just to give you some context, Ethel Carey was known to object to boyfriends of girls that were her students. She would literally take them aside and say, "I don't like you dating him," and would put pressure on them to drop them as boyfriends. Some would say, "It's none of your business." She was known to hang out outside of bars on the weekends, and if a girl was smoking, she would suspend them for smoking. Not on campus, off campus. She was very strict because she wanted young women who were leaving Northern to be teachers to be respectful, to be elegant, cultured, and because a lot of them came from very rural communities, and she wanted them to be better than that in her eyes, and so that's why she did that. So you're lucky it wasn't Ethel, because she would have really had an issue with that.
Thank you. Any other comments?
We have good memories of Dr. Pierman.
Okay.
He was one of Tom's favorite instructors in the economics department. And so on his recommendation, we were married by then. We went to Oklahoma State and Tom got a master's. And then we went to Washington, D.C. for Tom to work. And he comes home from work one day, and we're expecting now our third child, and he comes back from work, and he comes back from work, and he says, "Ruth, Dr. Pierman called today." And this is now late August, and they need an instructor in their economics class. And I said, "Oh, I bet you were really impressed." We had already found a house. We were waiting for his GS to go up to GS 14, all these things to get a loan. And I went to Bridge, and I said, "Oh, my husband was just floating." Gene Pierman called him, but we're not going to go back. And I get home, and he's sitting, if you know Tom, the Finn, he's sitting there with this really funny grin. And he said, "Ruth, I called Gene Pierman and said, we'll be there. And they're sending a moving truck to bring us." Now you can see how much they needed us. And that was in 62. And we came for the year, and at mid-year, Tom said, "I need a doctorate." And so he sent out his his letters. And Wayne wanted us, Michigan wanted us, but Oklahoma State really was good to us. And we went back and got the doctorate. And then guess where we ended up after the doctorate? And Tech wanted him, and Northern wanted him. Every night Hardin would call and say, "What did Tech offer you today?" And then by the third time, Tom said, "Ruth, where do you want to live?" And I had roots in Detroit. So I thought, Detroit's a little closer to Marquette than it is Houghton. So we came back in 66, and he retired in, what year? 30 years ago. So, yeah, we have really, and the Piermans, we were expecting a third child, and between the Piermans and the reports, they got us cribs, they got us high chairs. We were so well taken care of when we came back in 62 for that year, and again in 66. So
these men made quite an impression. One more remark I have about Mrs. Money, Esther Money. I was dating Tom when I came up at Thanksgiving time, and I was allowed to go in Spooner Hall to his room if we left the door open. And in that year, there was Tom and 2 roommates. They were so packed in there. So that would have been 57. And Esther walked up and down, up and down, up and down that hall. She never gave up. And then I was hosted in Cary Hall while I was here. So good memories. He certainly made the right move. So.
Okay, good.
Someone else over here have their hand up? Yeah. Excuse me.
I went to Northern in the early 70s, and I remember we were required to wear these silly beanies. Where did that tradition come from?
That tradition started not at Northern. It was a long time. I think it was really started with the fraternities and the pledges. And then it was sort of expanded to all freshmen. We didn't have to go through that. But working in higher education, I'm pretty sure that's how it all started.
Here at Northern, what we do know is in the early 50s, the student council wanted to institute a formal hazing policy for freshmen. And the reason why was because by that time, Northern, there wasn't a lot of campus activity and tradition. They wanted to kind of create some esprit de corps, and they thought, well, let's haze the freshmen. And so they presented this to the board of trustees, the board of trustees, and they said, well, goodness, no, we don't want you guys to do that. Eventually, they caved in, and the beanies were a part of that.
Oh.
And so, but it wasn't every year, it kind of depended, and it continued into the 70s. And then eventually, the students just said, we're not doing this anymore. The freshmen revolted against it. Because it just was kind of ridiculous, I guess. But yeah, we have information on our current exhibit on it, and some of the beanies on display if you want to check that out at the Beaumere Center.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments?
I have a comment about your mother.
Oh, good.
I also was in the dorm at the same time as Judy, and I remember your mom as being very gracious, always looked really sharp, and but I never knew anything about her family, so it's nice to know that you were her child. Mm-hmm. And also, she was very strict about keeping late hours, and even if we had to go home for the weekend, we had to sign out and sign back in, and she was standing at the door at the time we had to be back to make sure we got back on time. So she kept us in line.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will just say before I give it to Blaine, my parents' first home after they got married in 1957 was one of the buildings in Vettville. Yeah, so I have pictures of them outside of it. They were so proud. Yeah. And now they weren't Quonset huts. They were barracks. The old barracks is from World War II. And they said that the walls were basically just tar paper, and that was it. And you could hear the next couple like they were in your room. So, but yeah, that was their first home after they got married.
You mentioned Forrest Roberts,
yeah,
the father of the speech department.
Yeah.
I know he came here in 1928, and by the time that you were here, I believe he lived on 3rd Street. I don't believe he had a car. I think that the wages were so low that he would walk back and forth all the time. And I know that he taught here for 39 years, and Dr. Hardin saw him one day, and Forrest Roberts looked terrible. And he said, "You've got to go, you're sick. You've got to go home." And he forced him. He said, "Leave right now. You're going home." And that was the only half day he ever missed in 39 years.
Good. Okay.
Sandy?
Yeah.
I have a question for you. We always learn and hear all the time about Edgar Hardin, but you were here during the presidency of Henry Tape. Could you talk a little bit about what he was like and your memories about Henry Tape?
Somewhat limited. You didn't see him on campus very much. I mean, you didn't see him. He was in his office, what have you. His last years was very ill, and we hardly ever saw him. Maybe I told you this, but he was so sick when I graduated in '56 that he couldn't come to commencement, and Edgar Hardin gave me my diploma. Now, I never met him, but he's the one that I got to know the Moneys very well, and Bob became a friend of mine. He worked Coach Red Money unbelievably. He just didn't want to spend any money in athletics. So I don't have fond memories of him because I have so few, because he was just not around. And I think those last few years he was pretty sick.
Okay. Yeah, just a second.
I have one memory of Dr. Hardin. I got out of the service and I attended Northern. Thank God they let me come in. And at the onset, all of us were in a big room, and he gave a speech. And I was nervous about going to college, I'll tell you. And he said, look to the right and look to your left. And those people will not be here in the next year.
That was
You know, it's interesting. I got the same speech in 1985 when I came to Northern, and it was correct. Yeah, well, that's right to try, you know, that was the idea.
Just a comment about President Tape. I heard a story that there was a meeting of administrators. Some politicians had come up from Lansing, and they were all meeting at the Northland Hotel, now the Landmark. And he attended the gathering, and they mentioned the governor's name, and he didn't know who the governor was. You could imagine that. So maybe it was illness, or he just stayed in his office often. I would also point out to everybody that now most of the interviews that have been done are in are online, UP Link NMU, and the first one I did was with President Hardin a few years before he passed away. So if you want to either listen to the interview or read the interview, that's available. And there are also interviews with all of the presidents up to Brock Tessman.
Edgar Hardin was a dynamo, and what he did for Northern, I think, is unmatched. Are you familiar that he was the president of Michigan State? He was the president of Michigan State. They pulled him out of retirement, and so he was supposed to be just interim president. But he was so effective that the board sort of forgot about his leaving, and he finally said to them, you know, I'm June 30th, I'm out of here, and so you better find my replacement. But he was a real dynamo. He was very, very well liked at Michigan State. He was an exceptional individual.
Dan, there's an original Northern colors, olive and gold,
Yeah, Fritz's sweatshirt.
Stand up, Fritzy.
Stand up, Fritz. We want to see your sweatshirt, your Letterman's
There
shirt.
you are. Yeah.
Look at the gold stripes.
The letter, yeah, we want to see that letter. And Fritz was a basketball player. Yeah, right, yeah. Looks great.
When did the olive change?
Yeah, because now it's a more of a Kelly-ish green. I don't know. I love the olive. I always loved the olive and green. I don't know why they shifted to a lighter color. I don't know the answer to that question. I wish I did.
I think I can answer that question. The reason they hated the olive is these guys had been, a lot of you guys had been into service, and everything was olive, everything was painted olive, and they said, we're tired of this ugly color, change it. So, but I sort of liked it too.
Actually, I think I know. This is.
About the sweater. Sweater was made by Nelson Knitting Mills in Duluth, Minnesota. Oh. And Coach Money, when the awards were going out, each athlete that had earned a letter was measured so that you had the sleeve length, you had the body enough, and they were very, very special. Most of the guys got jackets when they were seniors or a blanket. I don't recall receiving any of those. I think that pretty much ended when Stan Albeck came in 1957, 58, and they went in a new direction. But I cherish these. They're just like they're new, and still a little tight to button it here, so, but it was, I wanted to wear it today so you'd see what the clothing looked like when we were going to school back in the 50s.
So back then, you guys had the N Club.
No, I have a couple more comments.
All right.
I forgot to mention this, you know. In addition to being wonderful coaches that we had, they were wonderful teachers. With all the responsibilities that Coach Money had, he never came to class unless he was 100% prepared. And his teaching was excellent, as well as a lot of the other professors and other coaches. They were excellent teachers. And that's what made going to Northern so beneficial for everyone.
Thanks, Fritz. I mentioned the N Club.
Yeah.
Could you describe what the N Club was?
Well, it was a student organization that you had a letter in order to get into it. And so we did various activities as student organization did at the N Club, so.
It was an athletes.
It was athletes.
Athletes
It was just
club.
yeah. But, you know, you had all these sports, so you didn't have any trouble finding members.
Yeah. All right, we have a few more minutes if anyone has any other questions. Dr. Jamrich, well, he came after these guys did, that's for sure. So if somebody wants to bring up Dr. Jamrich, that's fine.
I was just going back to, with Sandy again, when we lived here in Vettville, those buildings now are out in Harvey. If you go out there across from the Lake Superior Barbecue and Brew Pub, if you see those apartments, for people that didn't realize it, those used to be right here where this building is. And we lived in those and would look across, and this was the campus. And when they built the Hedgecock Fieldhouse, that seemed so far off campus at the time. If you can imagine, everything was centralized here. And as kids, we would go over to K Hall in the big foyer there at Christmas, and they would have a fabulous Christmas program. And the concert, the choral groups would perform. Santa would come down with a tremendous program, And it was in later years I found out Santa was Forrest Roberts. And no wonder it was such a great production. But it was fun as a little kid living here and being part of that, and then seeing this all transform. And one other little codicil too, Sandy and my dad teaching together, and Sandy was invited down to Crystal by Tom Cook. Tom was superintendent and a classmate of my dad, and that's how my dad got a job in Crystal. And as I'd go down the hall as a kindergarten student, I'd see Sandy and Tom go, "Hi, Sandy, hi, Tom." My dad said, "You have to call him Mr. McLean and Mr. Cook in school. You can call him Sandy at home." And Sandy had said, "Yeah, it's better, you know, call me Sandy at home." So.
I have one last question. Okay. Where Hedgecock, the Hedgecock Fieldhouse was built, was a huge forest. And does anybody here remember that forest? And what did you guys do in there? Because it was right next to the dormitories, and I gotta imagine that forest was very popular for the students. Does anyone remember?
I remember just being a little kid and afraid to go into the woods too far. We had trails around there and things, but, and we were told, no, don't go over to the woods, you know, you go by Hedgecock when that was being built, but this was the campus right here, so, but that was all forest and things, yeah. So we didn't go in the woods too often.
You didn't need to go into the woods too, because it was in local parentis at that time, and then the girls' dorms, and everybody would crowd into the entry. Everybody would crawl into the entry and you know, kiss and hug until it was steamy in there. Then they had to rush in.
That's great. Well, Sandy, thank you so much for making the trip all the way from St. Louis to be with us today, and thank you all for joining. Any final comments?
Yeah, and the final comments is you basically saved me with your stories about Northern, and I'm very glad that I asked you to make your contributions, because I think we got the impression better of what it was like in the 1950s and the early 60s as people, and the atmosphere was different. I've interviewed some students and I interviewed some faculty members here. And the student bodies were pretty much the same. I mean, this was as I remembered it. And of course, the faculty members are now much better prepared, but we've got very good instruction. I have no complaints. Thank you.
Thank you. So lunch is served next door in Ballroom 1. Please join us. It's free. We have sandwiches and soup and things, so please join us.
You weren't as short as you thought. More people to replace him than any other employee in the history of this school. His own sports institute. Oh, he was doing everything.
Excuse me.
He was the M Club advisor. He was everything. I don't know how he had time to do it. He was his own sports institute. He did it all. And he did it well. And he did it well.
Blow it up bigger.
Program, he had to have official.
There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All the basketball players and the officials in his intramural program. I wanted to go on and on. So many stories.
And then when we moved to Marquette, we came here on a 2-year plan, had no intention to stay in Michigan. We knew nothing about Michigan, but we figured I could do 2 years, build my resume, and then go back to Virginia or North Carolina, and that would be our career area. And but when we moved into Marquette in the winter of 1978, between snowstorms, and then when we moved.
Hi, my name is Liz Pepin. I've been a climber for many years, and I first met Phil, I think, in 2002 when I started climbing at the PEEF when I came to Northern for my undergrad, and pretty quickly started climbing the same circles, had some mutual friends, and he was always looking for people to participate in his climbing research, so I started getting involved with that, and eventually started helping him a little bit with some of his climbing classes at NMU. And what I remember thinking about Phil.
Hello, this is Vanessa España Romero from Spain. Hello, this is Vanessa España Romero from Spain. I'm very happy to being able to say a few words for someone who was my mentor, my professor, and also a very good friend, how was the Professor Phil Watts. What can I say? It's impossible to express with words all the things that I feel for someone like Phil Watts. He was someone incredible. Hello.
And then when we moved to Marquette, we came here on a 2-year plan, had no intention to stay in Michigan. We knew nothing about Michigan, but we figured I could do 2 years, build my resume, and then go back to Virginia or North Carolina, and that would be our career area. And but when we moved into Marquette in the winter of 1978, between snowstorms,
Actually, do you remember the commercial? So he turned down the sign in California. I don't remember when this came out. It was probably 20 years ago. FedEx had a commercial. It's really weird to try and promote all the wonderful things they did and how fast they did it. That guy tries to run that, but it was talking some. He was actually had really good enunciation. So even though it was like he was security, talking so that you could still understand.
All right, everyone, it is 1 o'clock. We're going to get started. Well, thank you so much, and great to see some new people coming in. We love it as they come in and go out. That's great. All of our presentations today are streaming live, but they're also being taped, and so they'll be available later on in a couple weeks or so. And we'll be posting that on our website and other places so that people who want to watch them can do so if they couldn't be here earlier, or if they couldn't, if you have any friends who you want to see this presentation, they'll be able to watch it later. I'm really excited about this next presentation because it's about a good friend of mine and his work here at Northern, and a guy I miss a lot. And I'm really happy to see his family here because we've known each other a long time. Of course, I've not known him as a climber. I've known him as a musician, and but have a lot of respect for him. I think I had him for climbing when I was at Northern as a student. Back before we had the official wall, we literally just nailed the things into the gym wall and climbed on those. And but because I loved rock climbing then. But anyway, remembering the godfather of climbing research, I'd like to welcome Lene Joubert, professor of nutrition, School of Health and Human Performance here at Northern, but I know there's others involved. So Lene, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. Thanks for that introduction. Your phone. Is this
Yes,
your
that's
phone?
my phone, yeah. And my microphone and my water.
It's good to have all the things. I have all the things too. And you gave away a little bit of what I might share.
Oh, absolutely.
Which is good, which is really good. Hopefully that will stay there. All right, welcome. My name, again, Lene Joubert. I have some notes because there's a lot to say about Phil Watts. First, I wanted to thank all of you for being here and ask a question to you all. How many of you have ever climbed on rock? Now you can answer based on however you think climbing on rock is experienced. Look around the room. Everybody keep your hand up. Look around. Okay. Quite a few here. Maybe some people watching would raise their hand as well. Now, a different question. How many of you identify as a rock climber? Oh, I noticed a few hands went down. There's a little subtle difference, right? Okay, that's good. Well, welcome everybody, whether you raised your hand or not. I also want to make sure I say a big, huge hug to the family that has traveled to be here. So I know Annette Watts is in the audience, who's married to Phil, and their lovely daughter, Salem, who traveled from Green Bay with her partner, Lauren, and the two kids that keep pointing to each other, so I don't address them, but Zoe and Anya. So thank you for being here. I think you're gonna hear some fun memories and some really interesting stories that maybe you've heard, but maybe you haven't. So I am pleased that everybody is here today, and thank you all for sharing this man with us. So one of the things that I like about this picture is Phil climbing on rock, of course, always in a very interesting position because he's very tall. And what he came to know through some of his climbing research was that climbers that are really good, at least in his research that he did early on, was that they're not always tall. Another thing about this poem is something that he wrote, which if we have time at the end today, maybe I'll share the story of how the poem came to be, but it's something that he wrote and a picture of him climbing in Smith Rock, Oregon. So this fantastic human, I feel like, delivered a pebble to this body of water, and no one will argue that this pebble has had an enormous impact to this institution of higher education, to the people you'll hear from today, as well as those that you won't. The body of climbing research, and to also the environment in which we live. The groundwork he had laid for many of us who have benefited from his wisdom sharing, his mentorship and guidance by taking classes from him or teaching classes with him, by exploring research questions and navigating research projects, or by locating rock crags, or even receiving life advice. Phil Watts was like a pebble that made a subtle splash that spread its wings across the body of water to touch every shore. So you're going to hear from several people during the next 40-ish minutes, if we can keep our time to 3 minutes each, because there's so many of us that have wonderful stories to share. You'll learn a little bit more about how he has instilled a variety of different characteristics in all of us in a variety of ways. So we're not presenting with a timeline approach, and so we're going to move all over time with what we have to share. But I wanted to start off first with this 2-minute oral history that is a snippet of a couple of projects that Dr. Jackie Medina, who will share some stories later, collected. So this is a little bit from Phil himself that was recorded about a time where he was just learning or getting into rock climbing.
And then when we moved to Marquette, we came here on a 2-year plan, had no intention to stay in Michigan. We knew nothing about Michigan, but we figured I could do 2 years, build my resume, and then go back to Virginia or North Carolina, and that would be our career area. And but when we moved into Marquette in the winter of 1978, between snowstorms, I got a lucky break, and we met a group of people right off who were involved in the outdoors, a lot of outdoor activity, and they immediately got me out on cross-country skis, got me into doing some winter camping. In the summer we'd do canoeing. And there were 2 people in this group of friends that we had acquired that were involved with a program through Michigan State University called the Michigan 4-H Challenge Program. And they talked me into doing leadership training for this program. It was an outdoor adventure program targeted at working with youth. So got involved in that, and one of the activities that they taught in the program, in the leadership training, was rock climbing. And it was pretty primitive rock climbing. No one had real equipment. They had some old braided nylon ropes and no climbing harnesses, no climbing shoes. We wore construction helmets, that kind of thing. It was this is 1978, but I got involved with them, and the rock climbing fascinated me. It scared me, but it fascinated me, and then this voice in my head came back: "You will climb mountains." So that got me started. Okay.
It brings me joy to hear his voice and see him up there share those stories. My name is Jackie Medina, and I'm a professor in the Outdoor Rec Leadership Management undergrad here. And part of my scholarship in 2020 was to collect oral histories of individuals, pioneers, who were instrumental in the history of outdoor recreation in the region. So this 2-minute snippet is from a much larger 1-hour video that's available over at the Marquette Regional History Center, along with the transcripts and some other written products about the history of outdoor recreation that Phil shared with us at that time. Right. In addition to being a part of the outdoor program now, I am a proud 1987 graduate of Northern, and specifically the Outdoor Rec program. So the story I'd like to share today is that during my undergraduate degree, we took a variety of outdoor courses, and Dr. Watts created teaching of rock climbing as a 2-week course that we took in the summer. And myself and Bill Thompson, who will be up here in a little bit, had the opportunity to be a part of that first class. And that was really instrumental to me as both a climber and as a teacher and outdoor leader. Much like experiencing climbing myself, that course was my ground school. It's where I figured out what to do before I got off the ground. I was able to engage with my instructors. That is Phil there in the middle, as well as over here closer to me with a blindfold, because he was playful. And so I, too, wasn't a huge fan of going high off the ground, but he made it fun. And it wasn't about getting to the top. It wasn't about conquering the rock. It was about a relationship. And it was about enjoying that experience. And so I was fortunate during this course that when it was time to get off the ground, I was with someone who liked to be playful. And I don't know how many other people in here grew up outside of Chicago in the mid-'80s, but Phil and I created a little jingle here. We are the climbers. We are the best. Bring on the rocks and put us to the test. We ain't here to fall off the rubble. We're just here to do the guillotine shuffle. All right? Woo-hoo. So not only was it climbing, but it was a lot of fun. And that really instilled in me as a climber to focus on the experience and enjoy it, but also as an outdoor instructor and growing novice teacher, I went on to carry on a lot of what he shared with me to my students. In the 90s, I had the opportunity to come back and teach some adjunct courses here at Northern in the outdoor program. And that's when I approached Phil, and he welcomed me with his syllabus, with his resources, and allowed me to co-teach Intro to Rock Climbing with him. And that was pivotal. I was sitting there in a circle with him, teaching about climbing shoes with our students, and I'm looking across at him, and I'm nervous, and he's just huddled in there like a student, and he's like one of the first people that bought shoes and introduced them into our community, and I'm sitting there teaching. He was so welcoming, and it was through him that I was able to balance this playful humor with the importance of standards and being meticulous. Coiling ropes wasn't just about putting them away, it was making sure they were done well, okay, so that the next person could take care of them, and that the people who used them could trust that the people who took care of them, who climbed on there previously, took care of them as well. When I left in the 90s to pursue my doctorate, I headed out west, worked in Colorado, Utah, Oregon, and California. And I was fortunate to take that syllabus with me, take his book, and all the teachings he had shared with me, and pass that on to my students in Introduction to Rock Climbing and eventually teaching of rock climbing classes. It has been numerous decades, and my students are now teaching at outdoor programs across the country and other universities, and they are teaching students, and those students are now helping others to learn how to climb. And they literally are passing on the lessons that Phil passed on to me and others who went through climbing, and that has been instrumental not only for my teaching in climbing, but also my teaching in other subjects of outdoor recreation. And I'm eternally grateful for that. So at this point, I would like to go ahead and share with you another student's story. Oh, I forgot to ask you about this part. Just click it.
Hi, my name is Liz Pepin. I've been a climber for many years, and I first met Phil, I think, in 2002 when I started climbing at the PIF when I came to Northern for my undergrad, and pretty quickly started climbing the same circles, had some mutual friends, and he was always looking for people to participate in his climbing research, so I started getting involved with that, and eventually started helping him a little bit with some of his climbing classes at NMU. And what I remember thinking about Phil, the first time I met him was this young middle-aged guy with big round glasses and this wide-eyed childlike enthusiasm for everything. He loved humor, he loved board games, he loved cats, he loved climbing, he loved Annette and Salem and his job, and it just what an awesome guy. He has done so much to shape my approach to interacting with other people and teaching. In particular, one of my formative memories is of a slide he had in one of his climbing classes, which broke down the etymology of the word compassion, which comes for, I believe it's Latin, cum pati, or to suffer with. And he talked about how the root of compassion is entering into another person's suffering and being there with them. And I thought that was so powerful. And I think about that often, especially when I'm teaching or relating to people who are struggling with things, because that was Phil's way. When in 2006, when I helped him with one of his courses at Devil's Lake, he took some time one afternoon and helped me get through my first couple of trad leads as a budding traditional climber. At the time, I was very nervous. I was an anxious kid, and I started climbing because I was afraid of heights, and I didn't want to be. I said, I'm going to challenge this until I'm not afraid anymore. But at the time, I was still very afraid, and Phil stayed there on the other end of that rope, and he, despite being a serious and accomplished mountaineer, and what I'm sure I was doing was trivial to him, but he made me feel supported and accepted, and he never made people feel ashamed for their fear. Never. He was just an incredible teacher and mentor and person. We shared so much humor and played board games and talked about our love of cats, and he helped me a lot as I was going through this formative period of my young adulthood and trying to figure out who I was and who I wanted to be. And Phil was always an incredible example of that throughout my life. I really am so thankful that I was able to know him and be mentored by him and be a friend to him through his life. And I hope this helps keep his memory alive.
Hello, everyone. My name's Megan Nelson. I'm an associate professor in the School of Health and Human Performance and study exercise physiology. So I wanted to share a little bit about the profound impact that Phil had on his students, which for some of us was so incredibly big. It ended up shaping our entire lives. I don't really think he even realized just how much of an impact and positive influence he had on all of his students. So I was a graduate student of Phil's in the Master's in Exercise Science program. And my experience with the program was unique because I didn't really fit in as a typical applicant. I was a few months from completing my bachelor's at Michigan State in molecular genetics, and only to realize that that pathway was maybe not the career path I wanted to go down. So I gravitated toward exercise science because of my interest in health and then my background with athletics, just being in sports. And that's where I stumbled upon NMU. So I applied, and I didn't really think I'd get in because I wasn't really a standout undergraduate student, and I didn't have prerequisites for the program like anatomy and physiology, which are a pretty big deal for an exercise science program. But a short while later, my world was pretty much flipped upside down when I not only got into the program, but I was called by Phil Watts about a month before the program started, offering me a graduate assistantship to teach and have a free education. And so I definitely wasn't going to pass that up, even though I really had no public speaking experience at all, and I didn't really have the background. But, you know, I immediately felt a sense of belonging from that phone call because Phil felt like there was a place for someone like me here, which was, I didn't really feel like there was a place for me at the time. Long story short, I took the offer because I wasn't going to pass that up. Being a student in Phil's classes was really fun and engaging. He always posed such thought-provoking questions and had a humble attitude and warm personality. All of these qualities really made him someone we all truly looked up to, and his love of climbing was contagious. The first time I had ever climbed outdoors was with Phil on a trip to Horseshoe Canyon Ranch in Arkansas, and it was such a blast. I was sucked in after that trip. My experience with Phil was so wonderful that the second I stepped off of the NMU campus, I knew I wanted to come back here someday, and this is where I wanted to be. I wanted to give students amazing experiences and opportunities like Phil gave me. So I won't spare you on the rest of the details, but somehow with a lot of hard work and a little bit of luck, that dream came true. I was hired at NMU, and now you can see I have been fortunate enough to mentor students in the same program and actually direct the same program that I was a student in when Phil was the advisor. And I've been able to conduct climbing-related research of my own with these amazing students, just like I got to do with Phil. So I'll be forever grateful for what Phil did for me.
Back one. Oh. So my name is Matt Kilgus. I'm associate professor in the School of Health and Human Performance. And like Dr. Nelson, I also had sort of a non-traditional way to get here. So my background is in biomedical engineering. For reasons, I got most of the way through that program before I realized I didn't want to do biomedical engineering. And I ended up working a little, so I graduated from that program. I worked as like a consultant for a safety company. I did not last long in that job. It was 95% travel. I was home one work day a month. It was awful. I was at a hotel all the time. I was rock climbing as much as I can. I would try to go to gyms and stuff like that, but I knew it wasn't what I wanted to do. And my wife, girlfriend at the time, just got back from Phil's teaching a rock climbing course with Bill as well. And she knew that's not what I wanted to do, so we got together and she's like, well, just come talk to my professor, Phil. Like, just bounce ideas off him. I'm like, I don't know, I'm just gonna waste his time. It's not gonna be worth it. But we ended up going to 3rd Street Bagel, and we had breakfast there for probably 4 hours. And he just was so nice. He kept talking about what I'm interested in, what I want to do, talked a little bit about himself, and I was like a big rock climber at the time, and he said, you know, I'm doing this research project, and we're going to take some students to Horseshoe Canyon Ranch, and we're going to do this rock climbing research project. You would be able to come, we would get it all covered. And oh, by the way, we do have this GTA. It could get your master's degree covered as well. I never taught before, never had anything. I didn't have the background in exercise science, but he was like, I think you could do it. You'll teach rock climbing with me. So I taught the rock climbing class that Jackie mentioned with him. And I was like, okay, I can come and teach rock climbing, go rock climbing, and get a master's degree. Sure, that sounds like a good deal. And that, when I started that program, that was really like the time where I realized this is what I want to do. Like, it wasn't that, I really enjoy it. And from there, I went on to get a PhD in exercise science. Like Megan, as soon as I was getting through that, I just wanted to get back here. That was my only goal. So without Phil, that would not have happened. I would be working somewhere, hopefully not that job still. But, you know, I got to be able to come back as Phil was retiring. He introduced me to another student who was interested in rock climbing research. We did a project, and now that's continuing with Jordan, who's going to talk a little bit, I'm sure, later. But that was all things that just springboard because of what Phil was able to do, and sitting down with somebody he didn't know for 4 hours and doing that, so.
Oh my, well, yeah, there's a picture from, I'm there with Phil. He had his beard and I had darker hair and a different name. I decided I really needed to write this down because I could probably talk about Phil and his family until the next election. But I had the great fortune of being there the day that Phil and Annette walked into the office the first time. And that was 4.5 decades ago. And my hair wasn't white then, but I knew things were going to be different. It just, he started a new grad program, the atmosphere changed. He was professional, respectful, patient, current, and did I mention respectful? Respectful. He spent endless hours bringing us grad students up to date and teaching us to question, research, think critically, and most of all, enjoy the journey. Let me get to the next one here. Next one. Is it here? Oh, and I am going to mention that he taught me how to use a computer. And then taught me how to use the next computer and the next computer and the next computer, because it just kept, oh my God, yes, everything was humongous back then and so complicated, and yet he patiently, kindly, respectfully, everything that everyone's already said about how he taught. And most of all, he taught us to enjoy the journey in our education. His family became our family. They showed us kindness and inclusivity. We learned about other cultures and old-time music, and were introduced to rock climbing. My introduction didn't go real well, but he did eventually talk me into learning to be a high ropes instructor, which I didn't end up having to teach that because I wasn't real good at quick takedowns. Because, never mind. Also, throughout all kinds of events, presentations, and particularly music events, some of you may remember me holding this. This is an actual camera, okay? And I would sit through the whole thing. I never really thought about using a tripod, and I would usually do this for an hour and sometimes 2 hours. That's why this arm is a little bigger than the other arm. But in teaching us, he never limited us to what he was interested in. He helped us develop our own professional passions. He created the best cardiac rehab program in the UP. At the time, it was the only cardiac rehab in the program in the UP, and yet we realized that it was based on science and research and done the way it should be done. And it's gone on and moved on now at the hospital with one of our former students, running it. It's been amazing, and it became my passion. Cardiac rehab became really my passion. He also developed the best adult fitness program, which he called Get Fit, and that was based on science. And as we watched over the years of the swaying away from science that the fitness industry has taken, we stayed that way. And it wasn't always the most commercially attractive thing, but we stayed with the truth. He brought us all to professional conferences. Some of you might remember the old VW bus that was barely functional and had no heat, but he took us there, introduced us to the leaders in our organizations, and many of us went on to advanced degrees and certifications and things at his urging and help. I'm very proud that I was the first graduate in the exercise science program, and they've gone on to get often difficult certifications with his encouragement and guidance. The pinnacle of my career was taking over some of his responsibilities, running the programs, and then actually having to run the programs and try to emulate the way he did things. We used to halfway joke about marketing a new free fitness program, and it was called and going to consist of Go Outside. I'm still fortunate to be part of his family, whether they want me to be or not, and they are a treasure, as was he. Thank you.
My name is John Reavers. I taught at NMU in the biology department from 1988 until I retired 3 years ago. In August, when I first started teaching, there was a get-together faculty picnic, and several people said, "Hey, you've got to meet this guy, Phil Watts. He's also done mountaineering in the North Cascades of Washington State." And after that time, we got together for quite a few adventures, a few of which are shown here. So on the left, we went up to Orient Bay, which is a couple hours north of Thunder Bay, on an ice climbing trip. One of Phil's favorite things to do was mountaineering in high alpine places. And the middle two slides are from a trip that we took together in the North Cascades. So it shows the group of 7 of us who went on different climbs there, and then the bottom picture is showing the summit of Presic Peak, one of the mountains that we climbed. We also did a glacier called Dome Peak on the same trip. The upper right is a place called the AAA Wall, which is up towards Big Bay off the AAA Road. And there's a backstory behind that picture. This is my bachelor's party. So the day before the wedding, Bill Thompson, who will be speaking later, and Phil and my friend Will and I got together and went up there and did some climbing. A few years later, about 10 years after this picture, the AAA Wall was, for a short time, closed to climbing. Phil worked with the Upper Peninsula Climbing Coalition and a group called the Access Fund to negotiate with landowners and get climbing restored to that place. And then the bottom picture on that side is from one of Phil's favorite places to go, Devil's Lake State Park down in Wisconsin. And I picked this picture up because it's one of the few that I have that shows Phil's face instead of just from down below. It's trickier than you might think, not getting to get a butt shot when you're climbing. And so that one that looks better than some of the other photos. In another area near there where we climbed, one of my favorite memories of Phil is when I was working trying to get my way up a climb called Charybdis, and I kept falling off. And Phil, after I'd fallen off a couple of times, said, "Hey, put your thumb like this instead of like that, and you won't swing off the wall." And he was really good in picking out small things like that for low-key instruction to make you realize what was going to work better. So next, we have another person who's climbed a lot with Phil.
Thanks, John. So you'll see me again later, but I'm speaking for another person that's actually in the audience who's a little shy, but that's okay. I find that sometimes climbers are introverts. We like to be alone in nature, but regardless, this person, Paul Pepin, who is currently NMU staff, working with facilities and somewhat shy, so I'm going to share some words, and maybe we talk later about sharing other words, but he sent, maybe with some other people, an article that Detroit Free Press published shortly after Phil retired from the university. And as I understand it, Paul came to know Phil through climbing when Paul was a local high school student. And the article states that Paul Pepin was a small-framed 16-year-old at the time he met Phil. It was obvious that he had a lot of talent for it, even though he'd never done it before, Watts recalled. We said, "Hey, this kid's pretty good. We've got to get him outside somewhere." I can't quite do Phil's accent, but there's an accent in there somewhere. He was still in high school, but we hauled him down to Red River Gorge. That's in Kentucky. After knowing him for 2 short months, Pepin took a week off school, got his parents to sign a permission slip, and drove to Red River Gorge, Kentucky. Now, this introduction, I assume, inspired Paul to visit the Red River Gorge several times. In fact, on my notes, I say many, too many times. But the bolted style of climbing in the gorge is different than what was here in Marquette at the time. And I think that some of the influence that Paul had of the climbing of the nature in that area made its way back to Marquette. So I'd like to think that Paul had some influence of the access and the type of climbing that the current UP has now. So Paul and Phil both served on the UP Climbing Coalition, which has helped to secure climbing access to many local crags and also helped to secure funding to maintain some of the fixed gear in these places, as well as clean up a lot of the garbage that ends up at some of these places, not necessarily from climbers, but non-climbers. And the safety gear also that Paul, I know, has helped to install, helped to keep these areas protected for leisure and for recreation. And I know that Bill Thompson is going to speak next, who can talk maybe even a little bit more about the UPCC because he's still very much involved with it. So I'm going to invite Bill to the stage next.
Thank you. I am a little mad that the Detroit Free Press never called me small frame, Paul, so I have a little bit of issue with that. And John, a pro tip, if you want photos of Phil's face, just take a GoPro and put it at the top. I have hundreds of these photos. So I always liked photography and would go out climbing with Phil and put a GoPro at the top, and we'd just climb all day. I'd go back home and look, and almost all my photos were just like that of Phil. I had the privilege of being one of Phil's climbing partners, and it has nothing to do with climbing ability. I'm pretty sure it had everything to do with being able to wake up really early in the morning and see the sunrise and climb with Phil. So I was very lucky in that aspect. I can honestly say I'm alive today because of Phil, and so are a lot of climbers. I can't stress enough of his impact on climbing in the Upper Peninsula. Everybody that raised their hands in this room probably learned to climb or went out with Phil climbing, and it's thousands and thousands of people. A lot of folks have already mentioned his contribution to the Upper Peninsula Climbers Coalition, which started when a lot of our areas are threatened to close, and the first one was Presque Isle. And so Phil led that charge to keep the Pinnacle open, which is an incredible climbing resource for us, and successfully did that, and then formed the Upper Peninsula Climbers Coalition, who has since gone on to, like John said, save the AAA and also acquire the first ever property owned by climbers in the state of Michigan, Slugs Bluff. And so that organization is incredibly strong due to the efforts that Phil put into that. I was also really lucky in that he was a great mentor to a lot of people, educationally wise and also climbing wise. And for me, this was my first experience ice climbing. And I told Phil that he changed my life. There's a couple people that did that, and one was Dr. Gene Kinnear, and the other one was Phil Watts. And Phil and a guy named John Reavers took two climbers, myself and my other climbing partner, Arnie Ronis, out ice climbing. We were college students. I don't know why they invited us, but they did, and we went out to the Eben Ice Caves. And that really started my trajectory onto the climbing scene and ice climbing in particular, and went immediately after this to the Michigan Ice Climbing Festival, which I was a participant at the first one, with 10 people. And now that event is now 1,500 people and is a worldwide, participants come from all over the world to go to that. And so it really started with Phil and John taking two really young kids out and punishing them at Eben Ice Caves. Phil has given a lot to the community. Northern, I know this is Northern's 125th anniversary, and they were really lucky to have him as a professor. Between his contributions educational-wise, climbing-wise, Annette and Phil supporting all the NMU athletes, going to all their events was really something special. And I should have stated that for me to have a microphone and only take 3 minutes is really, really hard for me. So I'll try to keep it under time, but Phil was very generous. And right before he passed, he did two things, which I found out later. One, he renewed his membership to the UPCC and to the Access Fund, which is amazing. But he also, with him and Annette, donated a vast library to us to share with the climbing community. So anybody can come into Downwind Sports and check out one of his guidebooks if they're going on some adventure, and that's for free. And so that was just one thing that he thought of the climbing community and donated that. And so he was a very, very special friend and a great mentor to a lot of us, and I appreciate that.
Hello, this is Vanessa España Romero from Spain. I'm very happy to being able to say a few words for someone who was my mentor, my professor, and also a very good friend, who was the Professor Phil Watts. What can I say? It's impossible to express with words all the things that I feel for someone like Phil Watts. He was someone incredible, important person for my whole career and my personal life. He was someone that I always had his in my heart, because I always do the things thinking what he would say or what he would do. Our relationship started when I read my very first paper about rock climbing research, because that paper was written by him. Once I read that paper, I emailed him to say that was very important or very interesting to me. I wanted to read more papers from him that I couldn't find in my library. So he emailed me to my mailbox all the papers that he wrote. So I received all his articles in Spain in paper form. So that was something incredible to me, and I think it says a lot about how was Phil. And from that point, we started to have more communications. We started to exchange mail, to have brainstormings, and create a relationship that was very, very nice. He was an incredible researcher. He was a very wise person. He knew a lot, so his knowledge created the base of the climbing research today. So we used to say that he is the father of climbing research, of climbing physiology, and I think that is words that says a lot about what he created and what he did. I had the opportunity to be there in Marquette working with him, and I have to say that if I liked what he used to do I fell in love with all the climbing research that he used to do it, and also with his wonderful family and all the friends that he had there, and also the university, the Northern Michigan University, incredible place. It was very special to me, and the very nice place as Marquette is. I don't have word for that. That was incredible for me. Working with him was very nice because he could teach me a lot, not only about climbing research, also as a person, because he was a funny person, as you know, because he was able to do the long hours working in a very funny way, and also the hard moment always in a very positive, a very nice way, because he was very funny, and that is something very nice. And also he was very humble, even knowing that all the things that he used to know. And I think that values was very important to me because the climbing research world is very hard sometimes. So it's very nice to know that there was people like him, and that is something that I really appreciate a lot. So thank you so much, Phil. I just want to say that he is always with me. He is someone that is missing a lot, and I just want to say thank you to the life because I met him and his family. So I hope you had a good day there. Thank you very much, Lane, for letting me to be here and allowing me to say, for create this space, and also for allowing me from the other part of the world to say something about Phil. I don't have words to express, as I said before, all the things that I really would like to say about him. For me, he was the best person and the best research ever. Bye, ciao.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jordan Fleury. I'm a second-year master's student here at Northern. I study exercise science, and I'm also a graduate teaching assistant. I'm actually from Marquette. I was born here. My whole family's from here, but I moved to Colorado when I was 7 and returned only last August for this master's program, just to give you a bit of context here. In a way, I feel kind of out of place here. Everyone else presenting in front of you for this today knew him for a while. I never met the man. I'm still getting to know him, and I've gotten to know him pretty well today, just in the last 30 minutes. And I'm pretty thankful for that. In the fall of 2022 is when I started thinking of going to graduate school. I hadn't really looked into any programs, but I was pretty sure that I wanted to continue my education. At the same time, I had been rock climbing for just over a year, and I was loving every second of it. It's all I really thought about. It's all I really wanted to do. One day I was bored looking up research articles related to rock climbing physiology as I was studying exercise science in undergrad. And I came across an article titled "The Physiology of Difficult Rock Climbing." I didn't know that anyone actually studied this topic, so I was very excited to have stumbled upon it. And I skimmed over the article, and in my head, I imagined that this study was probably conducted somewhere that is popular for rock climbers, such as Colorado, Utah, or California. I scrolled to the top of the page and saw that the study was conducted by a guy called P.B. Watts at none other than Northern Michigan University. I said, "Hey, I know that place." And how crazy would it be to go earn my master's degree at the university just down the road from my childhood home and work with this P.B. Watts, applying my knowledge of exercise science to the wonderful activity of rock climbing. I thought it was too good to be true. From my sparse recollection of Marquette when I was little, and coming from a place like Colorado, I didn't think that the area would be of any interest to rock climbers. I thought everything was flat here. Nor did I ever think that NMU would have the exact program that I was looking for. I did a quick search and found out that NMU not only offered a Master's of Exercise Science program, but they also offered teaching assistantships. Instantly, NMU checked all of the boxes. I sent an email to Dr. Kilgus, who was the graduate coordinator at the time, and I had a Zoom meeting with him the next week to ask him some questions. Months later, in the early spring of 2023, I was accepted into the program and was offered the TA position. I was beyond excited to begin my journey into academia, and let me tell you, I could not wait to work with the legendary godfather of climbing research, Phil Watts. A while later, during the summer, I learned of Phil's passing from an article in Climbing Magazine, as you can see here, that was published by Bill Thompson. At first, I was saddened, knowing that I wouldn't get to meet him and learn from him. When I climb around Marquette, when I'm doing my research in the lab, and when I'm teaching my classes, I often think of Phil, and I imagine what it would have been like to have him as a mentor. However, I'm not as far from him as I once thought I was. Throughout the last year, I have built relationships with the others that have been presenting in front of you, and I'm surrounded by those that once surrounded Phil. And I've only ever heard them speak very, very highly of him. These people were fortunate enough to actually be his climbing partners, his students, and his friends. His mentees are all now my mentors. And the kindness, generosity, and patience that they have all shown me gives me an idea of the person that Phil was. Although I never met the man, Phil is one of those little voices in the back of my head that tells me to keep going. And now that I've heard his voice through a couple of videos, there's now a southern drawl in the back of my head. I can assure you all that the pebble that made that little splash in the water is still sending ripples to the opposite shores. And that's all I have.
Very well said. So many of you don't know that Jordan actually had the idea to pull this together today, as many of us have been impacted so much by Phil and his presence. But Jordan came to me one day and said, hey, did you see that call for abstracts for the symposium that's happening sometime later? And I said, yeah, I saw that. He goes, what do you think about putting something together to honor Phil? And I thought, oh my gosh, that'd be perfect. You can lead it. We all know how that turned out. But anyway, here we are. We are doing it together. And I do feel very privileged to be here to share all of this with you. So I know that our time is up because many of us spoke longer than 3 minutes, but that's what happens when you're trying to honor a man who has touched so many. So I'm just going to share a little bit about how I came to know Phil, which was during my graduate studies at NMU, where I came to actually coach. I wasn't teaching at first. I was coaching swimming at the time and joined into the exercise science master's degree program to learn about exercise science while helping to coach. But my second year at NMU, I thought, you know, I don't think I want to coach. I think I want to teach. Is there an opportunity to teach? And that's where I ended up getting a graduate assistantship in teaching. Phil happened to be a part of my master's thesis project. It wasn't rock climbing. It was actually this heinous project that we can talk about at another time. But he really did direct me a lot, because actually I do remember a conversation I had with him in his office. I said, what is this word thesis that people keep saying? Well, I don't get it. Like, I came here getting a master's degree, but didn't know what that word meant. And he was just humble, just explained to me that a thesis was research. Do you know what research is? I said, oh, I kind of have an idea. And anyway, our relationship took off from there. But I kind of was fortunate because after I got my degree, I came back to earn another postdoc degree in clinical dietetics. And at the time, he was starting to develop a proposal for this research project that measured a bunch of kids climbing. He wanted to compare some of the characteristics that made kids really good climbers to see if it was similar to the characteristics in adults. And he also wanted to compare kids that were climbers to kids that were active but weren't climbers. So he said, hey, I got this research project, but don't think of it as work, think of it as play, because we'll be able to get to travel to places that have really cool rocks. So while we'll be doing this research stuff, we'll also be getting to do some fun stuff. And so that's another thing that Phil really instilled in me through this project and the time that I spent with him in California and Oregon measuring a bunch of different kids that involved some really fun times where we got to play on fun rocks in Yosemite and in Smith, and a variety of other locations that only he knew about. So I was really fortunate to get involved in this research, which made me learn about rock climbing and learn more about how I could actually climb. I could do it too. So work for Phil, I felt like, was not really work, or it didn't have to be a dreaded four-letter word, W-O-R-K. Phil instilled in me that you select a fun topic that makes you curious and grows that curiosity. Then it feels more like a different four-letter word, P-L-A-Y. And it's true. I think that some of NMU's money for for the Peter White Scholar, supported RPLAY. In fact, not just play, but work. This project produced a peer-reviewed paper that has been cited over 300 times so far, which is pretty good for the small niche that rock climbing research has. Another fun thing I have to mention before we open it up to maybe some questions is this contraption. All right, one of his favorite movies, which is also one of my favorite movies, is The Princess Bride. And maybe some of you know about the pit of despair. Some of you know this line, right? It's like this medieval contraption that's heinous and it hurts and it causes pain, but it's kind of like a tread wall, which is what Phil is on. This is a piece of equipment that is really expensive, and it's quite funny that he has this t-shirt on, which, by the way, he had a fantastic t-shirt collection. That's one of the reasons why I'm sharing this, but it's not caught on me off guard that this is partly part of his humor. Being funny all the time, right? This medieval contraption wasn't working when we first got it. And so we spent quite a bit of time trying to figure out exactly what wasn't making it work well. So problem solving, having dialogue, and playing with the different holds on here, as well as another important person in the audience, Kelly Laxo, who hasn't been mentioned in any of our talks so far, but really an instrumental person to help with this contraption. In the pit of despair, we have spent several hours making it a better thing. But if you look back in time, there was a different treadmill, climbing contraption on NMU's campus. And we gravitated to get new equipment over the years, blessed by Phil's rationale of needing this equipment to help us learn a little bit more about some of the characteristics that make climbers good at climbing. Climbing walls also didn't always look the way that we have them today in the PIF. Some of the original walls were mentioned earlier, right? The cinder block wall with bolts and blocks attached to it that progressed into something with a little more like sandpaper on plywood that came to the next version of climbing wall indoors, where we see some of Salem starting to show up in using some of these contraptions, which we were still blessed to have some of these pieces and some of the same holds that existed back then in our lab in different lab spaces. So to close out, as I know we're almost out of time here, is to leave you with this quote, because I think part of Phil was also gratitude, and he had a lot of gratitude always. So this, excuse my voice, is a thank you that he shared after we threw him a retirement party in 2016. He always was thankful. And so he shared this nice last little bit to close out. But he was a marathon runner too in part of his former life, where he talks about the metaphors of running and climbing and difficult things. But retirement for him was also hard, right? He had to do a bunch of things before he could officially retire. Like the last week of classes, he had to give exams. He taught RE 358 one more time, the teaching of rock climbing. And then he also helped to host this International Rock Climbing Congress, which I got to be a part of too, in Telluride, Colorado. So that was pretty cool to have that experience with him. But he says, it reminds me of the end of Grandma's Marathon in Duluth, where you can see the finish line, almost close enough to grasp, but you have to run around the park in the full length of an oar boat to get there. Still a pretty nice finish. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, that was wonderful. It's almost 2 o'clock.
Perfect.
It's 1:59.
No questions.
So no questions, unfortunately. We have to get our next speaker up here. So we got a couple minutes if you want to get some coffee and water, and then we'll start with Marcus Robbins.
Again. Thank you.
It is totally my fault. Sorry.
No, that's quite right. We've got time to work. Everyone, we're going to get started on our next presentation. So if you want to talk, please do it in the hallway. But you're not going to want to miss this one. Marcus A. is going to introduce himself, but I'd like to introduce him too because he's a good friend of mine, and this is a great topic. And so from the university, the Central Upper Peninsula and Northern Michigan University Archives, our university archivist, Marcus Robbins.
Can everybody hear me? I've got one of these thingies going here. I hate to stand at a podium. I got to walk around. I have ADHD and I get nervous. And right now I'm thinking of all of you looking like some kind of orange man with weird hair. So that was a joke. I want to thank Dan very much for allowing me to come and talk to you today about this very great story, an interesting story and transformative story about Northern Michigan University. It's probably the most critical period of our institution's history. But before I get started, I'll get nervous and then start having aphasia or something. When I came here 27 years ago, I went to my first union meeting. It was a chapter meeting. And this older man got up, and older, when I say older, he was probably about my age at the time. But he was skinny, he was bald, and he looked like he had just gotten up from sleeping in the park overnight. In fact, many years later, Bob Dornquist, who used to be a retired professor in communications and performance studies, said that Jim Green was the UP's answer to Bill Blass. And I thought, well, if you knew Jim Green, you would understand that. And I thought to myself, who is this guy? Because he got up there and he was adamantly arguing to the rest of the membership at the chapter meeting that we had to do something for the younger professors at Northern Michigan University, that we had to be more organized together and unified and to remember that we had to make sure that they got taken care of, and also the adjuncts. And he was very passionate about it, and I thought, God, who is that guy? And it wasn't until later that I would really begin to find out, and he figures prominently in this story, along with another man who, after I saw him, I went up to get a cup of coffee, and I saw this older gentleman, again, older in the sense that he was about my age at the time, and I introduced myself, and it was John Sari, professor of history at Northern Michigan University, who is here right now with us today. We're very honored, in fact, to have him here with us. And he said, oh, I thought you were part of the administration because I was wearing a tie. And but then I got to learn about him, and I got to learn about what he did as well for our union and for the establishment of the union. And so what I want to talk about is that story about how the AAUP came to Northern Michigan University. And why did I use the word blood on the table? Well, it actually is a phrase that was used during the first contract negotiations with the university in 1975. And I'll get back to that in just a second. So this is about shared governance. And I just realized that I forgot to pass something out. There are two principal concepts in higher education among the faculty that are sacred to the faculty. One of them is shared governance. Can you think of what the other one is? Anybody? Academic freedom, right. Well, shared governance is probably the next best one. I can't, yeah, if you could hand that out. But it is the fundamental part or principle that guided and motivated the early faculty, folks like John Sari, Jim Green, Russ Minyagi, who's also here, and others. And it was a concept that is very central to the way we think and act in our traditions here in higher education. So the statement on governance in 1966, and I'm handing this out so you can all look at it and refer to it as I go along, assigns to the faculty the primary responsibility for such fundamental areas of curriculum, subject matter, methods of instruction, research, etc. It asserts that the faculty judgment on these matters should be final. And it envisions faculty participation in long-range planning, future capital improvement projects, and so forth. So the faculty is always very integrated into working with the administration in a collaborative, supposedly collaborative, shared governance process. The NMU Board of Trustees, then known as the Board of Control, adopted this policy officially as official university policy in 1968. So what I'm hoping to do this afternoon, if I can, and by the way, I am not a historian. I am not a professional historian. I'm just a simple archivist. And this story really needs to be addressed by a professional historian because it's such an incredible story, an important story. But the concept of shared governance, what I'm trying to hopefully convey, is that the concept of shared governance, the tradition of the university, did not exist as official policy until 1968, as I mentioned. But then after 1968, the faculty at NMU achieved the actual implementation on a practical level, on a regular level at the university, of shared governance of the university through union organization and collective bargaining. What I want to do is two things. First part, I want to talk about, well, what was happening at Northern, give you some historical context between 1955 and 66, and then what happens after that, and essentially all hell breaks loose. We had an autocratic and arbitrary leadership here. We experienced enormous, during this first period, enormous demographic conversion of the student body in numbers and ethnic and social economic background that didn't exist prior to 1955. We experienced a comprehensive transition of the faculty from a relatively old and marginalized group to a large, young, and dynamic force. Very, very different from what existed prior to 1955. And then finally, we experienced an incredible and enormous growth in the physical plant, or our footprint here, which would also have an impact on the unionization effort of the faculty. So let's start with with Edgar Hardin. Everybody's heard of Hardin Hall. He was the former dean of continuing education at MSU. He was appointed by the Michigan State Board of Education in 1956 to be the president of Northern Michigan University, or at that time, Northern Michigan College of Education. Is that right, Dr. Miyagi? Yeah. But he is also credited with having saved Northern. In a moment, I'll explain why. And he is most well known for the right to try policy, which advocated allowing students who may not have met the same or the requirements for admission, but were close and should be given the right to try. That had a profound impact on enrollment and the transformation of the university. However, Hardin also had a very autocratic administrative style. He was an odd kind of person because he not only was an autocratic administrator, but he was still very approachable, very friendly. And he also had an informal way of doing things, so he's a kind of different guy in that sense. When he arrived at Northern Michigan College, because it soon becomes Northern Michigan College, in 1956, this is basically what he found. So what you're seeing here is the original campus. You can see over here is the K Hall complex, which also includes the J.D. Pierce School, Longyear Hall, Peter White Hall of Science, the original Lydia Olson Library, Carey Hall, Lee Hall, and then the famous barracks, World War II veterans barracks, Quonset huts, right. What I like about this picture too is it's got some baseball fields over here. I'm a big baseball nut. There were only about 888 students here at the time when Hardin arrived. And ostensibly, or from what we understand, is that he was brought here by the state legislature in part to save Northern or shut it down. The enrollment had stagnated, it wasn't growing, and the decision had to be made, I guess, as to whether to keep the school open. Within 5 years of his appointment, though, as you can see, enrollment suddenly jumps almost 1,000 students in 5 years, which was a 112% increase, now if I'm correct in my math. 1963, Northern reaches university status. By 65, 10 years later, we've jumped up to 5,561 students, which was a 196% increase. Now the increases start to go down, but can you imagine today what it would be like if we had a 10% increase in enrollment? That would be astounding, right? Now imagine in this 12-year, well, between 55 and 68, this was a huge demographic transformation at Northern. And it wasn't just the numbers of students. These were students that were coming from all over the state, not just the UP, but all over the country. So you had a big influx of new people coming in here who were not accustomed to the rural, non-urban or cosmopolitan environment here. And we also experienced enormous building construction and campus expansion. During Hardin's time, and here you can see him in the middle here, groundbreaking with Don Bottom of the University Center, where we're standing today. Today it's called the Northern Center, but then it was called the John Bottom, or the Don Bottom University Center. Hedgecock Fieldhouse in 58, Bottom Center. The Russell Thomas Fine Arts Center in 62. McClintock, Forrest Roberts, Grease Hall, and Science Building. Enormous building construction over a relatively short period of time. This continues under Jamrich. The Hardin Resources Center which is today Hardin Hall. Jamrich Hall, and by the way, Jamrich Hall was originally called the Instructional Building, and it's the only building that was ever named after a sitting president, which was actually a violation of the Board of Trustees policy as well. And then the residence halls were built, and Cohodes, and keep in mind that Cohodes was built because K Hall was torn down. In 1972, Dr. Miyagi, correct me if I'm wrong, 3 firebombs were thrown into K Hall, and it didn't cause a lot of damage. They apparently didn't work, but it scared Jamrich so much that if you look at Cohodes today, you'll notice that it's built with barriers around the middle, around the side, and it has very narrow windows on the first floor. These were designed to try to prevent violent attacks. Here you can see Jamrich is shoveling dirt. I think this is for maybe the Jacob Eddy Center, because there's Jacob Eddy, and you can see Senator Ruppy there as well. And that's Senator Mack. Not Senator Ruppy, I'm sorry, Congressman Ruppy. I don't know who the woman is. Who's the woman? Dr. Miyagi? I like this picture. This is the opening of the LRC, which is now Hardin Hall in 1969. What I think is fun about this is this guy right here. That's quite fascinating clothing. And you can see Jamrich here, and he's pointing to where the original Jamrich instructional building would be built. So by the time that Jamrich comes in 1968, this is where we are with Northern's campus. And you can see that it develops towards the, southwest, and then turns up to the north. That wasn't the original intent of the expansion of campus. And I've tried to demonstrate here what's known as, what was known at the time as the Burma Road, which is a reference to World War II. The road over Burma that was a supply, was a very long and hard and difficult road to supply China from Burma. But the students that were up in the residence halls had to make this long walk. And here's the Bottom University Center where we are today, to the K Hall classes that were down here. And they referred to it as a Burma Road. Now this is going to figure prominently in a bit as I get into a different story, but I wanted to show you where that was. So as you can imagine, there's this massive influx of new students. There is massive building construction. There's pressures with the city and neighborhoods around that. And of course, it erupts by 1968 into what was called the McClellan controversy. And I love this sign because Pontius Pilate apparently lives in Ishpeming. And I think that's a reference to Johnson, who was the interim president at the time, and he lived in Ishpeming, and I think that was a dig at him. What had happened was a man named Bob McClellan, who was an assistant professor of history. He was also an ordained Episcopal priest. And he was only here, he'd only been here for a couple of years. He was untenured, so he was probationary. And he was bothered by a plan for the university to move west, or no, directly north of Tracy, into that neighborhood that's between Tracy and Presque Isle and towards the lake. And he was bothered by that because most of the people that lived in that neighborhood were working class people, and they didn't have a lot of education, they didn't understand their property rights, and that sort of thing. And he had one of his classes do research on property rights and issues of eminent domain. And he went around and had the class visit the homes and give the residents information on how to stop the university's expansion, the city's expansion. Basically, the university was planning to raise the neighborhood and move towards the lake. And at the same time, McClellan appeared in public meetings and on meetings on campus to challenge Hardin and the administration in their plan. This plan was based on something, a consultant's report from 1966 called the Dioxys, is that the right pronunciation? Plan. They estimated that Northern would have a student population by 1980 of over 20,000. Now we know that didn't happen, so the administration had to plan for that expansion, and they wanted to go north through that neighborhood. Well, this infuriated Hardin. Remember, he was very autocratic. He didn't brook dissent, and he summarily fired McClellan. I asked McClellan in an interview with him in 1999, well, what reason did Hardin give you for firing you? Now, the administration can fire a probationary faculty for any reason. It was only within the last few years that we got them to agree to at least write in a letter why they were being fired. And I asked McClellan, well, why were they firing you? And he said to me, because I was a communist, I was homosexual, and I was a bad teacher. And I thought, really? I mean, maybe he was, I don't know. He didn't admit that to me, but that's what he was told, he claimed. I've never found anything that said that. But his firing sparked a conflagration on campus. Faculty, students, staff went ballistic, and they basically rebelled. And it was called the McClellan Controversy, McClellan Week. Bonfires were built all around campus. Here you can see one, and where McClellan says he loves you. Here you can see academic freedom, because McClellan was summarily dismissed as a violation of academic freedom, right? He was teaching a class on modern political events, and he thought this was a useful way for them to learn practical skills. And one of the things that the students did was they built a coffin that represented academic freedom. I think that's Russ Alt, by the way, if anybody knows Russ Alt. He was a longtime staff member standing there with the camera. And my understanding is they buried this in Memorial Field, which is now the parking lot for the Barry Events Center and the PEEF. Here you can see the students and this graphic kind of demonstrates their attitude at the time. You see students and faculty are kissing the ass of the Board of Control. I can't quite read that. Same old story, I think is what it says. And then this skeletal figure is destroying academic freedom. So that's what their perception of what was happening. And it galvanized them to march through town. And this is one of several protest parades that went and happened throughout NMU. It's pretty impressive. They've got a sound car, they've got lots of signs, they've got a guy with bagpipes and so forth. So it was very dramatic. But the faculty also went on march. And the faculty censored the administration and resigned from the faculty senate, which at the time wasn't that big a deal because there were only about 9 people in the faculty senate. But here you can see them protesting around the K Hall complex, Keep McClellan, faculty support student action, so forth. And some of them got pretty ugly signs. And this one might have some relevance to us today. Sorry. So what was the impact of this controversy? Well, the faculty came to realize that organized effort could defeat a seemingly intractable and autocratic administration. As a result, they began to articulate demands for a grievance procedure. At this point, there was no organized or effective, there was no policy, there was no real procedure for filing grievance against the administration. They wanted integration of the faculty in decision-making concerning promotion and tenure, and the creation of a better system of communication with the Board of Control. And most importantly, and this will figure very prominently later as we get into the actual contract development, but the creation of a strong academic senate. But that wasn't the only problem on campus at Northern. There was another problem. The massive expansion of the student body brought with it students from ethnic backgrounds, socioeconomic backgrounds, and from other places in the country that were not familiar with this area. And there were a lot of African Americans. And here you can see what is ostensibly a hunting license that was distributed around campus at the time. This Argyle sporting goods store actually did exist in Ishpeming, but it had been closed down for about a year or two by the time these were circulating around campus. That Burma Road I showed you in the picture before, I learned from Dr. Miyagi in his own research that there is some evidence to suggest that white students were taking pot shots with their rifles at black students as they trudged up the Burma Road to K Hall. And it's one reason Dr. Miyagi believes, and he can correct me later, that the university was one of the first in the country to pass an ordinance prohibiting students from having guns in their residence rooms. African American students in 1961, there were 100. By 1970, there were 300. That's still a relatively small number compared to the overall population. But at the same time, we had the Job Corps Center, which was a federal Great Society program designed to recruit and train low-income African-American students, not just them, but low-income students from inner-city environments in basic vocational training classes. Large numbers of black students from Detroit came up here, working class students, came up here to participate in this program. So we had not only just the regular enrollment of African American students here, but we also had the Job Corps Center. Unfortunately, the university was forced to close it down in 1969 because the federal government began to close down the whole program in general. But students here interpreted that as a racist act. And it really wasn't. Jamrich didn't have any choice in the matter. He did try to postpone the shutdown as long as possible, though. And as I mentioned before, what's interesting about this, though, is that most of the black students who were enrolled as college students at Northern came mainly from middle-class professional backgrounds in the Detroit suburbs, whereas the Job Corps people were largely working-class inner-city kids. And David Williams, who will figure prominently in the story in a little bit, said to me that there was no real interaction between the two groups at the time. And we have the formation of the faculty union, and once again, Robert McClellan shows up. And he's going to figure prominently again. He doesn't go away. Oh, and I should have mentioned that the McClellan controversy ended before Jamrich even came to campus. In fact, he negotiated the ACLU joined McClellan in suing the university for violation of his academic freedom. Jamrich, who didn't want to deal with this problem and also wanted to tamp down all the outrage, negotiated a settlement of the suit before he even arrived to campus in 1968. We had a lot of black student fraternities and sororities here. I think we had anywhere between 3 and 5 black sororities and fraternities. You can see them in the yearbooks that we have, which are available online on Uplink. And here you can see this group of the black fraternity out doing whatever they're doing, but this is David Williams. And David Williams will also figure very prominently in the story. Now, the Black Student Union began to articulate demands that are sadly and frustratingly similar, almost to perfectly similar, to the same demands we're making today in DEI and in diversity in education questions. And they were making the same demands and getting nowhere. They organized finally in the December of 1968 a major sit-down protest This is in the old Hedgecock Fieldhouse where the basketball court is. So when you walk into Hedgecock today, you know, there's that big opening area you walk in. Well, that was the old basketball court. So when you walk through there today, try to imagine in your mind scores of African-American students. What they did was they walked into a basketball game. It was NMU versus the Pan American team, which I'm not quite sure what that was, but it was a big deal. At least 3,000 people were in attendance watching the game, and during the game, in protest, they walked and sat down. It was like a sit-down protest. And they demanded to talk to Jamrich, who was there in attendance. And in another photograph, you could see him in the back trying to organize, trying to respond to this. And when I talked to Jamrich about it, he told me that he was deathly afraid that the crowd was about to attack the protesters. And indeed, in this picture, you see David Williams gesturing in this direction. And I've always wondered why was he doing that? Well, I talked to David about it, and David told me that another large group of African-American students, up to 30 more, were coming to join the crowd that was already on the floor, and David was terrified at this point that they were about to be attacked. And so he was motioning to them to stay back so that they weren't going to get, you know, to stay out of harm's way. Fortunately, Jamrich refused to speak to them, and the whole thing they canceled the game and everybody went away. Unfortunately, no violence occurred, but it was a very dramatic event nonetheless. And then, not about a year later, this man, Charles Griffiths, was a student here at Northern. He was expelled for violation of university rules without appropriate due process. Essentially, he was caught in his girlfriend's dorm room, and about a week or two earlier, a white student had also been caught, and yet that student had just been given a slap on the hand, whereas Griffiths was expelled almost immediately. So the Black Student Union was incensed about this, up in arms, and they organized a confrontation with Jamrich. They were going to go and march to they met here in this building, in the UC. They met and gathered, and then their idea was they were going to go across the street with a set of demands, go up to Jamrich's office, present them to him, have a discussion, and then leave. David Williams said they changed their mind halfway between here and K Hall because they decided that they didn't want to antagonize the new president too much. They still wanted to try to see if they could find some way of reconciliation or compromise. And instead, they went to the Dean of Students' office, which was, I think, on the floor below Jamrich's. And there they confronted Ed Nemi, not Ed Nemi, Al Nemi. Thank you. And proceeded to keep him hostage in his office for about 45, 50 minutes, some say with a ball bat, but more likely with a stick. And they ransacked his office. Now, what's interesting about this story, and this is a funny story here. So they took over the office, they ransacked it, but they stayed there for hours, well into the early morning hours. Jamrich stayed back. He wanted the thing to be diffused. He was hoping they were just going to go away, and so he was very careful. They weren't going away, and they were staying. So by about 2 or 3 in the morning, Jamrich had figured he'd had enough, and what he did was he went to confront the protesters in the office. And this is where the three of them, where McClellan, Jamrich, and Williams come together. McClellan, as you might remember, was the faculty advisor of the Black Student Union. He was there at the time. And David Williams was one of the leaders of the Black Student Union. And he was a very big man. If you've ever seen David Williams, he was like, big man. And Jamrich, if you've seen pictures of Jamrich, he was a small, slight man. And the way McClellan tells this story was Jamrich comes in, and he confronts Williams, and McClellan described it of Jamrich yelling at Williams like this with his index finger punching basically in the chest, demanding that he end this confrontation, this sit-in, it's illegal, it's wrong. Get out of here, you guys got to get out, or I'm going to bring in the police and blah, blah, blah. And he's haranguing Williams. Meanwhile, Williams is saying nothing. He's just standing there looking down at him like this. And finally, Jamrich stops. And Williams grabs him. Now imagine this today. Brock Tessman is in his office, and protesters come and confront him. And imagine this happening. Williams looks at Jamrich, grabs him by the shoulders, and lifts him completely off the ground so that they're looking at each other face to face. And he says to Jamrich, "F you," and puts him back down and goes back into the office to continue the protest. And McClellan said McClellan hated Jamrich, despised him, and McClellan said it was hysterical as Jamrich's little feet were dangling. And for years I thought, that couldn't have happened. You know, it couldn't have happened. I couldn't find a smoking gun anywhere in any of the records, Cambridge's correspondence, any of the records related to the actual sit-in. And one day I had an opportunity to sit with Jamrich himself in the archives quietly together, and I related the story to him just as I did to you, and I said, "Sir, did that really happen?" And he said, "Yes, it did." So that's a really remarkable thing, you know. I mean, it's just incredible to think that a president of the university could be assaulted like that. But it gives you an idea of the intensity of the time and the militancy. And this is David Williams shortly before he died. He went on to have a fantastic academic career. He was vice chancellor of university affairs and athletics, professor of law at Vanderbilt University. He came back here to receive the Outstanding Alumni Award from Northern, the man that assaulted the former president of the university. And I think this is a great story. And I got a chance to interview him in 2015, and that interview is available on Uplink if you ever would like to listen to it. I asked him, did that really happen? He said, "Oh, I don't remember that." And I'm thinking to myself, how can you not remember? At any rate. Back to McClellan then. Now, after the McClellan controversy, all this upheaval is going on. McClellan decides he's going to lead an organization effort. He wants to organize the faculty and make it create a local or chapter of the Michigan Education Association. His experience convinced him that organizing the faculty, engaging in direct action, would be the only way to effectively counter what he believed and others was an autocratic administration. He argued that a faculty union affiliated with the MEA was the only way to achieve its goals. The national AAUP at this time was not a collective bargaining union. They didn't make the decision to use collective bargaining as a tool until 1972. So his demands, as he starts to develop and agitate for them, is a grievance procedure, again, primary faculty control, very similar to what the faculty were beginning to talk about, the creation of a better system of communication, the creation of a subcommittee of the faculty senate authorized to have meetings directly with the board of control to try to improve communication and transparency. And here you can see McClellan in Jamrich Hall with a class, and here he is just before his retirement in 1995. As far as I know, he's still alive. When I spoke to him 20 or so years ago, he was on a boat sailing in the Pacific. So the MEA was at the time seen as a real union as opposed to the AAUP, which is seen as more like a professional association. By 1970, they had 39 field agents working to organize higher education. McClellan got enough faculty to sign enough cards to petition the MERC for MERC being the Michigan Employment Regulatory Commission. But Jamrich, because he had just arrived on campus, pleaded with them to postpone until he had a chance to respond to their demands, which they did. But they tried again in 1971 and they lost. Meanwhile, the AAUP dismissed the MEA as essentially a K-12 union with no understanding of higher education culture or traditions. You know, their job was to unionize public school educators, which is very different than faculty in higher education. So they weren't an appropriate union for what they wanted to do. And here you can see here is an authorization card for the MEA. Now Jamrich, of course, sees all this happening. There's a lot of turmoil. By the way, in my opinion, he's probably the most profoundly important president in NMU's history. He not only had to walk into a disastrous conflagration at the time, but he also oversees the unionization of all the employee groups on campus. He oversees the development of the Native American Studies program, the Women's Center, many other important initiatives on campus. I think and also He is the only president in the Board of Control in 1982 to initiate the retrenchment policy articulated in our master agreement for the layoff of faculty. When the Board of Control declares financial exigency, which is a fancy way of saying they're bankrupt, and they can't meet payroll, they initiate the process of laying off faculty, including those that are tenured or full professors. So what Jamrich does, he comes in with a different philosophy than Hardin altogether. He wants to shift from the secrecy under Hardin, sort of intransparent, to something more publicity or more public. He wanted to have a cabinet style of governance to the presidential system of executive leadership, which we see today, still today, right? The president has his academic cabinet, and there are other leadership groups that involve and integrate faculty into it. And the introduction of new forms of decision-making, considerably less subjective than the purely intuitive styles of the past, as he wrote. How did he implement this? So he appoints a task force of academic governance. It's comprised of 8 faculty members, 1 student, and the vice president for academic affairs, who today is also known as the provost and vice president of academic affairs. This task force recommended, and Jamrich accepted it, a new academic senate, 35 members, well-defined responsibilities, including the ability to control or to determine the curriculum. But this is most important. He gets the Board of Trustees, I'm sorry, I screwed up before, but it was to accept the Statement of Government of Colleges and Universities by 1970, and it adopts the faculty's proposed grievance procedure. These are very significant reforms, vastly different and very responsive to what the faculty were demanding. Not only that, because of all of the unrest with the Black Student Union, he appoints an NMU Commission on Human Rights, 69-8 to 70, which I know Dr. Miyagi might talk about later, and he has more information about that. So he's trying, right? He's trying to respond. So this is an example of the procedure that was in place that he put into place, but was developed by the faculty. So it had a rational process was followed, and you can see here's a graphic representation of that grievance procedure structure. It had a faculty review panel, which was the precursor to what we call today the Faculty Review Committee. 12 faculty members. The president provided review and consent, but the Board of Control removes the phrase serious and compelling. Now, those of you who are in the union, Rick Mengen out there in the back will understand how important this phrase is. Because in shared governance, the faculty cannot dictate to the administration. However, through careful deliberation, the faculty makes recommendations, and the understanding is that unless that the provost in particular can only overturn a recommendation from the faculty, in this case the FRC or the panel, for serious and compelling reasons. But the problem is nobody ever defined what that meant. And so for decades, literally, we operated under this difficulty, a gray zone about what that meant. So today, for example, but that changed about, how long has it been, Rick? 7 since we won the arbitration? 15 years ago? It was not that long. Really? Yeah, where we finally resolved this question through arbitration and defined what that meant. And we won, basically. So the arbitrator defined that in a way so it made a very steep hill, as some would say, for the administration to walk to be able to, reject something from the faculty with serious and compelling reasons. But then the Board of Control removed that from the proposal. And this had ramifications because the AAP was outraged. They saw this as a direct violation of the Statement of Government, and they specifically argued that it eviscerated the decisions of the faculty as a primary role in evaluating and determining tenure and evaluation and promotion. And it came to a head when this man here, Fred Harris, who taught in the business school, was fired without any due process because he ostensibly violated his employment agreement by not getting his PhD in time. McClellan defends Harris in a faculty review panel, agrees with him that he did not violate that he shouldn't have been fired, recommends his reinstatement, and Jamrich summarily just rejects it. He didn't have to provide any serious and compelling reasons, he just rejects it. The faculty saw that and said, well, okay, it's great, you've got all these nice reforms, but you're not following them. And this is I'm missing a lot of other things that are going on in the background at the time, but this is very important. The other thing that happened was Jamrich, this man, Dr. Robert Glenn, becomes the provost and vice president for academic administration. Glenn served as the dean of the College of Arts and Sciences from 71 to 74. He was roundly disliked by most faculty members because he was blunt. He had a similar autocratic style as Hardin. He deeply alienated most academic departments, and he did not suffer fools well. And I know this personally because I got to know him before he finally retired in the late 90s. He was a bulldog of a man, let me tell you that. He came up to me, and we were talking, and we did an interview with him, and I asked him about the Declaration of Exigency in 1982, and he said, yeah, they kept the union, he's referring to the union, they kept pushing us, and we finally did it, man. We finally did it. Because there are a lot of people in the union that believe that exigency declaration did not reflect a real financial crisis, that the administration was attempting to see if they could use that to break the union. But that's a whole different story. So in 1973, Jamrich appointed a search committee comprised of several administrators and 3 faculty, including Jim Green, to find a new provost. They recommended a list of people, including someone who was a favorite of Jamrich's, but Jamrich rejected the recommendation and appointed Glenn. It was probably the most incendiary thing Jamrich could have done. Again, the guy was it's hard to understand. But he says, I now pronounce you provost. And Jerry Roth, who in a moment you'll meet as one of the original organizers of the union, said, Glenn was willing to take the heat. Jamrich didn't want to take the heat, and he needed a hatchet man. So the faculty interpreted his appointment as that, as the guy that was going to be the good cop, bad cop kind of thing. And Jim Green said the decision really got the faculty to sign the cards to join the union, or the AAUP. And as Jim Green said, Jamrich may have changed the structure, but not the result. And the faculty wanted to see their talks turn into something. Well, what about this faculty? They were young, ambitious, and idealistic. They were a new generation of intellectuals doing more than training public school teachers, because that's what Northern used to be. It was predominantly a teacher training school. These guys were coming from products of graduate schools at elite institutions that were steeped in the tradition of shared governance and respect for academic freedom. And they come here and they're shocked when they find an entrenched oligarchic system in control of the school. If you look at the numbers here, you can see this transformation occur. It's very similar, of course, naturally, because as the student body grows, they have to hire more faculty. In 1955, there were only 26 faculty members here. By 1956, there's 63. It jumps 142%. By 1960, it keeps going, 123. And then it starts to drop off again as the enrollment declines. But by 1967, 68, we have 334 faculty here. An enormous increase of people who were like this guy, Jim Green, who some of you may remember or know. He was that older gentleman I saw arguing passionately for the junior faculty. And here you can see him teaching today. He doesn't have anywhere near this kind of hair today. This is Jerry Roth, who just died last year. He was in chemistry. He was very much part of this whole process. And I love this picture, too. I mean, look at those chops. If you know Brandon Caulfield, who's on the executive committee today, doesn't that look like Brandon? He's doing it. He always looks like an international man of mystery here. But that's Jerry Roth. And then, please stand up if you can, Dr. Sari, or maybe later. This is Dr. Sari. Hello, sir. Thank you very much for being here. And here he is. I think this is 73, 74 probably, or when. And he's teaching in front of a class. And these guys were the core. I mean, these guys were the core. One of the things when you're involved, I was, by the way, Jim Green got me involved in the union. I was a idiot, young kid, relatively, and he was the one who brought me into the union. He brought me in and made me a part of the contract negotiation team in 2000. I was totally out of my element, but I learned a lot from him. And I have been on 3 contract negotiation teams. I've been the vice president of the union, secretary. I've been on many chairs of many committees of the executive committee. And these guys were the core. I mean, these guys were the ones that made it happen, along with Leslie Foster, Arnie Aho, and, oh God, I can't remember. I got it written down here in a moment. So by 1973, Green, Sari, and Roth and the others basically take control of the AUP chapter here. Up to that point, the AUP chapter was more like this professional, sort of like the medical association, like the American Medical Association. It was a chapter of professionals, and they start to demand or propagate these goals. They wanted institutional regulations that clearly defined and based on academic freedom, tenure, and due process. They wanted actual faculty participation in the governance of the university, a just and responsive grievance system, salary and fringe benefits for highly trained professionals, fair and reasonable treatment of non-tenured faculty, due process, clearly defined and peer-reviewed disciplinary procedure, and, this is very important, legally binding retrenchment policy and procedure. And here you can see what they started to produce was a series of pamphlets that they distributed. And you can see how they depicted this developing very violent, very aggressive administrative machine. You know, this image of the administration as being this lockstep, sort of aggressive, force running down curriculum control, running down administrative accountability, running down academic freedom, and destroying shared governance. And these were the main pillars, which I think is kind of interesting because Dr. Tessman refers to his goals as pillars today. The election campaign, 1975. So the AEP is still reluctant to actually organize or proselytize the faculty. How much? I've only got 5 minutes? Shit. Okay. So here you go. This is what they're trying to do. They finally do get around to, well, I need to show this. These are, again, the drawings, and you can see here, this is a great depiction of what's going on at the time. The AUP is seen as this sort of almost philosophical Buddha-like figure, right, or here, and the MEA is seen as this sort of like childish, crazy kid. I don't know who the Rasputin guy is up there, but then you see Jamrich who's saying, trust me, trust me. And the faculty is confused. They don't know which way to go. In fact, they had lukewarm support for either way. It wasn't a done deal. And here you can see another classic depiction of the administration doing everything they can to water down the faculty thinner, water down growth, poison, very dramatic. And then you can see this depiction of COHOTUS being built at the time and saying, why are we building this thing? We don't have any money, supposedly. The response, you can imagine, was typical. I got to keep going because I want to get to, and then eventually the vote occurs. It initially, you can see the MEA, there's still a lot of ambivalence. The MEA still gets 50 votes, but look at this no vote for either agent, 67 and 111. They had to have, that forces a runoff election, and this time, though, the AUP wins 151 to 90. And you can see one example of the ballot. Principles of negotiating objectives, no surprise here, academic senate. But I do want to highlight the Education Policy Committee. It's sad what's happened today. The APC has fallen into abeyance. It's not meeting what it was originally intended to do. The administration tends to treat it with sort of Okay, well, we have to sit here for 2 hours, but that's it. But it was a central part of this whole process. These guys were demanding, insistent that we have an EPC, which allowed the faculty to have direct say in some of the issues related to, and here you can see, financial issues related to the curriculum. The contract negotiations, McClellan was made the chief negotiator. And you wondering where I get the word blood on the table. We're going to fight until there's blood on the table, and then maybe we'll get something. At one point, he told James Tobin, I will nail your ass to the wall. He was a very aggressive, very adamant individual. And John Sorry was known as the squirrel, and I keep forgetting to ask him why they thought you were the squirrel. Leslie Foster was the Buddha because he had an insufferable and deliberate mind-numbing reasonableness. He could literally argue you down to nothing. Arnie Ahol, he was an economics professor, and he was the only one of them who had any collective bargaining experience. These guys got together and actually wrote the first contract. They just sat down for a few days in their house together, drinking and whatever, and wrote the first contract. The Academic Senate was a creature of the union. This is things people don't realize or they forget. The Academic Senate is not an administrative function of the university. It is a creature of the union. It is part of our contract. And then the retrenchment procedure. And you can see here's some notes from that original, and you can see how the EPC figures prominently here in the process of retrenchment decisions. Here as well. Now, negotiations, and Dr. Sari would be able to enlighten us more about this, dragged on because Dr. Sari, McClellan gives up, he's done, he goes away. Dr. Sari takes over as chief negotiator, and it drags on until May of 1976, when Sari goes to Jim Green, who is now the president of the union, and says, we're in deadlock. What does Jim Green do? He writes a letter, classic Jim Green, writes a lengthy letter, goes to K House, knocks on the door, delivers the letter to Jamrich himself and says, you read this. Jamrich says, oh, come in, we'll talk. Jamrich says, no, Green says, no, you read this first. I've never been able to find a copy of what he wrote in this letter. About 3 hours later, Jamrich calls Green, invites him back to K House. They sit down into the evening, have a nice chat, and the very next day, Dr. Sari is able to go to basically, Green convinced Jamrich to intervene with the negotiation team and tell them to settle. And so Dr. Sari is able to say on the 2nd of May that we have a deal. And this is the two of them, probably the last time they both met. This is Dr. Jamrich, and he had these great bow ties, and Jim Green. Lessons for today. Well, we're dealing with a very difficult time, dark time. We're all scared and worried. But I think the story, and I'm sorry I've had to rush through it so far, is that the power of the labor movement is through we've got to remember that the power of the labor movement through union organization can make changes. It's really the only social, political, economic institution in the United States that can confront corporate capital, can confront autocratic leadership. It's the only one through collective action that we can fight as one. And this is really hard for the faculty because faculty are very independent-minded people. They think of themselves as independent-minded professionals, not union organized or union members. There was also the promise of reasoned discourse, that incident with Jamrich and Green. And I like to make the comparison today between Tessman and our very own Rick Mignon, who just recently together came to many agreements, and there's so much stuff that these guys do behind the scenes that we don't ever know about and resolve. Then there's their commitment to our personal values and hope, don't give up. Thank you all very much. If you think this is good, this presentation was brought to you by the Central Upper Peninsula and NMU Archives, and Uplink, the Upper Peninsula Digital Network. Many of the collections and materials you see are available in both places. If you think these programs are of value and should be continued here at Northern, please write to our very own current Provost and Vice President of Academic Affairs, Dr. Ann Daltman over here and let her know. And with that, thank you very much.
All right, awesome. We have a couple minutes. Does anyone have a question? Well, first you, then give it to Russ.
Is it true, Dan, do we have a couple of Jam's bow ties in the archives?
We may not in the Beaumere Center. We
The
do.
Beaumere Center might.
Yeah, we have some bow ties. I'm not sure they were his or they were made as like commemorations for him.
Let me tell you a story about the bow tie. About 15 years ago, 15 years, can you hear this? It's on. About 15 years ago, Jamrich came to the archives. My student assistants were thrilled because they had spent a lot of time researching him and figuring out, and they just thought he was this wonderful grandfather kind of figure. And he came to visit the archives, but he was rushing and he was in a hurry and he forgot to wear his bow tie. And when he got there, the students were just, oh my God, he's not wearing his bow tie. We had a great meeting. They loved him. He left. I wrote to him and thanked him, and I said, oh, the students were really sad that you didn't wear your bow tie. He came back the next day with a great big yellow bow tie to get his picture taken with the students. It was really cool. Anyway, another question?
Not a question. Is this working? Hello? When I first came, I wasn't impressed by Jamrich. Eventually, many years later, I got to know him. The last email I got from him a few months before he passed at 101, the last email I got, it was when Northern was in the middle of union negotiations, and even at that point, he was up in arms and hated the union. So for me, that was the closing door, I couldn't believe it, of anything he could have said to me. And he went through the whole thing about what the union was doing and so on. And it was a total dislike, a continuous dislike for the union.
I want to add one last thing as a personal comment. I have been very antagonistic with the administration for most of my career here, very strong critic. I want to say, though, that over the years I've mellowed a little bit. This study has helped me do that. Our administrators are in a rock and a hard place. They're getting their ass kicked because of the right-wing assault on higher education. We all know it's happening, not just the political and ideological assault, but also the reduction in funding at the state levels. These people are trying the best they can. We may not agree with them, but we need to remember that, and we need to remember not to treat them as if they are just the enemy. And I think that Brock Tessman, I have never liked any of our presidents. I thought Jamrich was cool and post whatever. But he has struck me as probably the most sincere president we've had in decades. And honest and open, and probably one of the best active listeners I've ever seen. I mean, if we had time, I could tell stories. So I am hopeful. And now we have Dr. Dahlman here, who's Finnish, which is going to be great. And so I'm hopeful that even though things are going to get bad, and they're going to get bad, they're going to get really bad in the next couple of years at least. So we need to stay organized and unified. Any other questions?
No, we're going to have to move on. You can talk to Marcus out back if you'd like to. We're going to get Russ up here for his presentation. Thank you. Thanks, Marcus.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Dan. I thought I could get through this. I thought I could get through it faster. Get through it on here.
All right. Where did Russ go? All right, it'll be a few more minutes. I think Russ went to use the restroom, and so I don't blame him. I drank so much coffee today. There he is. All right, everybody, we're going to get started our next presentation, so please. All right, our next speaker is one of my mentors, and probably one of the biggest reasons that I'm back here at Northern Michigan University. And I was a student of Russ's back in the 1980s, and we stayed in touch. And when this job came available at the Beaumier Center, I jumped at the opportunity, and he helped to pave the way so I could be here today, 17 years, almost 18 years later. So, and he's going to be talking about a subject that I've been doing research on as well, and I'm sure he's done even more than I have, and that is on African Americans here at Northern Michigan University. So please welcome Russ Manyagi.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. This is a topic that I guess I put it this way. I wasn't born and raised in the Upper Peninsula, and so when I came here, I had a sort of a blank mind, and I was learning, and I have a tremendous curiosity. So one of the questions that I came across very early, were there black people in the Upper Peninsula? And maybe some 40 years ago, I wrote a short article about black slaves at the Straits of Mackinac. And that was my kind of entry into the topic. But then I moved on to other things. I didn't follow up with anything. And then I recently learned that there are a number of people that would like to know more about blacks in the Upper Peninsula, and especially when there's some event, some celebration or something, and they would like, the media calls them up and then asks the question, well, were there black people in Marquette or at the Straits of Mackinac and so on? And I thought this would be an opportunity. I had kind of a gap in terms of, I had just finished a book on food in the Upper Peninsula. I said, well, that would be a topic that I could pursue. So that's how this is a very small part of a book which is probably about 90% done. There's some revisions that have to be done that will tell the whole story from the 1600s to the present day. The timeline of African Americans and Northern Michigan University runs a parallel course beginning in 1899. The story of blacks at Northern is like the role of blacks in the Upper Peninsula. When the African American population was sparse, there was an absence of prejudice and racism. However, as African Americans grew in numbers, prejudice raised its ugly head on campus during the 1960s and 70s. Before I continue, let's look at the sources that are available for such a study. The recent digitized Mining Journal and the various university newspapers, the Northwind, Northern News, and so on, are essential. We also have interviews from Carter Wilson, David Dixon, Edgar Hardin, John Jamrich, and a number of other people that help to pull this information together. These are available online through Uplink NMU, so you have access to these materials and the interviews. But for now, we briefly turn to the past. African Americans have been part of the heritage of the Upper Peninsula since the 17th century, but their numbers were few and far between. Although the African American population has been small, this does not mean that it's too small to be studied. Before we focus on the most recent, let's turn to the opening days of Northern 1899. At this time, most of the black barbers in Marquette sent their offspring to college. George Preston, a Jamaican barber in Marquette, had played an active role in the community. He had been involved in buying iron stock, sold property to the Marquette School Board, where Graverette School is operated, operated a barber shop, and his wife opened a restaurant in the heart of downtown Marquette where their daughters worked. Bessie Madeline Preston was the first graduate of color at Northern in 1903. She taught mathematics at Booker T. Washington's Tuskegee Institute, but unfortunately died 13 months later after graduation. Her sister Charlotte, Lottie Preston, would have been the first graduate of color from Northern if death by consumption had not intervened in 1901. I should point out that death by consumption was extremely, and that's TB, was extremely, extremely popular. I shouldn't say popular, I mean widespread, widespread in the United States at that time. Epidemic, really epidemic proportions. During the first 2 decades of the 20th century, a number of anonymous African-American women enrolled at Northern. A number appear in a photo taken of 1917 summer school. A young black woman appears as a member of the Home Economics Club in 1921. We have detailed information about James Rickman and his sister. It's either Helen or Blanche. He was the son of a Canadian-born black barber, and his wife, Jessie, who were married in 1896. James, Sr., was a successful barber with his own shop in downtown Marquette. He and his family of 4 children lived in Marquette's upper-class east side. So that's very interesting. They weren't living on the edge of town, but they were pretty much accepted, and they lived at 328 East Ohio Street. And I'm pretty sure the house is still there. His daughter Blanche attended Northern State Normal School and became a teacher and taught at Champion for a number of years before she moved to Chicago and taught in local schools. James, or Jack as he was called, was born in Marquette in 1902. Jack was active in high school life and played football. When he graduated, he attended Northern, majoring in manual science. He was active in the local fraternity, Sons of Thor, then Theta Omicron Tho, where he served as secretary in 1923. He also played football, and for a time, Northern actually got into playing baseball. He was on the team, and he graduated in 1926. One story about him is that he taught for a year, and I haven't been able to clearly identify this, but he taught for a year in a one-room schoolhouse on Nebish Island in the middle of the St. Mary's River. When he got done with that, his training, he went on to Gary, Indiana, but over the years maintained rather close ties. He would come to Northern to take refresher courses in manual science for a number of years. In 1932, he sent a letter to a former professor giving his view of the Depression in Gary, and I would like to read it because it's one of the few items. We don't have a lot of written statements by some of these early African-American people. But anyway, here's what he says. Another school year will close June 24th. It's been a full one with much anxiety for the future. Gary was, like many other cities, hard hit by the Depression. This was quite natural due to the fact that industry is the life of the city. The great steel mills are practically idle. Thousands of workers walk the streets. Poverty and distress is everywhere. The problems which arise are many, and the schools are serving the needy in way before unthought, and crime flourishes. I have been held up twice in 2 months, a most unpleasant experience, I assure you. Next week, I'm having an exhibit. There will be about 50 projects in woodworking and about 75 mechanical drawing plates on display. Needless to say, I think it will be the best ever, but that's the way to feel about it. Rickman remained in Gary with his family, taught manual arts until his retirement, and he passed away in 1980. Over the years, numerous African Americans came to campus and shared their ideas, insights, and music with the Northern student body. President James Kay, Kay's father, had promoted abolition of slavery in England before he and his family immigrated to the United States. With this connection, President Kay invited the famous African-American educator Booker T. Washington to come to campus. He was scheduled to deliver a lecture at Northern in the summer of 1907, but had to cancel due to a busy schedule at the Tuskegee Institute. He eventually came to the Upper Peninsula a decade later, giving a talk to an education meeting in the Copper Country. Most of Northern's faculty attended the presentation. And then we have, over the years, especially through the assembly program and the Lyceum program, we had various African-American people come and give talks. In April 1932, the black poet Hunty Cullen, one of the most outstanding black poets at the time, won the hearts of students at Northern at an assembly program. Jumping ahead, in the fall of 1945, Langston Hughes, an internationally known black poet, novelist, playwright, gave readings focusing on black life in America. William Franklin, a well-known black baritone, presented an excellent program. Throughout its history, African-American leaders have continued to travel to Northern, providing insights into the black experience. For instance, Ralph Abernathy's civil rights leader and ally of Martin Luther King Jr., came to campus in November of 1970. And I think Dan has a list. You can go online and you have a list of all of the people that came to campus, and you can identify some of the other. There were many black people that came to campus to give presentations. Through the 1930s, students were entertained by the Eureka, and they came frequently, the Eureka Jubilee Singers. These were black singers, came to campus. This group presented spirituals, camp meeting shouts, and the music of typical black Negro people as they were described in the student newspaper. Jumping ahead some 30 years, Louis Armstrong and his all-star performers, many of them were black, came to campus in October 1965 to rave reviews. Given his ability and style, it was the journalist who wrote, "It was like comparing Armstrong, like comparing a monumental cathedral, Armstrong, to a gray city dwelling. Faculty members like historian Lou Allen Chase presented a talk at assemblies which enlightened students, in his case, about life for blacks in the South in 1930. Others, like English professor Dr. James Bowman, talked about the role of African Americans in literature. So that you had it's very interesting, even though we're not on the main line of life, we're up north, they had all sorts of speakers coming to campus and enlightening the students over the years, over the decades, about black life, the role of blacks in American culture, and so on. During these years, not everything dealing with African Americans was positive. Beginning in 1926, various groups and fraternities on campus presented minstrel shows, and these continued until 1958. Should also point out it wasn't just Northern's campus, but across the Upper Peninsula, across the nation, minstrel shows were a major entertainment feature and these were minstrel shows sometimes put on by African Americans, many cases put on by white people in blackface. There was, in 1934, there was a student drama presentation titled The No Count Boy. It was described as an unusual drama played by 4, quote, darky characters. And it was advertised, it depicts Negro exaggeration, imagination, and ignorance. Now, this was a program put on campus. So you had on one hand, you had people coming, poets and literary people and so on, coming to campus, black life being discussed, but then you had these negative focus taking place as well. The first known black athlete at Northern State Normal School was Jack Rickman in the early 1920s. As I just mentioned, black college basketball players at Northern came on the scene beginning in the 1950s and 60s. This was caused by coaches who had broad experience and decided to attract quality black players. Some of them were outstanding, like Ted Rose, 1970, who was Northern's all-time leader in scoring and rebounding. He was inducted into the Northern Sports Hall of Fame in the fall of 1980. Like basketball, football was a sport that came into its own in the 20th century. As a result, black students did not appear really until the mid-20th century. A highlight of men's track and field was Al Washington, who tied the world indoor record. On January 14th, 1961, at Central Michigan University, Washington ran the indoor 60-yard dash in 6 seconds, which at that time was a world record. Another individual that at a more recent time that comes to campus is Coach Al Mitchell. Al Mitchell comes to Marquette in 1989, and he was coaching at the U.S. Olympic Education Center, and was also played a very close role with the high school boxers that came in the program, and then were either attending for a few years, attending high school, and then coming to Northern. When the program closed in 2008 due to financial concerns, Mitchell remained in Marquette with his family and immediately developed and ran Ringside Fitness, the only boxing facility in town. And he worked with a number of champion boxers, Vernon Forrest, Larry Nicholson, David Reed, Mike Tyson, and Floyd Mayweather among more than 800 national champions. He trained hundreds of athletes at the amateur, Olympic, and professional levels. And he was involved with the Olympics in advisor to the boxing team in 2004 in Athens and 2012 in London. And in, what do we have here? 2019, he was inducted into the USA Boxing Alumni Association Hall of Fame and the Northern Michigan University Hall of Fame. It was not until the 1960s that President Edgar Hardin's leadership attracted more black faculty and students to Northern. Beginning in the mid-60s, the first non-white faculty were hired. 1964, the outgoing head of the English department, Dutch Barnard, proposed that the new head be Dr. David Dixon, and he was the first African-American professor at Michigan State University. They let him go because he was an excellent, everybody loved him. He was an excellent speaker, but didn't publish anything. And so that MSU cut him off. But and Hardin was a little nervous about hiring black faculty. He wanted them to be the best and would have credentials and so on, and Dixon fit the bill. He was a Harvard graduate, a fine instructor, a great speaker. His specialty was Renaissance literature and biblical scholarship. And I was lucky to do an interview with him back when we were celebrating the centennial 25 years ago, probably 30 years ago, when I was able to do an interview with him, which is online, over the phone, and it's available. The interesting thing about him was his family was Jamaican. They had settled in Maine, and a good friend of mine, Gene Whitehouse, some of you might remember, was from Maine, and he got a kick out of Dixon because he talked with a Maine accent. And I think by the time I interviewed him, he had lost it, but he started with that. Dr. Dixon had a rapid rise on the administrative level at Northern. He was department head of the English department from 1964 to 66, then appointed dean of the School of Arts and Sciences, 66, 67, and then became vice president for academic affairs. He later went on to become the first African-American head of a New Jersey state college as president of Montclair State University. Other black professors quickly followed, with Dr. Doug Graves in music education and strings in 1966. A year later, Dr. Frank Verley, a geneticist, was hired in the biology department. Though he was actively engaged in research, he was a friend and mentor to students and prepared students through research to enter academic careers. Dr. Orville McShine, a graduate of the Sorbonne, taught French in the foreign language department. I would point out with Dr. McShine, he wore his academic gown was from the Middle Ages, coming from the Sorbonne, and he had white mink was part of the academic gown, and everybody was, when he would march in graduation, everybody beforehand and so on, they were just, eyes were wide open. You know, what is it we've never seen? Everything's supposed to be black, and here he had this very, very colorful academic robe. Finally, there was Dr. Arthur Walker, who joined the Counseling Center in 1970, but then rather quickly died of a cardiac arrest while scuba diving in Lake Superior. It was just kind of a shock to everybody that had happened. So these were the earliest professors. Today, there are quite a few black professors on campus. I talked to, well, my good friend Carter Wilson. I said, can you give me a list of them? And he has no idea, who they are. I know of a few of them, but there's a number of them, some in administration across campus. You'd almost have to go from office to office and look in, and you have a name, and then are they black or white or Asian? The heyday for the African American population in Marquette, on campus and so on, was the 1960s through the 1970s. Thousands of black airmen were assigned to K.I. Sawyer Air Force Base south of Marquette, and they arrived with their families. Getting numbers on that, there were 10,000 people out there, and there were probably 2,000 plus airmen and families. So you had the first time that you had a large black population in the Upper Peninsula. And also you had, as we've seen from earlier presentations, there were several, so you had this K.I. Sawyer population. You then had 300 or so African American students enrolled on campus, and then you had the Job Corps program that was on campus. And the students coming to Northern came because of the right to, many of them because of the right to try program. Various, as happened with white officers and family and so on, came to Northern. I think at one point when the air base closed in the 1990s, there were some 500 500 people from the air base attending classes at Northern, and that kind of was a difficult thing that Northern had to deal with, all of a sudden losing 500 students. So you can begin to see what was happening. Now, what's going to happen is that you have this large black population coming to campus. For instance, when Dr. Dixon came, he wanted to, there were some members of the English department that had a place to rent, and they wouldn't rent to him because he was a black man and he was going to be living next door to white people, and what are the white people going to say, and so on. And he finally got a home on the east side, which is kind of the upper crust side of Marquette, and a woman next door or something started a protest. It didn't go anyplace, but she started a protest to keep them from moving into the neighborhood, which is kind of interesting. Later on, the woman goes through a divorce, has a terrible time, and it's Mrs. Dixon who befriends her and takes care of her through this difficult time. But in the early days, you would find that a lot of times there was no sense of racism. People would, with some of the, I think it was with the Preston family, said that the woman was, wouldn't say she was a black woman, she was chocolate colored. And that smoothed things, chocolate color, okay. And you also had, as I said, black people living on the east side. There were other black families in the area. You had lumberjacks and so on living together in boarding houses. You had Yoopers and comments in the paper, outrage by Southern lynchings and so on. There were intermarriages that happened. And in some cases, I found that it was very obvious the person was a African American, but they show up in the census all of a sudden as white. And so there's, I think it's the Prestons, Mrs. Preston and her son, they're African Americans, come out about 1920, 1930. They're listed in the census as white. And then in 1950, the son, John, I think it is listed as Negro. So it's the census, and I've checked with who were these census takers, and they were local people in Marquette, and so the census taker, as a lot of the people, didn't get too excited about, is this person black, white, chocolate colored? They're white, and that's kind of the end of it. Then it's interesting because as you had in the 1960s and 70s, as you had this coming together of a large black population, you did find tension then developing and on campus and around town. I remember hearing that there was a shoe shop on Washington Street, and this is when I first came in 1969. There was a shoe shop, I heard, that would not allow black people to try on the shoes. And when black people would, now this is at the high point with this large black population from the air base and so on, when all this is happening. And then it's interesting, in the fall of 1968, President Jamrich asked they created a human relations committee to investigate the status of minority groups on campus. And I found this again, because we have the digitized newspapers and so on, I was able to find this, and it was a document that was being referred to. Then I went to the archives and asked, do you have this document? It was called A Report of Concerns, and it was a report looking at minorities on campus, done in December of 1968, and it provides information about the status of black students and faculty on campus. And the archives had a folder. I said, okay, now I wanted to see the document, because what I was reading was a wonderful, detailed article going through this report of concerns, but I wanted to actually see the report. And go to the folder, and there's nothing in it. So maybe eventually we'll find the original document. But anyway, the article in the student newspaper went on for pages, very clearly going through point by point by point. Some of the things that so this is sort of the situation at Northern in 1968. It concluded there was an, quote, unhealthy trend towards discrimination. White social gatherings were considered a normal part of college life, but black gatherings were too different or bad or bothersome to be acceptable. The four black faculty members on campus were unable to find off-campus housing and lived on on-campus housing. Of the 490 students living off campus, only 3 were black. Black students were not trusted with cash at the university center. In the year before, 1967, campus security frequently stopped black-driven cars, removed the occupants, so had the black driver and people in the car removed, and then searched the car. And also they talked about developing programs on various levels, academic, social, and so on, to allow black students to thrive on campus. And kind of the whole thrust of the article was that Northern was not a place where black students could really progress and develop themselves. I should point out, it was mentioned, Dr. Richard Odell taught in the history department, and he had really the only black-related course, a history of I think it was called The History of Negroes in America. And at one point, there was a big, as I'll kind of be able to get to, there was kind of a blow up, and the black students wanted the name changed. And this turned into a big bit of commotion. Bob McClellan was involved, the head of the history department was involved, Richard Odell was involved. Are they going to change the name of the course? And Odell said, no, I want to keep this name, and so on. It went back and forth, and the students were involved. And they finally came up with, everybody agreed that, yes, it might be good to call it History of African Americans. I mean, it's sort of a thing today you don't even think about, but at that time, it was a major issue. Are we going to call this History of Negroes or African Americans? So it did go in a positive direction. And then I'll leave time for some questions here, but you also had, which Marcus Robbins talked about, you had in the late 1960s kind of a blow up, and you had the sit-in at the Pan American game, which was a big event. Jamrich said that he says in an interview that he called in the state police so that people wouldn't get hurt. Well, think about it. Why would you call in the state police to campus? Would something like that be done today? And are people going to get hurt? So you're going to find that then in 1969, there were a number of sit-ins, legal action taken against black students. And then in 1970, at the time of the Kent State shootings and so on, and you also had shootings in Jackson State in the South, things kind of blew up on campus. And that's, Marcus mentioned that students were allegedly, the story went out, and whether or not it happened, it was word on campus. I was here and I heard the story that there were students, supposedly alleged students, shooting at black students as they went across campus. And then at that point, almost immediately then, they passed the regulation, because everybody had, if you can think of this today, everybody had their hunting guns under their beds. So they could go hunting at 5 in the morning if they wanted to. And campus security then intervened and set up a program, and campus security is opened 24 hours a day, so that if a student wanted to go bird hunting at 6 a.m., he could go over to campus security, get his shotgun, and go hunting. So that was a problem that was solved. But you can see the tension, and I still remember there was a story that the miners up in Negaunee were organizing to stop a busload of blacks that were coming up from Detroit to do something. We don't know quite what they were going to do. And luckily, this armed posse didn't get going. And there was a bus, and it did have some black people on it. It was a Detroit Symphony going up to Houghton for a presentation. But you could see where if that had gotten out of, what if somebody started shooting and it didn't happen, thankfully. But I remember we had to, I was just new here, it was my first year, and I remember they had us go to, administration had the faculty stay in the dorms and just be there so you could talk to the students and kind of diffuse any concerns and so on, explain to them what was actually happening. And so you're going to find that as a result, kind of all of that turmoil from the late 1960s and then into the 70s, you're going to have a whole series of, and I won't go into all of the details, but you're going to have various new courses being developed and more black faculty being hired. You have Black History Month. You have Black Student Services that are going to get started at that time, and then today they're still on campus under different names and so on, but they're here. And then the big thing was the Black Student Union, which is still in operation today. But there are all sorts of programs. Ebony Excellence was one organization. Sisters of X and Essence are now dormant, but they were all very very active at that time. You also had on campus some interesting visitors that came. One were from the very beginning, the Harlem Globetrotters came to campus and also went across the Upper Peninsula. They were basically stationed in Chicago, so it was an easy trip up here. But they played in the Hedgecock Fieldhouse numerous times. And then at the height of his career, Muhammad Ali was brought to Marquette by sports promoter Bill Spagnuolo to raise money for a Muhammad Ali Scholarship Fund for needy Northern Michigan University students. I presume they were Black students. When he came, he met with university officials, talked about friendship, was sort of mobbed by people in downtown Marquette, and then Ali held a 4-round boxing match with Jimmy Ellis, a former heavyweight champion, and this event was sanctioned by the Michigan Boxing Association, and about 1,700 appeared. Michigan House Speaker Bobby Krim served as the guest referee for the first round. And I said he met with people. The event did not raise the funds that I think Spagnuolo didn't seem to have his act together, and it didn't anyway. That didn't work out. And then also at one point in 1962, the Dallas Cowboys trained on campus, and two of the on the team were a number of outstanding Black football players, Donald Perkins, a running back, and Franklin Clark, a wide receiver. And so you have, over the years, you have this very interesting development of African Americans on campus from the earliest days, and then sort of, unfortunately, that upheaval in the 1960s and 70s, which then led to an opening of the campus with programs. As was mentioned earlier, there was a big blow up with fraternities not accepting blacks, and in the discussion, everybody was right. But then Black students had a number of fraternities, and I think there were 3 Black sororities. Today there are none, and there's, I don't know how many actual fraternities still exist on campus. So it's been a very interesting story to look at the Black students, and then just knowledge of Black people on campus. And this ends the tale of African Americans on campus. However, I strongly urge you to visit the Beaumier Heritage Center that has a very, very fine exhibit on the 125th anniversary of Northern, and there's a very good, and there are a lot of, I don't have any pictures here, but there are a lot of images of these various Black students, the earliest ones that came to Northern, and to my knowledge, except for the 2 Preston girls, and I didn't mention kind of all of the other Black students that came to campus in the 1920s. But you can go into the exhibit and get a lot more information and pictures, images that are connected with the topic. So now I'll just open it to, whoops, wait a minute, I lost here a page. No, wait a minute. We also had, I should point out, we had since the beginning, we have had members of the Board of Control or the Board of Trustees. We've had, in most cases, we've had a African American on the board of trustees over the years, and also we have given 10 honorary degrees to various black scholars and influential people, lawyers, judges, and so on. So that ends the talk, and I'll be open to any questions you might have.
All right, thank you, Russ. Does anyone have any questions? Okay.
One of the things that I would like to tell you is that my mother and father were immigrants to this country. One was from Italy, and the other one, my mom, was from Finland. And when Muhammad Ali was about to come to town, my father said, "Oh, you know, Muhammad Ali is coming to town." I said, "Oh, Daddy, would you like to go and see him?" "Oh, yes, I want to go see Muhammad Ali." So I took my mom and dad to see Muhammad Ali, and it was very well received. Everybody was very excited to see Muhammad Ali. It was a wonderful show.
Right. And you have to remember, that was at his height of his career. It wasn't when he was retired.
Yeah, what year was that?
72?
My dad died in 79, so he was able to
Yeah.
get there very easily.
I'm pretty sure it was 72, yeah.
Are there any other questions or comments?
You mentioned Dr. McShine. I don't think I learned any French in his class, but I did carry my little vocabulary notebook around for a couple of years after. He was very strict with his students. Did you meet him, and did he have any other kind of personality?
The only time I sort of saw him was at graduation in this flowery academic robe. That was about it. I never had any reason or anything to interact with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Dr. Mingagi. So one of my final writing papers for Northern before I graduated with my degree in history was on Dr. Jamrich and the African American population. Northern, I dropped the ball. I didn't bring it up with me. I was a little more focused on getting here for my father-in-law's presentation, or that we had earlier. But what I remember from writing that was there was a steady increase in black student growth through the 60s. And then what I recall is there was a decline. Do you recall that from your research, or is that in relation to, you brought up the scuffles or the sit-ins, if you care to comment. Thank you.
The black population was up at around over 300, and that was in 1969, 1970. And then you had this upheaval over Kent State, Jackson State, and so on, the shooting of students. Black students got very concerned. As a matter of fact, at one point, the journalist from the Detroit Free Press came up here in the middle of this and was going to turn in a report, and he asked Jamrich to use his phone, and fine. And he said, coming to Northern's campus, at most campuses, students go around with tennis rackets. At Northern, they go around with guns. And Jamrich couldn't, that it was out, he said it. And the thing was that Detroit Free Press then is going all through southern Michigan. So everybody's hearing this. But it was at that point, it got very murky because the black students wanted to have classes ended for them, and there was just a great deal of tension. And really, after that, the number of black students going from a high of, I'd say maybe 350, has gone down, and I don't know what it is today, but it's probably in the 100 or so, over 100. So it did have a direct impact on black students on campus, that whole event.
If I could just add to that, in research I did for the exhibit, one of the things we found, I interviewed Melvin Payne, who was the first president of the Black Student Union. And he said one of the things that the black students requested was that they be able to go home early for the semester because of their fears of what was going on campus. And at first, Jamrich wasn't going to allow them to do that. And then eventually he said, okay. And so they were able to leave campus early that year because of the alleged shootings that were going on and just the attitude at the time. It was a really tense time. And that's why they formed the Black Student Union. What that really came out of was arguments over the fraternities, because originally the black fraternities, when they started, were part of the Interfraternal Council. And what happened was there was a fraternity games, their annual fraternity games, and one of the black fraternities, Alpha Phi Omega, or Alpha Phi Alpha, beat everybody. And then the Interfraternal Council decided to change the rules so that a white fraternity won. And this created a huge situation. There was also a battle over the homecoming queen. And one of the black women because back then the fraternities had to nominate a woman to be a homecoming queen. And so the black fraternity did, but it was claimed that it wasn't in on time. This became a huge thing. They ended up having to have a whole new election for homecoming queen because of it. And so things like that led them to leave the Interfraternal Council and create the Black Student Union instead. And so, and they never rejoined. Through the 1970s, as far as I could found, the black fraternities were not members of the Interfraternal Council. And so it was kind of a shared antipathy, but I think that there was a feeling after all this stuff that happened that Northern wasn't a place for black students to come. And that may have really attributed to that drop-off.
And generally there were, you can't really, and I don't think I'm going to, in the book, I'm not going to go into, I really can't go into all of the details. That would be a separate book in terms of Northern, but there were a lot of these small little things that happened, the Queen, the fraternities, and so on. And it just, after, this went on for several years and so on, and then, people are talking. The black students are talking, and they're going home, and somebody said, gee, you went so on. Yeah, I quit because of, and so on. And so that led to the decline of black students. Yeah.
One instance that is considered by some apocryphal was when Martin Luther King Jr. died. There was a hockey game at the Palestra, which was across from where Cohodes is now. And when it was announced at the game that he was assassinated, there were people who got up and cheered. Now, for a long time, people thought, oh, that story must be made up. I know someone who was at the game. They were a kid at the time. He said, yeah, it happened. And so that was there. As much as there was, people who were very open to the presence of black students on campus, there was also an underlying of people who did not like this idea of a black populace, not only on campus, but in Marquette, period. Even though at that time the Air Force Base had been here for many years, and that brought a lot of new, actually that created an issue because you had black Air Force members going to clubs and picking up white girls. And you had just men in these young white men in the town who were really angry that they were losing their girlfriends to black men, including my cousin, who was a student here at Northern, who ended up marrying one of the black guys from base. She said, oh yeah, the guys were so pissed off about that. And so there was a lot of antipathy based on this sense of, but Al Washington, who I interviewed, who was a track athlete, his experience in the 60s, when he was here in the early 60s, was that he said, you know, I thought that they would all be racist. He said, but they didn't know how to be racist. And he said the reason why was because they had never met a black person before. They didn't like black people, but they'd never met one. So once they got to know me, they're like, oh, you're cool. And then they said it was fine. In fact, he ended up dating a white girl on campus, and they got married. This is like 1962, 65.
Yeah, I think she was from Engadine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's like, I couldn't get my head around that. And he said, yeah. I said, did you have any issues? He said, no, we had no issues with it at all. So you get these kind of conflicting things about what it was like. But he said, yeah, he said they didn't know how to be racist. They wanted to be, but they didn't know how to be. And it's really interesting. Well, Russ, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay. All right. Well, I get the wonderful task of being the last speaker of the day. And I am because I didn't want to subject anyone else to being the last speaker of the day. So I figure if someone's got to be, it's going to be me. First and last. Yeah. I get the early shift and the late shift. Well, as Russ mentioned, we do in our current exhibit at the Beaumier Center have actually what we have up right now is just a partial list of some of the different personalities and performers that were brought to Northern as a part of what was known as the Lyceum Series or the Community Concert Series at Northern. And I'm going to talk about the history of that in general. But
we are still doing the research on this. We're through the early 1960s in our research and are planning to take it as far as we can. Though after the 60s, really things start to change in how things are programmed on campus. But I'll just start. I don't have a lot written down, and mostly I'm just going to talk about what I'm going to show you. This is actually the auditorium in K Hall, which some of you may remember, which was torn down in the early 1970s. And it says this is for graduation. It doesn't look like it's graduation, but I could be mistaken. I do this because so many of these events took place in this auditorium after it was built in 1915. During the late 19th century, with the ease of travel on railroads, it was easier for scholars, media personalities, and entertainers to travel the country to share their talents and knowledge. This led to the Lyceum movement, which was inspired by the Chautauqua Institute in New York State. Soon, even isolated communities in places like the UP had their own Lyceum courses, which brought famous actors, musicians, and speakers for the edification of their citizens. Often these were funded by benevolent organizations and local businesses. In 1919, the Community Service Committee of the City of Marquette founded a Lyceum course which tapped into the growing number of Lyceum presentation agencies in Chicago, New York, and other cities. And each year, this committee brought performers and speakers to the community with the assistance of Northern. The number would increase greatly. I want to stop there because every once in a while, if you ever go to like a theater, like the Calumet Theater, or tour another theater like that somewhere, they'll say, and did you know that Mary Pickford came and performed here? And I always chuckle, I'm like, that's what she did. She got on these trains and would just drive around the country going to any theater that she could perform at, and it was always arranged by these Lyceum booking agencies. So she did that at every little small theater from here to, Saskatoon. So it's always like, oh, that was a big deal. It's like, no, that's what she did. So that's cool. She performed here, but it's not like something special because that's what she did. And that's what a lot of these people did, especially later on in their careers when they no longer were stars. In 1923, President James Monson organized an entertainment committee to run Northern's part of the Lyceum course. The chairman of the committee was Lou Allen Chase, the head of the history department and an accomplished classical musician. The talent selection committee included Monson, Lou Allen Chase, English professor James Bowman. For the next 3 decades, this series would be the main entertainment programming entity on campus, but would have little to no input from the students. The belief was that the course existed to edify and expose students and the community to great ideas and art. And so, for a long time, what you see presented at this community concert series and Lyceum series were things that these faculty members in general felt the students should be learning. Not something that they necessarily would enjoy. They didn't care if they would enjoy it or not. They wanted them to be edified. Including it would take over 30 years for the first jazz concert to be held on Northern's campus. Lou Allen Chase detested jazz as this primitive music form, being a classical musician, and so there was no way he was going to allow a jazz concert to take place on his campus. That isn't to say, though, that they didn't have some really great diverse programming that went on during this time. And Russ already alluded to the fact of bringing people from various backgrounds, and particularly black performers and scholars to campus. But for a lot of times, it's things such as the Great Lakes String Quartet. This is from 1920. And it was put on, they saw this as a community service. It was, and this is important because Northern has always seen itself as being more than just, we're not putting on something just for our students or faculty, it's for the community as well. Part of the role of a college is also to provide arts and entertainment for the greater community. And so it wasn't just for students. Now there also was an assembly program that Northern had, which were daytime events that were often hosted by a particular faculty member. They would also bring in speakers from the outside, and many of these were mandatory for the students to attend. So, but the Lyceum courses were a little bit different. They were not mandated to go, but in some ways it was the only real entertainment that they had on campus. So it could be very different. It could be like the governor, Henry Allen of Kansas, came to Alton B. Packard, the chalk talker, needs no introduction to the students of Northern, for he's already performed at the auditorium several times. I'm not really sure what a chalk talker is. Irene Stolofowski, a violinist. So these are the types of performers that they're bringing, and you know what? It doesn't change a whole lot for the first 20, 30 years of this presentation. This generally is the types of things that are coming in. They get a little bit more intellectual as the years go by. In particular, people like Henry Walpole. This is like 1920, let's see what I can't see what the name, I think this is like 1924 or 25. Was an outstanding novelist at the time, and a popular novelist. And an exceptional lecture on the New East, or the Near East, by Major E. Alexander Powell, who was a famous journalist and explorer at the time. There are a lot of explorers and journalists who came to campus as a part of these events. Now, these again are not just, this isn't the faculty are saying, oh, we should bring that person here. These are people that are part of the Lyceum booking agencies that in Chicago and New York City that would say, these are the people we're presenting this year, who would you like? And they say, oh, that guy looks interesting. Is he available? Yes, he's available on that day. And so it really is what the booking agencies had. It wasn't, just, oh, this person looks interesting, although that's how they would find out about them largely anyway. Here's an attractive entertainment program, a variety of quality summer, and this is the summer series. So in addition, Northern had a summer series because we had a summer school, a large summer school. So they had a lot of performances during the summertime, but they also generally reflected the same types of entertainments, classical entertainments, theater presentations, drama, lectures of various types. Here's another explorer who came in the 1920s, late 20s. Vilhelmur Stephenson, who was an Arctic explorer, came to campus. I think he came actually a couple of times, and there were a number of people who came more than once to campus. Edward Amherst Ott, who was the president of the Ott School of Expression, had a famous bill lecture on November 17th of that year, and I don't have the title, the actual year there. The famous tenor Ricardo Martin, who was hailed as the second Caruso. Now this is a big deal. Branch Rickey, later the president of the Los Angeles Dodgers and the man who hired Jackie Robinson to play for the Dodgers, came and spoke. And I want to get 1928 is when he came to campus to speak. And I forget which team he was working with at that time. It wasn't the Dodgers yet, but he came and spoke mostly about religious matters. He was a very religious person, so that was primarily why he came. But Irene Pavlovska, the mezzo-soprano from the Chicago Civic Opera, also came in 1928. And in 1929, the Russian Cossack Chorus. There were different Cossack choruses that toured the United States, and this was one of those groups. So 1930, Professor Henderson, W.D. Henderson, professor of physics at the University of Michigan, talks about science and religion. So a lot of the presentations were also academic presentations by different scholars who were traveling the country. And sometimes they were part of the Lyceum series, but oftentimes they were from nearby universities and had connections with faculty. Also, Dr. Harlan Tarbell, the magic of the ages, a famous teacher of magicians, came. A lot of magicians were a popular attraction. 1931 is the first time that I see of Negro singers coming. Negro singers' melody has a strong appeal, and this is the Jubilee Singers. There's going to be also the Eureka Jubilee Singers. I think this was a different group than that. But this is the first instance I could see of actual black performers coming to campus in 1931. In 1932, the Negro poet, it says, Conti Cullen, who Russ mentioned earlier, one of the most outstanding, as I said, Negro poets of the time. And so you see this, the Northern is wanting to educate their students about different things other than what, they are trying to bring in a different perspective or at least introduce them to these African scholars and these performance groups. Now, groups like the Jubilee Singers are not singing jazz or blues standards or work songs. They're primarily gospel groups. They're singing religious material for the most part. But still, this was seen as a huge thing to have groups like this coming to Marquette at that time. This is another pupil for inevitable leisure. This is John Langdon Davies, who was another one of these traveling scholars and writers and journalists who they brought. And the Illinois Chorus, the Augustana Campus Chorus in 1934. Already by the mid-1930s, there were a number of presenters coming in who were talking about the growth of Nazism in Germany and fascism in Europe. Almost every year there's one or two different speakers who are talking about this topic who they're bringing in. So it was obvious that this was a great concern on campus and across the country. And this was Dr. Lewis Brown, who had experience in Germany. Here's the Eureka Jubilee Singers, who came in 1935. And there is pretty much every year going to be a group like this coming to campus to perform. In 1936, the first Native American presenter comes to campus, and that's Charles Eagleplume, who I believe was a Dakota Indian. And he came and spoke about Native lore and also did dances. I think his wife also joined him in this performance. Another explorer, Slim Williams is his name, who came to talk about the need for the Alaskan Highway. This is an interesting one. This is an actress, Juanita Hansen, who came to talk about the warnings of dope, the dope menace. She was a recovering addict, heroin addict. She was addicted in Hollywood. She became addicted to heroin, and so she was touring the country talking about warning students and other people about this dope menace in the United States. So the Gillette brings the electric organ to Northern States. And Northern had an organ, but it was a pump organ. And so this is very exciting because he's bringing his own electric organ to perform on campus. A Chinese dancer came in 1939 named Caroline Qinglong Chu, the Last Orchid. The actual program is not from Northern. This is when she came to Berkeley, California. I was able to find that online. Also, a lot of, especially during this period with the rise of Nazism, a lot of speakers from the Jewish community are coming to Marquette to speak. Various Jewish leaders and rabbis are coming to talk about the rise in Nazism and anti-Semitism, not only in Europe, but also in the United States. Things like the diving champion, Arlitz Smith, holder of 3 national championships, gave an inspiring lecture as usual at the morning assembly. So this was actually an assembly program for the students that they usually were required to attend. A lot of piano recitals as well. This is the Mr. Dumasil played Northern's Steinway, which they had just bought, and said it is perfectly magnificent, one of the best pianos I've ever played on. I don't know if we have that Steinway anymore in our collection. We'll have to see. Ruth Bryan Owen Road was a former ambassador for the United States, and she came to present in 1942. This is during World War II. It's actually, this is also part of the Michigan Education Association's regional meeting. So it was also part of that, but it was obviously this was a big deal to have her. She was a very famous woman. Another African American was William Franklin, who was a baritone, a famous baritone, who came here in 1942 during the war, singing largely Negro spirituals. The dancer Sybil Shearer came in 1943. Not sure. This is a woman from Norway talking about the underground resistance movement in Norway during the war. So there were a lot of presentations during World War II that were about what was going on, but also trying to stir up, support for the cause. And Mobunu Ojiki from Nigeria came to talk about Nigeria. This is in 1944. The Cuban artist Jose Econiz, I think it's pronounced, who was a pianist. 1945, the poet Langdon Hughes came to campus. And this was a pretty big deal to have him. He, at that time, was already, this is many years after the Harlem Renaissance, but was a famous poet. And so it was a very big deal that he was here. You got to have an accordion concert, We have Nutchuck, the Alaskan lecturer, gives an informant address. Simeon Oliver is his name. And the Spanish dancer Vela Matoya. And the Strawbridge Ballet Troupe appears at Northern with the story of Abu Lassan, the Arabian Nights. Now, this is an interesting one. Norman Thomas came to speak on campus. And Norman Thomas had run for president as the head of the Socialist Party of the United States. And he was actually introduced by President Henry Tape. And he talked a great deal about freedom and civil rights as a part of his talk in 1948. And it says, after the lecture, a questioning period was held, and many in the audience availed themselves of an opportunity to question the speaker. What I want to know is, what did they ask him? They never go there. I want to hear what people thought. And another African-American chorus, the DePauw Infantry Chorus, came in 1948. Cornelius Otis Skinner, who I guess was a famous actress, came to perform, and Dr. Gotcha talking about democracy. Another African-American quartet, the Ebonairs was their name. Charles Laughton, the great actor, came here in 1950 to present, and see if I can blow this up a little bit. With a series of presentations that range from the ridiculous to the sublime, he held a capacity audience in his power on Monday afternoon. Edith Sampson, the noted UN delegate, thrilled the audience with a lecture on world conditions in 1951. Leland Stowe, the famous author and lecturer, came in 1952. And, of course, you got to have a puppet show. And the Ballet Russe de Monte Carlo. Now, what I should say is that in 1939, Russell Thomas replaced Bowman as the head of the English department and took over his role in the Lyceum Committee. And in 1944, Thomas became the chair of the committee, and slowly its offerings became more relevant to the wishes of students. However, it would not be until 1949 that students would be invited to be part of this process. Oh yeah, Margaret Mead came here in 1954. That's right. Oh, I'm trying to find here. Typewriter champ. Okay, yeah, this is the assembly committee. This is from 1955. So the students had an assembly committee. And it says in this year, there are actually two committees. One was for like homecoming to lectures, but there was also receipts from our student activities fees gives us admission to the community concert series, which this year featured the Bel Canto Trio, Eldo Paraso, Theodore Letvin, and the Mozarteum Orchestra. You know, I really have a hard time believing that the students wanted those four groups to be their representation on campus. But it already shows that the faculty were not really interested in what the students wanted. They're not going to be bringing that jazz music to this campus. Now, with that said, there had been big bands who had been playing on campus at student events like proms and dances, but not anything that the university was going to be part of. In 1956, Eleanor Roosevelt came to campus, and here she is pictured with President Hardin preceding her lecture. It was the largest audience in history crowded into K Hall to hear her speak. And the rhythmic gymnasts of Finland came to campus in 1956. Now, in 1957, we start to see a change here, and that's when William Warfield, the great international singer, comes to campus. And the students were very excited about this. This was big in their yearbook at the end of the year that William Warfield, the great singer, came to campus. Even though his material was primarily, much like Paul Robeson's, more spiritual based, it was still, they felt, a big change in what was coming. And it's interesting, in 1957, I see this entry, and one of my students identified this entry, and it's for the All-Star Jazz Concert coming to Marquette. Stan Kenton and his All-Star Orchestra, featuring Chet Baker on trumpet, Dizzy Gillespie, Miles Davis, Paul Desmond, Stan Getz and Lester Young, Jerry Mulligan, Dave Brubeck, and the list goes on, and Ella Fitzgerald. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I've never heard about this concert. So I go back to the next issue. There's nothing about it. I go to the Mining Journal. I can't find anything about it. I then realized the date this was published, April 1st, 1957. This was an April Fool's joke in the Northwind, or the Northern News. My student wouldn't have known that. And so I ended up catching it, and it's just a great example of you got to be really careful sometimes what you see, and you got to do your work. Because she was just like, oh, wow, okay, I'll put that in there. When I saw this, I almost fainted. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. No, it was all an April Fool's joke. But I think the reason why was that the students at this time were saying, can we please have a jazz concert? And they would get it the next year, or that year. Teddy Wilson brought his jazz group to Marquette, and it was considered the first jazz concert, not only on campus, but the first true jazz concert in the Upper Peninsula at that time. 1959. Okay, so it was right about the same. Yeah. But still, the series well into the 1960s is going to continue, and it's still going to be really focused a lot on classical musicians in particular, and also scholars such as Paul Niven, a CBS newsman, a scholar but journalist, talking about Soviet Russia. But the classical programming is going to continue well on. Interesting, in 1959, Robert McFerrin, the great baritone vocalist, came to campus. He was Bobby McFerrin's father. the famous Bobby McFerrin, who became very popular in the 1980s and is still out there performing today. And this, for the historic end of it, or the 1950s, ends with the great historian Arthur Schlesinger coming to campus. And to his right in that picture is none other than Richard Sonderegger, who the Sonderegger Symposium is named for. As the 1960s comes on, there's going to be a change. And part of the reason for the change is that the students now have more money to work with. With the student body growing, their student activity fee is larger. And so the student council is going to be able to parse out money to bring in performers that the students want, rather than just what the Lyceum and Community Arts Series wants to bring to campus. So they're bringing groups like the Four Preps, who were a group of singers who were very popular at that time, touring, and their music was largely about the collegiate experience. I had never really heard much about them, and I listened to one of their albums, and I'm telling you, it was pretty risque stuff. For the 1950s and early 60s, they're talking about openly about sex and drinking on campuses and even drugs and things at this time in a very tongue-in-cheek way, and the audiences just loved them. They were very popular on campuses. And also the Four Freshmen, who were not like the Four Preps. They were really more of a staid, kind of more in the jazz tradition, but were very popular on campuses as well. Dave Brubeck comes in 1961, paid for by the student council. So the students are starting to say, we want to bring our own performers to campus, including Peter, Paul, and Mary, who came in 1963, brought by the student council. This would have been in the Hedgecock Arena, or a field house. Oh, yes, about, not even that. I think it was like 5 years ago they came to Marquette. Yeah. Russ mentioned this in 1964. Louis Armstrong came and performed in Hedgecock. And the Chad Mitchell Trio. Does anyone know who that guy in the middle is? John Denver. He was a member of the Chad Mitchell Trio before he became a solo artist. Glenn Yarbrough, another famous folk singer from that period. So the students are bringing in a lot of these members of the folk revival in the 1960s are coming to campus. Not so much rock and roll yet, though. And I'm not sure if that's where the students didn't want them or if they weren't allowed to bring necessarily rock bands to campus. Not really sure how much, whether they had limitations. They brought the Ramsey Lewis Trio, who were a very famous jazz trio. Ramsey Lewis died, I think, a year or two ago. It was an amazing piano player from Chicago. He actually crowned the homecoming queen before their concert, because it was for homecoming week. And oftentimes these concerts did coincide with a homecoming or the winter celebration. Now, the comedian Dick Gregory came in 1967, and he was already a very controversial comedian at that time, very much involved with the civil rights movement. So that was a big deal to have someone like him coming to campus, and definitely a student-driven thing. And then groups like Little Anthony and the Imperials came, which is really when you start seeing more rock and roll bands being brought by the students to campus. And in 1969, the big concert, first real big concert of a rock band was Vanilla Fudge, who were very popular. It's going to expand greatly about this. I presented many years ago at the Sonderegger about when the band Chicago came to campus and performed and chopped up one of the pianos that they were provided. And it's been a huge myth, but it was true. It actually took place. Chicago, this is in 1973 when that happened, was the #1 band in the country at the time. So Northern was bringing acts that were that big for a long time. And it's going to be that way for many, many years of very popular acts during the 1970s when the students have a lot of money to work with, that they're bringing some of these major performing acts. Frank Zappa's coming to campus, Bachman Turner Overdrive's coming to campus, Stephen Stills with his Ben Manassas are coming to campus. So there's major acts coming, and it's going to continue into the 80s. When I was a student here, we had some relatively big rock bands that came, but they were starting to not be as big as they used to be. And over the last several decades, the students are still bringing performers, but nothing of the stature because they can't afford them. There isn't enough students to provide enough funding to bring some of the acts that other universities can bring simply because it's just so expensive. But what I will say is that Northern, what was the Lyceum series and the Community Performing Arts series would eventually turn into the Performing Arts series that began in the late 1980s that was managed by Wayne Francis, who was the art museum director. And he was bringing upwards of 6 to 8 acts a year. A lot of them were blues, jazz, folk performers, world music performers. He continued that until the 2000s, and Louise Bourgeau took it over. And then I took over that series in 2008, and I ran it until 2016, bringing about 6 performers each year from all over the world to perform. And then it was determined that we needed to, well, we could no longer afford to do the series, and so we discontinued it. We do have one music series on campus now. The Cyril Foundation provides funding for that, and the music department is in charge of that. So we do still have one. The students, of course, are still bringing people. But I think where we're really missing it, well, you might remember the McGough speaker series that we had for several years in the 70s and 1980s. That was funded by, I forget his first name. He was on the board of trustees, and he funded it to bring different famous speakers to campus. And he did. That funded Gerald Ford when he came to speak in 1977 after he lost his election. And many different scholars came to campus, and also people like Alexander Haig came to campus and spoke. I saw that. I think this was 1984. Our math teacher in Wakefield said, I want to bring some boys up there. I don't think any girls were actually asked to come, to be quite honest with you. And he brought about 8 of us up here to see Alexander Haig speak in Hitchcock. I always thought, you know, we don't have things like something like that anymore, and it was a great recruitment tool for Northern. Is you bring students here to see something like that, and it's going to encourage them to then attend Northern when they become of age. The funding for that was taken away, and the reason why was because Mr. McGough was an investor in South Africa at a time when apartheid was really very unpopular on college campuses, and students protested this, and eventually he rescinded the funding for the series, and we lost the funding. So we lost, even though there's a good reason that we lost that funding. It's something that I would like to see Northern have a speaker series like that funded by the university where we are bringing in figures of that kind of stature to campus. We don't currently have that. The students do bring in people, but they're usually the kinds of people that they want to see, television personalities and YouTube influencers and things like that. We're not bringing in figures of that kind of stature that I think we should. And I think the same for music and performing arts in general. We really, you know, we used to bring the Martha Graham dancers to Northern's campus. We used to bring major jazz groups and folk groups to campus. And I think that that's something that, you know, what I hear a lot of people say is, well, we're going to build that performing arts center, and then we can do it. Like, no, we need to do it now. We need to show that there's a demand for this type of stuff, and we also, it's a great recruitment tool because it's bringing in a lot of people to campus. And I think that that's something that we miss out. I know this when I was running the concert series at Northern, bringing bands to students, to schools. I brought a group from Quebec to Gwyn High School, and it was like they were the Beatles. And when that group performed on Friday night that week, there were 100 kids from Gwyn who came to the concert. And I know I talked to some of those students and said, this is awesome. I want to go here for college. So I think it's something that we have missed out on, that we need to reassess, is how can we create more opportunities for people of that stature to come to campus and inspire our students. Spike Lee came to campus at one time to do workshops in the art department. We just don't have the funding, our departments don't have the funding to make that happen. So I think it's something we need to think about when we talk about our new strategic plan in the arts, is, you know, investing in bringing people like that, not only to perform, but for residencies also, to teach. And it's something that we're not doing, in my opinion, we're not doing enough on campus today. So that's my rundown on the Lyceum series and the community arts, and we are continuing to add to this. We do have a list, and we've been compiling a list that we have of all of the groups and performers and speakers who came to campus from 1919, which is when the Northern News started to be published, and we're into the 1960s right now. And we have that list online. And if any of you are interested in that, I can send you, if you send me an email, I can send you the link to that so you can look at it yourself. And but we are adding to it. And I want to thank two of my students, Nate Saracen and Sarah Taylor, who have been the two students when they're at the front desk. That's been their job, is just to go through every Northern News and look through each page to see who the artists and speakers and people are, because it's a huge list of people, and that's why I knew that some of these people even come to campus. I had no idea Charles Lawton or Langston Hughes had come to campus. So, you have any questions? Yes. That's a I couldn't agree more. And yeah, even though students have access to the world through their laptops and phones, it's not the same experience. I'm going to give you an example. When I was running the concert series, I brought a group called Beauty and Melody from China. They came through a grant program. And we had them here for 3 days, and they did workshops in schools and then performed. And I brought them to Superior Hills Elementary School, where my son was going at the time. And they set up in the gym. These wonderful women set up their stuff, and the kids started coming in. And there was these two boys that came in the door, and they saw the women, and one of them said to the other, "They look evil." I thought about that. And I realized this is because in their experience with people of Asian descent or from China is what they see on TV. And oftentimes they're portrayed as sinister, especially in cartoons and things. And so at first I'm like kind of shocked. But then after these women performed and they talked to the kids and they had them come up and play their instruments, I said, that's why we bring them here.
because that changes their whole perspective on this world that, as kids. When we had a group from Israel from that same grant program came, I had them go out to Republic, to the high school there. It wasn't just the high school, the entire school district came to their performance. I wasn't able to go with them, but when they came back, I said, how was it? And they were like, it was incredible. They couldn't believe that we were there. They're like, you came all the way from Israel to Republic, Michigan? And it was so gratifying to know that this had an impact on people, just like those kids from Gwyn who came to see that group from Quebec. And those experiences, you know, when I'd write the grant reports, I'd say, you know, this is why this is so important, why these grants are so important. The thing is it's expensive. And every year I was going in deficit with the series because it was getting more and more expensive. Travel was getting more expensive. Band costs were expensive, but also we weren't selling the tickets. And what we found was that if people didn't know the name of the artist, if they'd never heard of them before, it was really hard to get them to come. And so we didn't have the money to bring people they knew. We had money to bring really talented people they've never heard of and then try to market that to them. And it was just, we weren't getting enough people to break even anymore. And it was really disappointing, but it was just the way it was. We just couldn't afford to keep doing it. So we were losing money every year.
What role did having passenger rail come to Marquette and then no longer having passenger rail come to Marquette? Did that influence? I don't know when passenger rail stopped coming up here, but was there an influence or a relationship between that?
I'm sure it had to have some impact, you know, in accessibility to coming here, you know. Yeah, well, I know that Anatomy of a Murder, the train was still coming to Ishpeming, and so, you know, that's 1959. So it was sometime in the 60s, I imagine, that passenger service to the UP started to drop off. That must have had some impact, you know, on groups coming up here. Famous story, though, about Chicago. When they came here, they were at East Lansing the night before, and it was so far of a trip, they decided to fly the band up, and so they rented out a charter plane to fly up here for the flight. They liked it so much, they bought the plane. So, and they used that jet for the years later traveling. They were big time. Any other thoughts or questions? Well, thank you, everybody. Thanks for this great day. It's been a fantastic day, as always. So, thank you.